304. Qin Pingan did not expect that this trip to Jianghu would take half a year. It was not because the path to the Taoist temple was too far, but because Qin Pingan followed the instructions of the Long Qi behind him. He walked in circles in a majestic city and spent a full 3 months, but he still could not find the so-called Taoist temple. In the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Qin Pingan asked all the peddlers, Jianghu warriors, leaders of the escort agency, officials of the yamen and so on, but he did not hear of any Taoist temple. Qin Pingan flipped through various historical records, county records and personal writings, but still could not find any clues. The only gain was that Qin Pingan could speak the official language of the Nanyuan Kingdom fluently. In this way, from the late autumn to the heavy snow, to the pitter-patter of the spring rain, until the arrival of summer, Qin Pingan could be sure that the entrance of the Taoist temple was in the capital, but he still could not find the door. Even if Qin Pingan had a strong will, he began to waver and become irritable. During this period, Qin Pingan had seen many strange things. He saw a floating green dress at night. It was like a beautiful woman dancing, and its sleeves were like flowing water. He inadvertently saw through a camouflage. He saw a section of the inner city wall supported by bones, and every green brick was engraved with Buddhist scriptures. He also met monks that were not easy to see in the Aquarius continent. Buddhism was popular in the Nanyuan Kingdom, and there were temples everywhere. Qin Pingan learned about the many kasayas of the monks, and the differences between chanting monks, preaching monks, teaching monks and guarding monks. Once when he left the capital for a breath of fresh air, he followed a group of monks with secret orders from the imperial court to a tragic battlefield. Qin Pingan saw more than 100 chanting monks sitting on lotus praying mats. Several chanting monks took off their boots and walked barefoot. They lowered their heads and put their palms together. When they walked and when their lips opened, snow-white lotus flowers bloomed. The monks had a string of prayer beads wrapped around their palms. If there were malicious spirits, they would be repelled by the golden luster of the prayer beads. The prayer beads shone with golden light, the monks looked solemn and lotus flowers bloomed with every step. They led the tens of thousands of resentful souls to follow them into the gates of hell that bordered the yin and yang. In the end, Qin Pingan sat in the distance, put his palms together like the monks and bowed his head in silence. After returning to the capital, Qin Pingan still could not find a Taoist temple. Qin Pingan gritted his teeth and prepared to secretly go to the palace. On this day the sun was high in the sky. Qin Pingan came to a well and looked down. It was bottomless and dark. Qin Pingan looked at it for a while. But he could not see the door, so he retracted his gaze and continued to wander. He looked back at the well. When he stood there just now it seemed to be cool. Since the battle with Kai Jingshan, the consecrator of the Great Sui Kingdom, Cui Dongshan had won the title of the ancestor of the Kai family. He was very popular in the Cliff Academy. Plus, Cui Dongshan's current appearance, the red mole between his eyebrows and his handsome appearance, was very likable. Cui Dongshan could walk freely in the academy, and he was always accompanied by a personal maidservant named Xie. Today the two of them went to listen to Master Ji's lesson. Cui Dongshan, who was lying on the windowsill outside, fell asleep halfway through the lesson. Xie stood aside, not daring to disturb her master's dream. All the students in the room had to hold back their laughter, which was very difficult. Master Gu wanted to beat Cui Dongshan with a ruler, but when he thought of Kai Jingshan, who had moved out of the capital with his family, he held back his anger. He must go back and talk to the deputy headmaster, Mao Xiaodong, and forbid Cui Dongshan to come near his class in the future. Cui Dongshan shuddered as if he had a nightmare. After opening his eyes, it took him a long time to recover. He swaggered back to his residence with his maidservant, Xie. After Xie closed the door, Cui Dongshan took off his boots and stepped over the threshold. With a wave of his sleeve, fog rose, and finally a map of the Aquarius continent appeared. Cui Dongshan crossed one hand and pinched his chin with the other. He first stood at the northernmost point of the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom. His gaze moved down south, past the Huangting Kingdom, the Great Sui Kingdom, and stopped at the central part of the Lakeview Academy, the Tsai Kingdom and the Shushui Kingdom. Finally he suddenly lay on the ground and looked around. Xie sat on the threshold. This map of the continent almost took up the entire room. If she went in she would definitely be scolded or even beaten. Cui Dongshan had been lying there the whole time. He asked casually, "Do you think that in the Great Sui Kingdom, in the Jianghu, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there is no one who scolds the emperor? Is he an incapable ruler who begs for mercy without fighting?" Xie answered honestly, "I don't know about the things outside. In the academy, the teachers from the Great Sui Kingdom only frowned and sighed. I have never heard of anyone scolding. Cui Dongshan climbed up and smiled. There is one good thing about being a scholar. You don't scold the emperor. You only scold the treacherous officials, powerful officials, fox spirits and relatives. Of course nothing is absolute. There are definitely people who dare to scold the emperor. But those who scold well and hit the nail on the head are very few. Xie was already used to interacting with Cui Dongshan. She said perfunctorily, "Young master is wise." She was really being perfunctory and did not bother to hide it. Not to mention the great Li state preceptor who was like an old fox spirit. Even someone like Li Huai who was not smart, could see through it at a glance. But Cui Dongshan did not mind. Cui Dongshan put his hands on his hips and opened his mouth. He suddenly inhaled and swallowed all the fog on the map. Then Cui Dongshan raised his hands and bared his fangs and claws. He opened his mouth and roared like a fierce tiger. The corner of Xie's mouth twitched. Cui Dongshan patted his sleeves and said proudly, "You are really like a tiger swallowing 10,000 miles. Amazing, amazing." The maid Xie hated that she did not dare to roll her eyes. She turned her head and looked at the high wall of the courtyard. No matter how the Great Sui Kingdom's court was surging with undercurrents, this East Mountain and the academy were peaceful again. A golden thread suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was silent and as fast as lightning. Although it was extremely thin and not even as thin as a woman's hair, when this thin golden thread appeared out of thin air, the temperature of the entire courtyard increased as the weather turned cold in late autumn. It made people feel like they were in the hot summer. Xie was stunned and had no time to react. Her mind was blank. Although the temperature in the courtyard was scorching, Xie's body was cold. She turned her head stiffly and saw that Cui Dongshan's forehead was pierced by the golden thread. He fell backward and crashed to the ground. It must be the assassination method of a land immortal. In the distance, a voice full of vicissitude sounded, "Demons are causing chaos in the country. Death is not to be regretted." Further away, as the master of this small world, Deputy Headmaster Mao Xiaodong shouted angrily, "How dare you commit murder in the academy?" Xie's eyes were dull. She still sat on the threshold and looked at the young man in white who fell to the ground. He died just like that? Xie was suddenly awakened by a light pat on her shoulder. Her body tensed up. She turned her head and was about to slap back. However, Xie hurriedly stopped with an expression as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It turned out that Cui Dongshan was standing in front of her and bending down to look at her. He narrowed his eyes and put one hand behind his back. He gently stretched out a finger and pointed at Xie's forehead, pushing her into the room. However, the mysterious thing was that Xie's body had fallen to the ground, but her ethereal soul was left in the same place. Cui Dongshan used a barbaric secret technique to forcefully separate her body and soul. Her soul could not withstand the destruction of the yang qi and was about to dissipate. Cui Dongshan sized up Xie's soul and finally found something strange in one of her qi palaces. He smiled and said, "Playing hide and seek with me? You're too inexperienced." Then, like a chess player, he grabbed a dark green dot of light from Xie's soul and casually crushed it between his fingers. Xie's body, which had already lost its senses, jumped up like a fish on a chopping board. Cui Dongshan slapped the face of Xie's soul and scolded with a smile, "You can't do anything right. Go back." Xie slowly woke up with a splitting headache. She struggled to sit up with one hand on the ground and the other on her forehead. She was in so much pain that her face was covered in tears. Cui Dongshan strode over the threshold and bent down to pick up an extremely high-grade substitute puppet talisman. He crushed it into ashes with his fingers and turned his head to laugh. "Mao Xiaodong, how can you tolerate this? She has already defecated and peed in your house." During the chase, Mao Xiaodong's sneering voice came from the small courtyard. "Yes, you are that pile of shit." Cui Dongshan chuckled and said, "If I walk around every day, wouldn't our Cliff Academy become a latrine?" Xie did not say a word. Cui Dongshan was too lazy to explain the dangers and mysteries to her. He sat down cross-legged and frowned. Why was Lakeview Academy so patient? Dali's Iron Cavalry's journey to the south was too smooth. This was not what he had expected. According to his original plan, he had to go through at least 4 difficult battles. One was with the secular dynasty near the central region, one was with Lakeview Academy, one was with the White Frost dynasty in the southern Aquarius continent, and one was with the mountain forces in the southern Aquarius continent. Could it be that many forces other than Dali's Mahist family had secretly entered Aquarius continent? It was a pity that he was no longer Dali's imperial tutor. He could no longer obtain much of the top-secret information. Even the identity of the chess players and the style of the chess were all at a loss. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought of taking root in Dali's Dragon Spring?" Xie shook her head, "Never thought of it." The tall old man Mao Xiaodong strode into the courtyard. It was a nascent soul cultivator of unknown origin. He escaped. Cui Dongshan didn't care at all and smiled, "This is just a test. You should be more careful of the teachers and students of the academy. There are always some so-called good people in the world who think they are infallible. They feel that the world should operate according to their ideas. Once the Cliff Academy and the capital of the Sui dynasty become enemies, the two mountain alliances between the Gao family and the Song family may be nullified." Mao Xiaodong frowned, "Are we really going to seal the mountain?" As for today's assassination, it did not make much difference whether it was the intention of some mountain forces in the Great Sui Kingdom or the work of Cui Dong's enemy. Cui Dongshan was not joking when he mentioned the possibility. Cui Dongshan sneered, "Why? Do you feel embarrassed?" Mao Xiaodong made up his mind and turned to leave. Cui Dongshan laughed, "Mao Xiaodong, if you say that you are a piece of shit and something happens to you, I can help the academy." Mao Xiaodong turned his head and said expressionlessly, "I am a piece of shit." Cui Dongshan said resentfully, "If I say that I am two pieces of shit, can I take back what I said and watch the fire from the other side of the river comfortably?" The old man twitched the corner of his mouth, spat out the word "no," and quickly left. Cui Dongshan sighed and fell backward, falling to the ground with a thud. He clasped his two fingers in front of his body and stood up, muttering, "Urgent as ordered by the law," and rolled around in the room. Xie gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Cui Dongshan stopped his childish behavior and lay on the floor like a corpse. He said something even more childish, "Sir, when will you come back?" "I was bullied." Xie was helpless. Cui Dongshan raised his head and asked, "Do you think your child is joking?" Xie hesitated for a moment and nodded. Cui Dongshan lay on his side and held his head with one hand. He sneered, "With Chen Pingan here, no matter how high his cultivation is, I only need to do my best. If I am right, I won't be scolded. If I am wrong, I will be scolded. Anyway, I don't need to think too much. As for you, you can take less of my beating. Yu Lu is such a heartless person, he can just watch the show. Lin Shui will turn more to cultivation. As for Li Huai, he is timid, so he has more reason to be timid. Anyway, Chen Pingan will protect him. In any case, all the worries will be shouldered by this mister of mine." Languid, Cui Dongshan did not speak anymore. Xie was a little curious and missed a little girl who liked to wear red. Cui Dongshan sighed, "Probably only little treasure bottle will feel sorry for my child." With a cry, Cui Dongshan began to roll around on the floor again. He held his heart and shouted, "When I think of this, my heart aches." After the short incident of the assassination, Cliff Academy began to seal the gate under the insistence of the deputy headmaster, Mao Xiaodong. Teachers, students, and servants were all not allowed to leave. The headmaster in name, the Minister of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, disagreed with this. However, the emperor supported this and secretly sent a few more consecrators to hide near East Mountain. He also allowed Prince Gao Xian to officially enter the academy. Today, Gao Xian accompanied his good friend Yu Lu to fish by the lake. As time passed, Yu Lu finally opened up to Gao Xian. First, because of his identity as the former crown prince of the Lu dynasty. Second, because of his martial cultivation, level 7. After Gao Xian heard this, he only said, "Oh," and "Wow." The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom's eyes were shining. He was proud of his choice of friends. Yu Lu did not think there was anything wrong with this. Gao Xian also said a lot of sad things about his family. When he was with a girl, he wanted to be perfect. It did not mean that he really liked her. When he was with a guy, he did not care about his shortcomings and treated him with sincerity. It was most likely that he really treated him as a friend. The two of them were of the same age. They each held a green bamboo fishing rod and waited quietly for the fish to take the bait. Gao Xian asked, "Didn't you say that the treasure bottle assembly would hold a martial arts circle assembly? Why haven't I seen you attend it since I entered the academy?" Yu Lu smiled and said, "The treasure bottle assembly held it 3 times. After that, they stopped gathering heroes. It's hard to say about the others, but I'm a little disappointed." Gao Xian pointed to the path by the shore and smiled, "Li Huai is over there." Yu Lu did not turn around to look. He did not even need to look to know that Li Huai must be playing with his 2 friends. One was a cheerful and somewhat mischievous child from a humble family, and the other was a timid and introverted Gong son. The 3 of them somehow got together and were inseparable every day. It was said that under the suggestion of the child from a humble family, the three of them even cut off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers. The so-called chicken's head was just a bird caught from a tree, and the yellow paper was a page secretly torn from a book. After this was exposed, the three of them were even beaten up by the teacher. The three of them used the branches in their hands as swords by the lake. They fought back and forth, whistling through the air. Li Huai naturally saw Yu Lu fishing by the shore. However, he hesitated and still did not greet Yu Lu. If it were Lin Shui, Li Huai might have chatted with him. However, Li Huai was not particularly close to Yu Lu and Xiexia. In the Great Sui Kingdom's traveling team, Li Huai, Li Baoping and Lin Shui were classmates and also from the same hometown. Their friendship was more important than that of Yu Lu and Xiexia. Lin Shui went less these days. In addition to attending classes every day, he spent most of his time cultivating in his own small courtyard. This courtyard was obtained from the academy by a respected old teacher. The old teacher was a cultivator and was willing to teach Lin Shui everything he knew. Not only did he explain the many subtleties of the Cloud Gem book that Lin Shui carried with him, but he also brought several treasured immortal secret books to the small courtyard for Lin Shui to read. Whenever the old teacher had time, he would come to the small courtyard to solve problems for Lin Shui. Although the old and the young were not master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. In addition to studying the boring classics, Lin Shui spent more time on peaceful cultivation. Yexian asked. In the cold autumn, there was a girl in the academy who changed her thin red dress into a heavier one. As for the cotton-padded jacket, she did not need it for the time being. She would often go to the tall tree at the top of East Mountain alone and sit there in a daze or eat some snacks to satisfy her cravings. When the homework was complicated, she would also sit on the tree branch with a book in her hand to memorize so that she would not be punished by the teacher the next day. Fortunately, when she had a little free time, she would prepare the articles that the teacher needed to punish her. They were stacked neatly and had accumulated a lot in the school. Therefore, she now had the nickname of Book Copying Girl in the Cliff Academy. Today, Li Baoping swung her feet on the tree and counted with her fingers, counting how long she had been separated from her youngest uncle. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Li Baoping's eyes were gloomy. Haha, since it's been so long, does it mean that the next time we meet is near? Li Baoping was happy again. Therefore, the girl in red stood up and jumped on the tree branch, trying to look as far as possible. Maybe youngest uncle is already standing at the foot of the mountain. Thud. Li Baoping fell to the ground. His face was covered in dirt and his body was covered in dust. Fortunately, she was experienced and knew how to make the fall less painful. In the end, Li Baoping was not injured, but her body was sore and swollen. Grimacing in pain, the little girl hurriedly looked around. Seeing that no one had seen her embarrassed state, she staggered down the mountain. Along the way, many people took the initiative to greet her. Li Baoping agreed to them one by one. After returning to the school, she had nothing to do and began to copy books again. Li Baoping glanced at the belongings on the desk and smiled brightly. The next time youngest uncle comes to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, I can skip classes for 10 days. After that, when the teacher comes to settle the score, I'll move this mountain of books to him. The more Li Baoping thought about it, the smarter she felt. She skillfully copied books with one hand and gave him a thumbs up with the other. Her eyes lit up and she said, as expected of the leader of the martial arts world. So domineering. On Luapa Mountain in Longquan County, after receiving a letter, the little boy in green who rarely went out went to the small town to reply to the letter. He was full of confidence. Then for the first time he went to MT Padding Cloud and Dolly's North Peak Palace to look for Wei Pai. However, after returning to the bamboo house, the girl in pink found that he was not in a good mood. Although she did not know what he wanted, it probably did not go well. The little boy in green did not want to complain to her. He just sighed alone at the edge of the cliff. Soon his fighting spirit was high. He went down the mountain and went to the small town again. He braced himself and visited the county government and the kiln supervisor's office. When he came back he was sick again. 2 days later he went to the newly built Longquan County outside the mountains in the north and looked for County Governor Wu Yuan. The little boy in green was so busy that the little girl in pink was confused. Although he was not serious usually, she knew that he was proud and arrogant. In the past he did not even like Wei Pai. Although he would be very flattering when he met Mountain God Wei, after flattering him he would turn around and spit, not to mention County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chow or County Governor Wu. The little girl in pink could not help but ask. He only said, "What do you know?" Then he moved a bamboo chair and sat alone at the edge of the cliff. Finally, one day the little boy in green began to walk with a swagger. The little girl in pink was afraid that he would find her annoying again, so she did not ask. This time the little boy in green was in a good mood. He took the initiative to move 2 bamboo chairs under the eaves. He crossed his legs and ate melon seeds. The little girl in pink thought to herself, "Is he stupid?" The little boy in green was in high spirits as he said with a smile, "The matter that Brother Water God entrusted to me has been completed. I have already sent a letter to Huangting Country's Imperial River Water God Temple." The little girl in pink was stunned. "What did Imperial River Water God want you to do?" The little boy in green grinned and said, "Didn't Huangting Country become Dali's vassal state? Brother Water God heard that I was doing well in Dali, so he wanted me to help him build a bridge. Other than ensuring that the Water God Temple would not be demolished, it would be best if I could get him a peace token from Dali. This trivial matter is nothing. Isn't it done?" It turned out that Imperial River Water God had sent a letter from Huangting Country, asking him to do something. The little boy in green had patted his chest and promised that he would do it. In the letter, he said that Brother Water God could rest assured that it was a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. He just had to wait for his good news. The little girl in pink cursed in her heart. Trivial matter? Previously, you were always scratching your head and looking like you had nothing to live for. What is this? Besides, how can you have the nerve to say that you are doing well in Longquan? Even your diligent cultivation is only to be killed by 2 punches. Every time you muster the courage to go down the mountain, you must be trembling in fear. The little girl in pink asked softly, "Did Mountain God Wei help you solve it?" The little boy in green's expression changed slightly. His smile was a little forced as he pretended to be heroic and said, "Of course. What kind of relationship do I have with Wei Pai? We are so close and we call each other brothers every day. This is just a small matter. How would Wei Pai dare to say no?" The first time I went up Mt. Padding Cloud to visit the North Mountain Palace, Old Wei had some matters to attend to. You don't know how courteous the auxiliary deities of the North Mountain Palace were to me. They prepared a big banquet to entertain me. The little girl in pink did not say anything. She just did not want to expose him. After all, he was so prideful. The little boy in green was full of joy as he spoke. However, in the end he lost his spirit and stopped talking. He silently ate his melon seeds. During their second meeting, Wei Pai indeed nodded and agreed. As the North Mountain God, he asked the Dali Imperial Court for 2 protective talismans for his brother, Imperial River Water God. However, he paid a small price as an exchange. Chen Pingan gave him a high-quality snake gallstone. The little boy in green was pained, but he did not regret it. He suddenly laughed and stretched out his hand, pointing to the south. "Stupid girl, in the future when we reach Yujiang, I'll bring you to my Water God brother's residence. We'll drink a big bowl of wine and eat a big piece of meat. I'll let you know how popular I am over there. Because I'm the one who brings you there, everyone will respect you." The little girl in pink was speechless. However, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his face. He was in high spirits and she could not bear to see him like this. She said softly, "All right. Remember not to ask for big fish and big meat. I'll just eat some seasonal delicacies." The little boy in green laughed. "That's not difficult at all. I just need to say the word." The 2 of them fell silent. He suddenly said, "If old master is on the mountain, I should be able to make fewer trips, right?" The little girl in pink hummed softly. On the mountain to the west, Dong Shuijing's wonton stall was doing better and better. The good men and women who came to the mountain temple to burn incense all loved to come here and eat a bowl to relieve their hunger. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As the business grew, the stall became too small. As a result, Dong Shuijing decided to just build a stall. This way, even in the terrible weather, customers could come in and eat while waiting for the rain to stop. Moreover, this young man was easy to talk to. Even if he did not pay for the wontons, he would just use the stall as a resting place. Not only did he not chase people away, he would even get the 2 newly hired shop assistants to deliver a steaming hot bowl of tea. The shop's expenses grew, but the price of every bowl of wonton never rose and the taste never changed. It was to the point that several officials of Longquan County rushed over when they heard the news. For example, the governor of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, who had the highest official status, ate a bowl of fragrant wonton in the stall and praised it endlessly. In the dusk of this day, the stall was about to close. He got the shop assistants to serve the few scattered tables of customers. Dong Shuijing had a rare moment of leisure. After a day of hard work, he was completely exhausted. He sat at the entrance of the stall and picked up a bowl of tea, slowly drinking it. Dong Shuijing suddenly stood up. He hurriedly finished the rest of the tea and quickly walked over. A group of people walked down the mountain. Among them was a familiar face. She should have followed the elders of her family up the mountain to burn incense. She had only just come down the mountain. Looking at the time, she was most likely going to stay in Longquan County City. Dong Shuijing smiled and greeted them. He looked the same age as the adults, calling them uncle and aunt. Then he looked at the girl who was slightly taller and asked, "Shi Chuanjia, when did you come back?" The little girl no longer tied her hair into a ponytail. In the past, Shi Chuanjia had followed Li Baoping and Dong Shuijing on a short, soul-stirring trip. After returning to the small town, these children were divided into 3 groups and went their separate ways. Each of them had their own choices. Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shi followed Qin Pingan to the Great Sui Kingdom to study. Dong Shuijing stayed in the small town. After attending school for a period of time, he quickly left. Of the 2 ancestral residences in the small town, he kept one and sold the other. Not only did he buy a luxurious mansion half a street long in the county city, he used the remaining money as capital to start a business on his own. Only Shi Chuanjia's family sold the ancestral shop in Dragon Riding Alley and moved to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom with her family. It was unknown whether she returned to her hometown this time to worship her ancestors or something else. Shi Jiachuan's parents had only heard of Dong Shuijing but had never seen him. Seeing that their daughter was reluctant to leave, they took the opportunity to say that they wanted to eat a few bowls of wonton. Dong Shuijing personally cooked and brought them to the table. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to behind the counter. Shi Jiachuan finished eating hastily and ran to Dong Shuijing's side, quietly asking if there was any news about the treasure bottle. Dong Shuijing could only repeat some of the things that Qin Pingan had said. Shi Jiachuan pricked up her ears and did not want to miss a single word. Dong Shuijing looked around and saw that the wonton was almost finished. He asked seemingly casually, "Are you coming back to stay here this time?" Shi Jiachuan nodded and said, "I heard that the new school here was founded by the Chen family of Dragon Tail Creek. My grandfather let me and my parents come back. Anyway, the shop is sold but the ancestral house is still there. There is a place to stay." Dong Shuijing nodded. In the end, Shi Jiachuan and the others still took the money, but compared to usual, each bowl was less copper coins. Shi Jiachuan was a straightforward girl. Seeing that Dong Shuijing dared to take the money, she glared fiercely at this classmate who only cared about money. Dong Shuijing smiled slightly and did not mind. Watching them leave, he knew that there would be many opportunities to meet in the future. When doing business, when acquaintances come to the door, you must not kill them but you can't not take money. It's best if you don't earn or lose money. Otherwise, the more business you do, the fewer friends you have. If you lose money every time, that person still likes to come to the door from time to time, which proves that the other party does not treat you as a friend. If you earn more than usual every time, then it's even more clear that you don't treat that person as a friend at all. If that's the case, it's more straightforward. If it's the former, it's more worrying. After confirming that there would be no more customers, the 2 shop assistants were already exhausted. Dong Shuijing made 2 big bowls of wonton for each of them and watched them wolfing it down. Dong Shuijing looked at the night outside the shop and then saw a man with a long sword hanging on his back, crossing the threshold. The Mahist hero named Su Rua had just returned to the ferry of Longquan County from Old Dragon City and came here directly. He smiled and asked the tall young man, "I've already told you about her information against the rules. So, have you decided now?" Dong Shuijing nodded. Since she was already a celestial, he could not live like this anymore. If he did that, he could live for decades or even hundreds of years. No matter whether he could get together with that lady in the end, it was always good to be able to see her a few more times. A little demon with the surname Gu appeared at Slip Lake. His name was Gu Kan and he was the last disciple of Lu Jimao, the true lord of Azure Gorge Island. He could actually control a flood dragon whose strength was comparable to the peak of the Golden Core realm. In the bloody battle between the disciples of the same sect, the flood dragon killed many people on Azure Gorge Island. What was more strange was that Lu Jimao did not stop it from the beginning to the end. Even when his first disciple was bitten to death by the beast, he still did not show up. If that was the end, Gu Kan's ferocious name would not have spread across Slip Lake, the largest water body of the Aquarius continent. The reason was that after that, on the blue waves of Slip Lake, there would often be a seemingly innocent child wandering around. At first, there were Qi refinement warriors who mistakenly thought that the child was using spells to control water and avoid water. That was why he could leisurely swim on the lake without moving his feet. Generally speaking, everyone minded their own business. However, there was one time when he caused a great disaster. More than 20 young Qi refinement warriors who were on good terms with each other were on a huge boat. They were sightseeing on the lake and they accidentally met that child. The two of them faced each other and no one was willing to give way. Hence, a conflict broke out. As a result, when the two sides were about to collide, the child, with his arms crossed, suddenly rose up. It turned out that he was standing on a huge flood dragon. It pressed down with its claws and cut a warship in half. First, the Qi trainers who tried to escape from the sunken ship by riding the wind were hit by a jet of water from the beast's mouth. After that, they were only left with skeletons. As for those who were drenched, their stomachs were cut open by the beast's claws. Those who were unlucky were put into the mouth and chewed. All the weapons and skills that hit its body did not hurt or itch at all. It did not even bother to dodge. The most miserable person was a smart person, who tried to capture the leader first. He was a sword cultivator with a noble status. He was somewhat famous in Slip Lake where many heroes rose up together. He used his natal flying sword to assassinate the child who was standing on the head of the flood dragon. The flood dragon, which had been playing around, immediately became extremely irritable. It controlled the lake water around its body to raise monstrous waves, trapping the sword practitioner in a square water cage. Then the beast used some kind of secret technique to suck out all the air, allowing the sword practitioner's spiritual chi to dry up and his body to explode to death. There was a loud bang. Blood splattered everywhere in the cage. It was as if a huge flower had bloomed. The child sat cross-legged on the head of the flood dragon and laughed. Some of the Dragon Gate cultivators and Gold Core bigwigs who rushed over were frightened when they saw this scene at close range. Previously, when the Green Canyon Island was fighting among themselves, they were far away. At that time, the beast did not show any skills similar to those of Qi trainers. But today, they saw that the beast seemed to have enlightened its mind and comprehended its natal power from only a few hundred feet away. If the ancient books about the Flood Dragon tribe were not wrong, would it not be a veritable flood dragon of the Earth Immortal realm as long as it made further progress? Being able to take human form in the ancient era when flood dragons flourished, would have been qualified to own a dragon palace in a great river. This group of famous great cultivators from the Book Lake still thought that they were lucky in the beginning. They wanted to secretly save one or two of their disciples, but when the beast waved its claws gently, a huge claw mark appeared on the old cultivator's body hundreds of feet away, and he exploded in the air. Even if there was a gap of 1 or 2 realms between the cultivators of the middle 5 states, the outcome of the battle was not suspenseful. But generally it would not be so decisive. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, no one saved the disciples of the sect who fell into the water. They chose to protect themselves and quickly retreated. After that, some people sneaked into Verdant Canyon Island and tried to assassinate the Devil Gu Kan. But they were all killed by Lu Jimao. In half a year, 5 or 6 assassination attempts were made, but they were all stopped by Verdant Canyon Island. Half a year later, with Lu Jimao as the leader, Gu Kan and the beast as the main force, they killed the island sects where the assassins were from. Without exception, only some young boys and girls with good cultivation talent were selected. The rest were all killed. They searched 3 feet deep and collected all the treasures and artifacts. For a time, Verdant Canyon Island vaguely became the master of the islands of Slip Lake. Those who followed it would prosper and those who opposed it would perish. Now, Gu Kan and his mother lived in the most magnificent mansion on Verdant Canyon Island. Several times, the master and disciple joined forces to destroy the mountains of other sections. After the battle, Gu Kan would ask the senior sister who had tipped him off to help him select some outstanding beauties. They were all young and would be the candidates for the future open-clothes girls. He also specially asked someone to teach him how to play zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Today it was rare that Gu Kan didn't go out to play. He accompanied his mother to the back hall and knelt respectfully on the futon. He kowtowed to a memorial tablet and offered incense. The woman had been living like a princess these years. Her appearance and figure had become more and more plump and moving. After the woman got up, she closed her eyes and put her palms together. She murmured softly as if she was telling her dead husband that she was safe. Gu Kan stood in the solemn and silent hall. He raised his head and looked at the incense in front of him. This child whose hands had been stained with countless blood was speechless. When the mother and daughter crossed the threshold together, Gu Kan suddenly called out, "Mother." The woman holding Gu Kan's little hand looked down and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Gu Kan squeezed out a smile and shook his head, saying that it was nothing. In the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there was a starving, skinny little girl. Her clothes were tattered and her eyes were cold. She carefully walked to the Qinghe district where the nobles gathered. She was familiar with the place and came to the back door of a luxurious mansion. Under the scorching sun, the skinny little girl was sweating profusely, but her expression was still cold. She squatted in the shade of a big tree and looked up. She looked at the blazing sun in the sky. That light made her eyes tear up. She silently withdrew her gaze and wiped her tears. Soon the back door of the mansion was secretly opened. From the narrow crack of the door, a person about the same age as the skinny little girl slipped out. She was a rich little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She was wearing gorgeous clothes and was holding a small wooden box with some difficulty. She was sweating profusely. She jogged all the way to the skinny little girl and said with a bright smile, "A gift for you." In the middle of summer, there were some water stains on the small wooden box. The skinny little girl frowned and took the wooden box. Holding it in her arms, she opened the lid with one hand. The beautiful little girl in front of her smiled happily. "Do you still remember that we made this snowman together last winter? I asked the people in the mansion to put it in the ice house. I deliberately took it out today to give it to you. Do you like it?" The skinny little girl lowered her head and stared at the little snowman. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly. That beautiful girl who had walked out of a noble family was still there, innocently asking if he liked her or not, as if she was asking for credit. The skinny little girl slowly raised her head and asked, "Where's the food?" The beautiful little girl exclaimed and apologized, "I'm sorry, I forgot." She had a sad face and kept apologizing. "In a moment, I will go to the temple with my parents to burn incense and pray for blessings. I can't bring you anything to eat today. I'm sorry." The skinny little girl's mouth twitched. She lowered her head and looked at the little snowman in the small wooden box. Bang! The wooden box accidentally fell to the ground. The beautiful little girl was about to cry. She quickly squatted down. The skinny little girl squatted down as well. She reached out and picked up a pebble from the wall. She glanced at the little snowman that was broken into two halves in the wooden box. Then she raised her hand high and smashed it at the little girl in the beautiful dress. A cool breeze blew past. When the beautiful little girl raised her head and squeezed out a smile, wanting to tell her good friend that it was okay, she was surprised to find that there was a stranger in front of her. He was wearing a beautiful snow-white robe and had a sword on his back. There was a small vermilion gourd hanging at his waist. The little girl blinked her watery eyes and turned her head slightly to look at the skinny little girl. She was full of questions. She found that her good friend was holding hands with that person. The guy with the sword on his back smiled and pointed in the direction of the back door. He said, "You go home first. Look, someone is waiting for you." Sure enough, the butler, Grandpa Zhao, had already found her. The beautiful little girl held the small wooden box and hesitated. She didn't know if she should give it to her playmate or take it home and continue to hide it in the ice cellar. Fortunately, the stranger made the decision for her. "Take it back. You can't keep it outside. What a pity. You can wait until it snows this winter and then make this little snowman into a big snowman." The little girl nodded vigorously. Holding the small wooden box, she said goodbye to her good friend that she had known for nearly 2 years. The skinny little girl was silent. When the door closed, Qin Pingan let go of the little girl's hand. He felt that this little lunatic was unbelievable. The two children were clearly on good terms. Just because the other didn't bring food once, she wanted to kill him? Qin Pingan looked down and asked, "Who are you?" The little girl raised her head and asked, "Why do you care?" 305. Qin Pingan looked at the skinny child with cold eyes. Even though she was only a child and was far from Zhu Lu's age, Qin Pingan still felt disgusted with her. Qin Pingan stopped looking at her and turned to look at the back door of the mansion. The seemingly amiable and weak old housekeeper happened to be holding the young master's hand as they crossed the threshold. The housekeeper turned to look at Qin Pingan and their eyes met. Qin Pingan nodded slightly in greeting. The housekeeper hesitated for a moment before nodding back. Everything was understood without words. If Qin Pingan did not appear today, the skinny child would have died quietly. Moreover, the old man was obviously willing to show kindness to a fellow who he could not see through. He chose not to punish the ungrateful little bastard and let Qin Pingan deal with her. Qin Pingan withdrew his gaze and said to the child, "Don't come here again or you will die." The little girl grinned and did not speak. Qin Pingan turned and left. The skinny girl spat in the direction where Qin Pingan disappeared. She did not forget to spit at the high wall and the gate. However, after doing these two small actions filled with resentment, her stomach, which was already rumbling with hunger, became even hungrier. She felt a little dizzy. She went back the way she came and tried her best to walk along the base of the wall. Not to mention the middle of the road, she did not even let the carriages and pedestrians on the road look at her. If she angered them, she would really die. As for the man in the snow-white robe, she was not afraid. She had a keen intuition about malice since she was young. She was very clear about who she could provoke and who she could not. Chin Pingan did not go far. He quietly observed the little girl who was covered in thorns. She walked and rested along the way, walking weakly. She looked around cautiously and waited for a moment. Then she skillfully climbed over the wall and stole pickles from a family. She wolfed them down and quickly ran out of the alley. After that, she was thirsty. She climbed over the wall and tiptoed to scoop water from the water jar. Before she closed the lid again, she quickly grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and sprinkled it into the water jar. Then she quietly left. Chin Pingan could see that the skinny little girl's legs were a little lame. She often reached out to rub her ribs. Most likely she had suffered when she did these bad things in the past. Just as Chin Pingan was about to leave, the little girl came to a shabby alley full of crows and barking dogs. A group of men standing crookedly were waiting there. They seemed to be waiting for her arrival. The men were not very old. There were 13 or 14 years old youths, and the oldest was in his early 20s. They were sloppy and roguish. One of them saw the skinny little girl trotting towards them. He did not say anything and kicked her without any strength. If the kick was solid, the little girl would probably be kicked away. Fortunately, the little girl seemed to have expected it. She did not avoid it. Instead, she intentionally or unintentionally slowed down while running. She was kicked, but the kick was not heavy. Then she fell backward without any flaw. After struggling for a while, she stood up with a miserable expression. She looked at those people and her expression was full of flattery and fawning. One of the ruffians, who should be the leader, did not want to waste time and let the little girl lead the way. The group of people walked around and spent a lot of time before they found a dilapidated house that had been abandoned for a long time. The little girl quietly stretched out her finger. The ruffian leader grinned and said, "If you point the wrong way, I will break your legs later." She shook her head vigorously and then timidly stretched out her hands and held them in front of her heart. The ruffian first made a gesture of a black market in Jianghu. The people around him began to surround the house. The man did not get involved. He threw 7 or 8 copper coins in the little girl's hand and said, "Little B****, unfortunately, I did not bring the remaining half of the copper coins with me. I will owe you first. Do you want to go home with me to get it after you finish your business?" The little girl shook her head vigorously and all the copper coins slid to the palm of one hand. She picked up 3 coins with the other hand and handed them to the ruffian. The ruffian was very happy. The little girl was quite smart. He waved his hand and some of the people who originally wanted to continue to play with her lost interest. The little girl retreated and bowed to the man several times. Only then did she turn around and run away. In the house behind the little girl, someone let out an earth-shaking wail. The little girl only ran and quickly spread open her palm. Looking at the few copper coins, her tender but withered little face suddenly smiled like a flower. Longquan County, which was connected to the heavens and earth, was like a blessed land full of spiritual qi. It was coveted by people. After more than 2 years of migration, the tens of thousands of demons and spirits in the surroundings gradually began to attach themselves to the various mountains. The situation was stabilizing. Among them there were as many as 3 great demons in the Aura's core realm. Without exception, each of them was once an all-powerful authority. As for whether or not there were nascent soul great demons hiding among them, unwilling to be exposed prematurely, it was unknown for the time being. Due to various reasons, there were those who died prematurely, those who did not follow the rules, and those who were suppressed and killed by the Dali imperial court. There were close to 1,000 in total. However, the deaths of the middle 5 realm demons were not great. Most of them were low-level demons who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation and only relied on their fierce nature to act. Among the demons, there were only a few who were qualified to receive the peace and quiet license issued by the Dali imperial court. For this reason, the demons who attached themselves to the various mountains and served as guardians of the mountains either used their own money to build a relationship with the government or begged the masters of the mansions to show goodwill to Dali. It was nothing more than a case of money making the world go round. This income made the Ministry of Revenue of Dali, who was caught off guard, beam with joy. By the way, the somewhat stiff relationship with the Ministry of War began to ease. After all, the surnames of Yuan and Chao were the pillars of the country, and their respective mountain forces were in the offices of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. The Yuan and Chao families had been incompatible with each other for nearly 100 years. Everyone knew that they were at loggerheads everywhere. As the saint of this small world, Ruan Jiao, who was born in the Wind Snow Temple, founded the Longquan swordsmanship sect. Its territory was vast, including a large number of mountains including the Xinxiu mountain. However, there were still very few disciples who could enter the sect. A woman who abandoned the Wind Snow Temple and cut off her thumb was in charge of the old sword shop outside the town. She rarely entered the mountain of the sect. Her name was Su Xiaoqiao. A taciturn young man who only wore black clothes all year round was Donggu. There was also a long-browed young man who came from the Lizhu cave heaven, Xialing. Even with the addition of the only daughter, Ruan Xiu, the Longquan swordsmanship sect still had very few disciples. However, Ruan Jiao did not seem to care about this. Other than going to the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform on the Dragon Spine Mountain and dealing with her family, the Wind Snow Temple and the Jinwu Mountain, she did not care about worldly affairs. Whether it was the governor Wu Yuan or the North Mountain god Wei Pai, she almost never paid attention to them. She did not care about the preaching of the disciples and usually let her daughter Ruan Xiu keep an eye on it. On the Xinxiu mountain, the sea of clouds was surging. The sun was hanging in the sky, illuminating the sky and the sea in red. A young girl in green with a ponytail, or rather she could no longer be called a young girl. Compared to when she first entered the Lizhu cave heaven, she was now slender and taller. Her eyebrows and eyes had already grown. Miss Ruan Xiu had already grown into a slim and graceful woman. Beside her stood the three disciples of her father, Ruan Jiao. They were Su Xiaoqiao, Donggu and Xialing. It was rare for them to meet. Among the three of them, Su Xiaoqiao addressed Ruan Xiu as senior sister while Donggu addressed her as Miss Ruan. However, there was respect from the bottom of his heart. The young man, Xialing, always liked to call her sister Xiuxiu. There was a dog lying beside Ruan Xiu's feet. The old dog that was originally sick and lying on the street of the small town waiting for death had now become energetic. Its eyes were full of spirituality. This was all thanks to the elixirs that Ruan Xiu often threw to it. They were all extraordinary items and each of them was worth thousands of gold pieces. There was once a qi cultivator who saw this scene and felt desolate. He only felt that he was worse than a dog and could not wait to pounce over and fight with the dog for food. In the dazzling sea of clouds, there were a few sparse mountains that broke through the sea of clouds. They stood tall and towered like islands. Ruan Xiu pointed to a mountain. My father said that as long as you all enter the Golden Core realm, he will give you a mountain and announce to the world that he will hold a peak opening ceremony for you. Then she looked at Donggu. Although you are born in the spirit realm and compared to the three of us, it is harder for you to break through the realm. However, with your longevity, you have built a good foundation. You have entered the Dragon Gate realm long ago. It is time for you to give it a try. Donggu wanted to say something but stopped. Obviously he was not very confident. Among the 5 middle realms, the Golden Core realm was the most difficult for cultivators to break through. It had blocked countless qi cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm. The reason why Donggu left his hometown and gave up his identity as the Grand Tutor of the country and the riches of the mortal world was that he wanted to make use of the extraordinarily abundant aura in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven to increase his chances of entering the Golden Core realm. As for the grade of the Golden Core realm and the number of paintings in the elixir chamber, he did not dare to have extravagant hopes. Only when one becomes a Golden Core expert can he be considered as one of my generation. This sentence attracted countless qi cultivators in the world. Year after year they did not care about worldly affairs and only cultivated tirelessly. In the process of breaking through the realm, I will use some methods to help you hold the line by borrowing the luck of the mountains and rivers in my family. Ruan Xiu pointed to Xialing. Your junior brother has previously obtained a treasure that is close to an immortal weapon. It is an exquisite pagoda. It is a reward from an expert and can reduce the risk of you breaking through the realm. The long-browed young man from the Xia clan had a long face. He even had the thought of jumping off the cliff to commit suicide. My dear sister Xiuxiu-sai, this is my biggest secret. How could you say it so casually? Donggu, who always had an old-fashioned and expressionless face, finally showed a hint of excitement. He bowed to his junior brother Xialing and thanked him. Junior brother Xia, Donggu will never forget this great kindness. I will definitely repay it in the future. Ruan Xiu dismissed the resentful Xialing with a few words. Since you have such a good thing, you should make the best use of it. Don't always think of hiding and stealing. She smiled. At the end of the day, the cultivation of the great Tao is to cultivate oneself. If you rely too much on external things, it will be very troublesome whether it is in the face of an enemy or in the mind. The reason why many old nascent soul stage cultivators died silently in seclusion was because they placed too much emphasis on Dharma treasures and artifacts during the cultivation process. Ruan Xiao finished these words in one go as if she was reciting a book. Xiaoling laughed. Su Xiaoqiao and Donggu also had a strange look in their eyes. Ruan Xiao sighed, a little discouraged. My father asked me to memorize these principles. It is so hard for me. Xiaoling was grinning from ear to ear. Su Xiaoqiao and Donggu smiled knowingly. Ruan Xiao said, Donggu, pick a good place and an auspicious day later. Xiaoling and I will be there on time. Donggu nodded vigorously, his mood surging. Ruan Xiao took out an embroidered handkerchief from her sleeve and did not open it. She said to the three of them, let's go back. Xiaoling lived on the mountain, Donggu cultivated at the foot of the mountain, and Su Xiaoqiao lived in the sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River. Ruan Xiao set a rule that cultivators were not allowed to travel on the wind, so poor Su Xiaoqiao and Donggu had to walk down the mountain. Ruan Xiao said casually, disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, if you want to ride on the wind, you can ride on the wind. If you want to ride on the sword, you can ride on the sword. Who cares about that in their own territory? My father? He doesn't care about that. He only cares about whether you can enter the Golden Core stage and whether you can become cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the future. Ruan Xiao added, I said those words myself. My father didn't teach me. The three of them dispersed. Ruan Xiao squatted down, picked up a piece of peach blossom cake and threw it into her mouth. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into crescents. Then, she opened her eyes forcefully and tried to make herself look more serious. Looking at the dog, she puffed up her cheeks and said vaguely, you have to cherish the good days now. Don't always shout at people on the street and show off. Is it fun? I heard that you almost bit a passerby once. I told you to guard the house obediently. Why did you come to this mountain without permission? Do you want me to protect you? Ruan Xiao raised a hand. Do you believe that I can slap you to death? The dog immediately prostrated on the ground, whimpering and begging for mercy. Ruan Xiao's eyes were still cold as she glanced at it. If it wasn't for him, I could eat dog stew for a few days. The dog's back trembled. Ruan Xiao stood up and pointed at the path down the mountain. Even those Qi refinement warriors have to behave with their tails between their legs. You're a dog to begin with. You want to rebel? Go down the mountain and guard the door. With a whoosh, the dog ran away with all its might. Previously, it had gained some intelligence and only felt that she was cute and amiable. It was only at this moment that it instinctively realized that she had never felt the slightest bit of pity or closeness to it. Ruan Xiao chewed on the second piece of peach blossom cake. She propped one hand near her cheek to prevent the bits and pieces of the cake from falling to the ground. She would never get tired of eating such delicious food. She just did not know if the taste of the river gods in the future would be comparable to the peach blossom cake. She heard from her father that their golden bodies were the most beneficial to her own cultivation. Crunch. This Miss Xiao Xiao was a little greedy. She hurriedly wiped the corners of her mouth. As one of the earliest vassals of the Lu dynasty, the Dali dynasty had been accompanied by countless humiliation and forbearance in the early days before the rise of the Lu dynasty. Whether it was the strength of the country or the confidence of the people, it was a significant watershed. After the end of this vast and long-lasting war, the Dali dynasty, from the high-ranking officials in the imperial court, civil and military, to the soldiers at the border, and to the common people, had built up unparalleled confidence. This was the greatest source of confidence for the Dali cavalry to go south on a punitive expedition. However, during this period, there were some accidents that made the generals at the border who were used to fighting to the death in bitter battles, as well as the leaders of the Ministry of War who were strategizing in the capital, not know whether to laugh or cry. The low-level soldiers and even the middle-level generals in the Dali border army were the first to go south due to the caution of a veteran soldier who had been through hundreds of battles. However, first, the number one enemy in the north, the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom, withdrew and avoided the war. Then there were the vassal states, including the Huangting Kingdom, where the emperors and monarchs took the initiative to go out of the city and hand over the imperial seal to the Dali generals who were sitting high on the horse. There were only scattered resistance in various places. This made the Dali border army, who were good at war, feel a little confused and that they were useless. Further south, the battles became more frequent. There began to be a sizable number of enemy troops, either in open areas, gathering elites and taking the initiative to fight to the death with the Dali border army, or relying on the impregnable passes, high cities and huge towns to defend and not come out. There were also a few small states that formed an alliance to fight against the Dali border army. Dali, in addition to a few head-on battles outside the city, used the strategy of driving the wolf to devour the tiger. During this period, countless Dali death warriors and spies hidden in various countries played a huge role. Countless family members turned against each other, close friends brandished their swords at each other, and groups of Jianghu forces in the country started to rebel. Many of the pillars of the country, civil and military officials, suddenly died. Thus, Dali went south and achieved countless military achievements. The achievement of destroying a country that people once thought was unattainable was now within their reach. Groups of Dali elites that showed off their abilities advanced from the north of the Aquarius continent to the south, advancing side by side. Using battle to nurture battle, they became more and more unstoppable. Emperor Dali issued a secret edict, which was passed to all the generals' tents. Before they reached the northern border of the beautiful clothes country in the middle of the Aquarius continent, the Dali army's attack on the cities and land would be carried out by all the generals, and there was no need for a document from the Ministry of War. Everyone just step your hooves towards the south. For a celebration, first use the enemy's head as a bowl, blood as wine, the capital as a table, and drink to your heart's content. The emperor, who rarely revealed his true feelings, actually used such emotional words in the edict. This made the Dali generals, who were already in a killing frenzy, how could they not feel their blood boiling? Behind the thundering hooves of the great Li's horses was the vassal King Song Changjing, leading an army of his direct subordinates, slowly advancing. Behind them was the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, who was secretly going south. He was personally in charge of arranging for the Dali civil servants to enter the cities that had changed their flags. The northern countries of the Aquarius continent were like a puddle of mud, being trampled to pieces. The cavalry gathered the elites of the northern Shiha country, and finally broke through the city. This battle lasted for 3 months. The Li border army fought very hard. Only the soldiers and horses from other countries who joined the army on the way, plus the mixed forces from the north of Shiha country who surrendered, were left with less than 30%. But after breaking through the first border town of the Shiha country Han family's throne was broken, and that was the truth. After a hard battle, they finally won, but the atmosphere of the Dali army was somewhat heavy. Not only were there casualties, there was another Dali army led by a certain Shangzhou state, who took advantage of the fact that they were gnawing on the hardest bone of the Shiha country, and actually crossed the border into the Shiha country. With lightning speed, they directly destroyed more than 10 empty cities, and it was said that they were about to reach the capital of the Shiha country. No one would be happy if they were to work for someone else. Many generals covered in blood ran to the main general to complain, but the main general only listened to their complaints and did not say anything. Under the protection of a group of dozens of elite retainers, a man wearing the light armor of an ordinary cavalry slowly entered the city. Looking at the smoke rising from the city, the man's expression was firm and determined. He was not affected by the anger of his subordinates. This military general was called Song Feng. He was a relative of the Song clan, and was only 30 years old. This young duke, in fact, was a little distant from the emperor's official bloodline, but his reputation was very good. He had joined the army for nearly 10 years and rarely returned to the capital after that. Song Feng was not the kind of valiant general who would personally charge into battle, after all his noble status was there. Even if Song Feng was willing to take the risk, his subordinates would most likely stop him. Once Song Feng died, no one could bear the responsibility. Fortunately, Song Feng did not care about the false reputation, and had never made the generals under his command feel bad about such matters. After more than 10 years of military life, they lived together day and night, and the generals around him who now held great power might only be sergeants in the beginning, but it was not an exaggeration to say that the main general, Song Feng, was willing to sacrifice his life for him. In this siege, the cultivators from both sides also fought extremely fiercely. The Qi refinement warriors under Song Feng's command, the cultivators arranged by the Dali imperial court to accompany the army, and the consecrated guests that he recruited himself totaled more than 30 people, and nearly half of them died. Such a tragic loss was almost equal to all the previous battles in the south. At this moment, there were only 2 people who looked like Qi refinement warriors by Song Feng's side to protect him. One of them had an eye-catching Dali peace token hanging on his waist. He was a burly man who was bare-chested and bare-backed. He was 9 feet tall and held 2 battering hammers in his hands. His mount was much larger than the war horses of the heavy cavalry. In addition to the jade token, the burly man also had 2 bloody skulls hanging on his waist. They were the spoils of war in the siege. The owners of the skulls were famous Qi refinement warriors in the northern border of Shiha country when they were alive. Compared to the majestic burly man, the other person was much more inconspicuous. He was a man who looked younger than the main general, Song Fong. He wore a gray cotton long robe and had a handsome fox-like face. He smiled at everyone, and there were two long and short swords hanging on his waist. One of the scabbards was black and the other was white. The young man in the cotton long robe folded his sleeves and shrunk his neck, looking lazy. Far away in the city on the left front, there was a sword gleam soaring into the sky. The burly man laughed loudly and galloped forward on his horse. He turned and smiled at Song Fong. The outcome has been decided. It's rare that there are still people who have escaped the net. If we are late, there might not even be leftovers left. General, be careful, don't fall off the horse. This extremely arrogant cultivator was an expert who had recently joined the army. Rumor had it that he was once a trusted subordinate of a certain important figure in the palace. Because that important figure had lost his power, he had no choice but to leave the capital to earn some military merits. This person was used to seeing the influential people of the capital, so he didn't have much respect for a relative of the Song clan who had been stationed at the border for many years. The burly man shifted his gaze and looked at the man and horse beside Song Fong. Pretty boy Chow, as long as you wash your butt clean and come find me, I will give you this military merit for free. How about it? The young cultivator who had been humiliated like this only squinted his eyes and smiled. He didn't forget to wave his hand at the man, indicating that he should hurry to the battlefield and not waste any time. The burly man laughed loudly and raised his butt high on the horse's back. He stretched out his hand and slapped it fiercely. He shook it a few times before landing back on the saddle and galloping towards the place where the sword gleams originated from. The elite cavalry around Song Fong were all extremely angry. Only Song Fong and the cotton-clothed man didn't take it to heart. This cavalry troop slowly moved towards the general's residence in the city. In a simple and crude shop near the city gate, there were 3 people who had chosen to hide their presence from the beginning to the end of the battle. They did not participate in any battle and allowed the city gate to be broken. They allowed those bastards from the Dali dynasty to kill their way into the city and kill anyone who dared to wield a weapon. One of them was the #1 cultivator in this huge town in the north. Before the Dali army besieged the town, the general guarding the town had already announced to the outside world that he had gone to the capital to seek help from the emperor. As for the other 2, one of them was the leader of an immortal sect in Shiha country and the other was a royal consecrator from the neighboring country with a cultivation of golden core. A golden core immortal and 2 Dragon Gate cultivators were secretly hiding here. If this situation wasn't to save the town, in fact it couldn't be saved. Including Shiha country, there were 6 small countries nearby. This secret plan was to assassinate Song Fong. They wanted to kill a member of the royal family of the Song clan on the battlefield. Once they succeeded, even if the country was destroyed, it would greatly inspire the people. Even if the 6 countries were crushed by Dali's cavalry, there would still be countless righteous people who would stand up for them. They would definitely tire Dali and those bastards out. They wouldn't be able to smoothly digest the resources of the 6 countries in a short period of time and turn them into resources to invade the south. As for whether their plan could really achieve their expectations, the 3 people present and the rulers of the 6 countries were not willing to think too deeply about it. Now that things had come to this, they couldn't care less. The mountains and rivers were destroyed and the people were in a terrible situation. They had to do something. Once they succeeded and became famous, they would abandon their base in the north and flee to the south. Their status would skyrocket and they would become the distinguished guests of the great dynasties. What was so difficult about that? There was no hope of breaking through to the next realm and their lifespans were about to end. They had cowered in the mountains for 300 years. It was time to do something heroic before they died. The 3 people present on the mountain each had their own thoughts. In the group, Song Fong seemed to be idle and casual. In fact, his palms were sweating as he gripped the horsewhip. The handsome man with the face of a fox smiled at Song Fong. "With me, Chow Jun, around you won't die." The man who called himself Chow Jun suddenly asked, "Since I've helped you this time, you have to help me this time as well." "It's not difficult. We just have to report to the imperial court and add a chi refinement warrior to the list of casualties." "How about that?" "It's very simple. Just say that he died in the hands of the enemy cultivators who were hiding. He sacrificed his life to protect his master loyally." Song Fong nodded. Chow Jun pulled out his hands from his sleeves and pressed on the hilts of the long and short swords respectively, slowly pulling the swords out of their sheaths. There was a loud bang. The back of the mount broke and it died on the spot. Chow Jun had already swept away and his figure disappeared instantly. Two streaks of colorful rainbows hung in the air. 15 minutes later. When the last core formation stage cultivator with broken limbs had to choose to explode his core formation stage cultivator in grief and indignation, the sword cultivator whose combat ability was so powerful that not even a drop of blood was stained on his cotton-padded robe. When the core formation stage cultivator committed suicide, he flew away gracefully on his sword. The houses within a radius of 1,000 feet under his feet were instantly razed to the ground. The flying dust covered the sky and the sun. Song Feng raised his head and looked over, feeling relieved. Only then did he feel at ease and charge forward on his horse. After hesitating for a moment, he did not go straight to the general's residence. Instead, he went to the battlefield where the sword light soared into the sky. When he arrived there, he discovered the corpse of the Dali immortal who wielded a pair of battering hammers lying in a pool of blood. His buttocks were pierced by a long spear. A handsome sword cultivator in a cotton robe stood at the top of the long spear and was yawning. When he saw Song Feng, he smiled and waved at him. After that day, the sword cultivator named Chao Jun took the initiative to join an ordinary scout team and no longer stayed by Song Feng's side to waste time. A Dragon Gate genius cultivator who wandered around and had little but continuous battle achievements, used this insidious method to quietly reap the lives of Dali's scouts on another battlefield in the neighboring country where Dali's troops were marching south. Every time he took action, he would stop and did not reveal his identity. In just half a year, he had killed 160 Dali's elite scouts. It should be known that every Dali scout was the best of the best. Because the previous close combat battles were not concentrated on one battlefield, this young military cultivator did not attract the attention and encirclement of Dali's cultivators. However, Dali gradually became vigilant and constantly increased the number of cultivators following the army, hiding among them, hoping to be a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, when the two sea-viewing realm cultivators following the army were killed, Dali's higher-ups finally paid attention to this guy. However, this military cultivator directly ran away. He took a big detour and moved to the battlefield of Shiha Kingdom led by Song Feng. It was a coincidence that Chao Jun met him. It was inevitable that he met Chao Jun. After all, if you often walk by the river, how could your shoes not get wet? Chao Jun watched helplessly as he killed the 7 scouts beside him and then slaughtered him. It seemed that a cultivator who was good at killing joined the army to make a name for himself and be conferred the title of Marquis. However, this was not the case. There would always be a higher mountain. Chao Jun learned from the strong man who held the battering hammer and cut off the head of the Dragon Gate cultivator who had a promising future. However, he did not hang it on his waist but on the side of the saddle. Then he went south alone. He wanted to learn from this person and single-handedly assassinate the generals of Shiha Kingdom. He did not think that his luck would be better than the owner of the head beside the saddle. However, the only difference between the two was that Chao Jun had a Taoist protector. He did not have to worry about his safety and could just kill to his heart's content without thinking of any retreat. He smiled and lowered his head. He patted the head that died with its eyes wide open. The blood had long dried up and the hair was as dry as grass. Chao Jun smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you don't." A voice sounded with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you save those scouts? You are a comrade on the battlefield." Chao Jun smiled and said, "If I was not among them, they would have died in vain. With me here, at least someone helped him to avenge. Shouldn't they thank me?" Immortals were heartless. Cultivating on the mountain was far away from the mortal world. It had been too long and the distance was too far. Naturally, over time, many cultivators would become heartless to the mortal world. At most, they would not make things difficult for the mortal world, but they should not expect them to treat the mortal world well. Somewhere in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, a little girl in ragged clothes stood in front of a meat bun shop. She drooled as she stared at the steaming steamers. They were layered and emitted a fragrant smell. The shopkeeper found her an eyesore and angrily chased her away. The little girl straightened her back and spread out her palms, indicating that she had money. 5 copper coins, 5 copper coins. The shopkeeper did not look at her and still told her to get lost. Seeing that she was unwilling to leave, he picked up a stool and was about to hit her. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly ran away. After running far away, the little girl looked at the shop with gloomy eyes. She grinned and turned to a stall that sold pancakes. She bought 2 pancakes and still had 1 copper coin left. She could have gotten through the day by eating 1 pancake. At the beginning she only ate 1 pancake. But as she walked, she began to feel conflicted. In the end, she found a corner and ate the pancake that was supposed to be tomorrow's meal. After eating, she seemed to regret it and pinched her arm hard. But after getting up, the little girl, who rarely had a full stomach, began to jump for joy. She ran all the way and occasionally looked up at the kites in the sky above the capital. She was full of envy. That night, she did not return to her home. The summer night was cool and she could sleep anywhere. She would not die. It was just that there were many mosquitoes and it was a little annoying. There was a wealthy family that was relatively well off. There was a pair of clumsy stone lions at the door. Their shapes were strange. They were not squatting, but they were on all fours and looked into the distance. The stone lions were neither high nor low, just enough for the little girl to climb onto their backs. She first sat on them and looked at the summer night sky for a while. Then she took out the remaining copper coin. Through the small square hole, she looked at the vast starry sky. At that moment, her face was full of smiles. After that, she hid the copper coin and lay down to sleep. Soon she let out a light snoring sound. On the stone lion next door, Chin Pingan sat cross-legged. He turned his head to look at the little girl who was sleeping soundly. His brows were tightly furrowed, unable to let go. Chin Pingan did not think about it anymore. He closed his eyes and practiced the sword furnace stance. The little girl lay on the back of the stone lion, sleeping soundly. 3:06. Early in the morning, the door creaked. The skinny little girl woke up instantly and jumped off the back of the stone lion. She tiptoed and bent her waist like a cat as she escaped along the wall. Chin Pingan obviously woke up earlier than her. After watching the little girl leave from afar, he did not follow her and returned to his residence. Chin Pingan rented a side room of a house in the south of the capital. There was a striped yuan alley nearby. It was very famous, but in fact, it was not as famous as Apricot Alley in his hometown. There were many shabby scholars who were on their way to the capital to take the imperial examinations. They failed the imperial examinations and could not afford the travel expenses to return home. In the capital, they could exchange knowledge with the friends they had just made, so they settled down just like that. Chin Pingan only had the key to the house and did not have the key to the courtyard door, so he returned to his residence on time. The courtyard door was already open. Chin Pingan returned to his room and closed the door. He glanced at the stack of books on the table and the bedding on the bed. They had all been touched and there were only a few clues. In Chin Pingan's eyes, it was very abrupt. He sighed and felt a little helpless. Fortunately, there were still some things missing. Chin Pingan did not live here before. He stayed in an inn and asked for a big room where he could practice his fist and sword. Later on, he searched for a Taoist temple to no avail. His state of mind became more and more irritated. For the first time, Chin Pingan stopped practicing his walking stance and swordsmanship. In order to save money, he moved here and would only occasionally practice the sword furnace stance. Chin Pingan lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling in a daze. It was not a good idea to always be like a headless fly. Chin Pingan had benefited greatly from his time on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the 2 battles at the Eagle Fortress, and especially the self-destruction of the evil cultivator's alchemy room. Spiritual chi poured out like a flood, and Chin Pingan had benefited greatly from going against the flow. Chin Pingan was now in the 4 realms of martial Tao, and there were signs of the bottleneck loosening. However, he still felt that he was lacking something. Chin Pingan had a vague intuition that as long as he was willing, he could quickly cross the threshold of the 4 realms of martial Tao. However, Chin Pingan still hoped to have a more solid foundation. If he really couldn't do it, he would do as Lu Tai had said. He would go to the martial saint's temple to try his luck. He had to find something to do. Otherwise, Chin Pingan was afraid that he would become moldy. Chin Pingan decided to stay in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom until the end of summer. If he could not find the temple, he would return to the Aquarius continent and focus all his energy on the 7 realms of martial arts. Chui Dong's grandfather was at the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. Chin Pingan was very confident. He might be able to bring forward the 10-year agreement with Ning Yao by a few years. However, Chin Pingan was still a little afraid. He was afraid that the arrogant and invincible barefoot old man would threaten to polish him to the 5 realms or 6 realms of martial arts. Back then, the 3 realms were already so painful. Chin Pingan was really afraid that he would be beaten to death by the old man, and the kind that would be painful to death. Chin Pingan held the back of his head with both hands and slowly closed his eyes. He did not know if Alliance and the legendary invincible Taoist number 2 in the sky beyond heaven had a true victor. He did not know how high the tallest mountain and the largest river Lu Xianyang had seen on his long journey to the Qin clan of Yingyin. He did not know if Li Baoping was happy studying at the Cliff Academy. He did not know if Guken was bullied at the Book Slip Lake. He did not know if there was another book that held a grudge against others. He did not know if Miss Ruanxiu still liked to eat the peach blossom cakes at the Dragon Rider Alley shop. He did not know if Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia had met new friends during their travels. They could go through fire and water together to vanquish demons and devils. He did not know if Fan Air had met a girl he liked in Old Dragon City. Qin Pingan was actually thinking about something and fell asleep just like that. With the flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 in the blade-strengthening gourd, Qin Pingan was not too worried about the journey. The owner of this house was from 3 generations. There were 5 people in total. The old man liked to go out to find people to play chess. He was weak in chess and even worse in chess. He liked to make a fuss. The old woman's words were harsh and her face was gloomy all day long. It was easy for Qin Pingan to think of Granny Ma in the Apricot Blossom Alley. Of the young couple, the woman did some needlework at home and did the housework. She was scolded by her mother-in-law every day. According to the old saying in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, the man was a bag dealer. He carried a big bag and went everywhere to buy junk. He tied a small drum around his waist and shouted loudly in the streets. If he was lucky, he could pick up valuable old objects and sell them to the antique shops he was familiar with. He could make a lot of money with the turnover. The couple looked ordinary, but they had a good-looking child. He was 7 or 8 years old and had red lips and white teeth. He did not look like a child in a shabby alley. Instead, he looked like a young master from a rich family. When he went to school, it was said that he was very popular with the teachers. He often watched his grandfather play chess with others. He would sit there for more than half an hour without saying a word. He watched the game without saying a word. He was a real gentleman, very much like a young teacher. Regardless of the size of the neighbors, they were all close to this child and often made fun of him. Who did he like more, the little girl from the alley next door or Miss Lu from the school? This child often just smiled shyly and continued to watch the game silently. After Qin Pingan fell asleep, a little thing emerged from the ground and climbed onto the table. It sat next to the mountain of books, and began to doze off. Little Lien was obviously proficient in the earth escape technique. It was silent and extremely fast. Before coming to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, Qin Pingan played with it several times. Sometimes he would urge the horse to run wildly, or run dozens of miles in one breath. When he stopped the horse and stopped, there would always be a little guy poking its head out of the ground and giggling at him. Whether it was Qin Pingan practicing his stance, boxing, or swordsmanship, it never disturbed him. It always watched from afar. Only when Qin Pingan waved at it, it would come to Qin Pingan's side. It climbed up the golden cloth on the robe and finally sat on Qin Pingan's shoulder. One big and one small, they enjoyed the scenery together. As for the snow coin, it was temporarily placed with Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan only took a short nap. Soon he was awakened by the movements in the courtyard. The old woman was nagging, the woman was murmuring, the old man was exercising his voice, and the child was reading the contents of the books in the morning. Only the young man was still sleeping soundly. Qin Pingan sat at the table and gently picked up a book. The little thing also slowly woke up. It was confused and stared blankly at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Go to sleep." The little thing quickly got up and ran to Qin Pingan's side to help him open a page of the book. Qin Pingan was used to it. The books on the table were newly bought after leaving Lu Tai and Eagle Fortress. At that time, Lu Tai said that only by reading first-rate books could one hope to become a second-rate person. When it came to reading, one couldn't ask for perfection. One shouldn't bite off more than one could chew. One should read intensively, chew slowly, and truly swallow all the subtleties of a classic into one's stomach. Those beautiful images, penetrating principles, and the spirit hidden between the sentences and chapters all turned into one's own use. Only then could one be called reading. If one flipped through millions of books, one would at most become a two-legged bookcase. At that time, Qin Pingan was enlightened. If it weren't for Lu Tai's reminder, he really might have bought a good book and read it carefully. However, the sea of books was boundless and his life was limited. Qin Pingan not only had to practice his fist and sword, but he also had to look for a Taoist temple. It wasn't easy for him to have some free time left, so he should indeed use it to read the best books. Lu Tai gave him a list of books, but Qin Pingan treasured that piece of paper. He didn't buy books according to the list. Instead, he bought the classics of the Confucian quasi-sage. It was a pity that the old scholars' books couldn't be bought on the market. Qin Pingan wanted to read the 3 and 4 books and compare them. From an emotional point of view, Qin Pingan was naturally most inclined to Mr. Chi's teacher, the old scholar who loved to drink and talk when drunk. However, liking, admiring, and respecting a person wasn't a problem. If one thought that person's words and actions were all right because of this, there would be a big problem. Was the old scholar's knowledge high? Of course it was very high. According to the young Chui Dong, he was so high that all scholars felt that he was like the sun in the sky. Then, did Qin Pingan have the right to think that the old scholar's reasoning wasn't the most reasonable? It seemed like an ant trying to shake a big tree, but in fact, it was because there was a quasi-sage and there were classics left behind by the quasi-sage. Qin Pingan once told Ning Yao's parents that to truly like a person, one had to like the person's bad points. He also told the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, "If I'm wrong, remember to remind me." However, in the depths of Qin Pingan's heart, of course, he still hoped that after reading both sides of the debate between the 3 and 4, he could sincerely feel that the old scholar's words were more correct. Then, the next time he drank with the old man, there would be something to talk about. Qin Pingan sat upright and still, reading very slowly and softly. Every time he reached the end of a page, little Lian would quickly turn to a new page. Then she would return to the table and sit between Qin Pingan and the books on the table, imitating Qin Pingan's upright sitting posture. She pricked up her ears and quietly listened to the sound of reading above her head. In the courtyard outside the house, which was filled with the smoke and fire of the marketplace, Qin Pingan, who was wearing a white robe and carrying a sword and a gourd, was like a strange person far away on the horizon. When he came he didn't feel close, and when he left he didn't feel nostalgic. It was fine as long as he paid. Not far from Zhuangyuan Alley, there were wine shops and brothels, as well as temples with Sanskrit chants. Although they were close, they were as far apart as the heavens. Qin Pingan could often see monks carrying alms bowls out of the house. Although they were thin, most of them had serene faces. Even if they didn't wear a kasaya, one could still see that they were different from the common people in the marketplace. On the other hand, the brothels and wine shops were often noisy at night. The whole street was filled with a strong smell of cosmetics, and it often didn't stop until the early hours of the morning. Although the people there, whether it was the guests drinking wine or the women toasting wine, were all dressed in brocade and silk, once the joy came to an end, most of them looked haggard. Qin Pingan saw the women several times after sending the guests out of the brothel. They went back to remove the cosmetics on their faces. At dawn, they walked out of the brothel's side door and went to an alley crowded with vendors. They sat there and drank a bowl of porridge or wonton. Some of the women ate and fell asleep on the table. Every moment of sex was worth 1,000 gold. It was like borrowing money from God and had to be paid back. Some of the vendors who were familiar with the brothel women liked to talk dirty. Some of the women didn't care and said a few perfunctory words in order to save a few copper coins. There were also some who were particularly serious. They were used to being submissive and flattering, so they directly scolded the vendors. The vendors shrank back. When the women left, they began to scold them for being nothing more than dirty goods in the flesh business. How could they have the face to pretend to be virgins? The next day, the brothel girls who had scolded him came as usual. The hawker who had been scolded yesterday would still sneak a peek at their small white hands that were exposed under their sleeves. They were as white as pork on the chopping board. Compared to his old yellow-faced wife, they were like heaven and earth. He really didn't know how these juicy women were raised. Just thinking about how he had to spend half a year of his hard work just to touch their breasts, he could only sigh. The Nanyuan kingdom had been without war for hundreds of years. Guotai was peaceful. Generations of emperors ruled the kingdom. It was neither virtuous nor evil. Therefore, there was no night ban in the capital. The heroes of Jianghu carried their sabers and swords casually, dressed in fine clothes and riding horses. The government never cared. If they met on the road, they would get off their horses. Both sides would greet each other politely. If they had a good relationship, they would drink together. One would talk about the promotion in the officialdom that made people feel helpless, and the other would talk about the soul-stirring fights between the masters of Jianghu. In order to find that Taoist temple, Qin Pingan would wander around the capital every day. He saw all kinds of people in the city and also saw some strange things hidden in the city. As long as they didn't provoke him, Qin Pingan didn't want to pay attention to them. Lu Tai once said something. At that time he didn't feel it deeply. Now the more he thought about it, the more it lingered. After going up the mountain and practicing Taoism, one would feel that there were more and more strange spirits and otherworldly items in the world. Qin Pingan closed the book. 2 hours passed just like that. He was ready to go out and continue his stroll. Although Qin Pingan's state of mind became more and more irritable while searching for the Taoist temple, Qin Pingan did try to calm down. In fact, he made a lot of efforts. He went to all the big and small temples, burned incense and worshipped Buddha. He walked alone in the quiet path under the shade of the trees. Every time he went to a temple, he recorded it on a bamboo slip. Qin Pingan went to the small temple on the side of Zhuangyuan Alley the most. The temple wasn't big. Including the abbot, there were only a dozen people. Over time he became familiar with them. Every time Qin Pingan felt uneasy he would go there and sit. He didn't necessarily talk to the monks. Even if he just sat alone under the eaves and listened to the tinkling of the wind chimes, he could pass the time of a hot afternoon. The Nanyuan kingdom worshipped Buddhism and devalued Taoism. In the capital and other places, there were many temples. The incense was flourishing and Taoist temples were rare. There was not a single one in the capital. In the past few days, a shocking secret had spread throughout the capital. One of the 4 great temples of the Nanyuan kingdom, the White River Temple, had a huge scandal. The White River Temple had always been famous for its abbot's profound Buddhist teachings and the golden body of an arhat. After each generation of eminent monks passed away, they were able to leave behind an undecaying body or a saraira. The other 3 temples were inferior in this aspect. This was also seen as proof that the Nanyuan kingdom's Buddhist teachings were prosperous, far surpassing the neighboring countries. However, not long ago, there was a senior monk who had been appointed as the abbot of White River Temple the year before last. His glory was limitless, but one day he ran out of the temple and went straight to the Supreme Court to complain. After hearing the story, the officials of the Supreme Court looked at each other in dismay. It turned out that this old monk had accused White River Temple of poisoning his food and plotting to pour mercury into his corpse after his death. Not only that, he had also exposed that the monks of White River Temple had committed grave crimes, including deceiving wealthy ladies of the capital to have children. There were 6 major crimes in total. This case was too shocking. It directly alarmed the emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom and he ordered a thorough investigation. As a result, of the 300 monks of the White River Temple, more than half were imprisoned and the rest were expelled from the capital. Their identities were removed and they could no longer be monks. As for the other 3 temples, they still had a transcendent status. After all, their roots were deeply rooted. However, it implicated many small temples that were not well known. For example, the Temple of Heart beside Zhuangyuan Alley. Recently, the number of pilgrims had decreased significantly. The abbot of the Temple of Heart was an old monk with a strong local accent. He had a benevolent appearance and was tall and big. Although he had been in the capital for 30 years, the old monk's accent had not changed. He also did not like to nag about the profoundness of the Buddhist teachings. Most of the time he would chat about trivial matters. Every time he went to the temple to sit, Qin Pingan would have to spend a lot of effort to understand. Qin Pingan had a good impression of this old monk. Although he saw through him, he did not expose him. The old abbot was a cultivator, but he had not yet entered the middle 5 realms. Qin Pingan left the alley and went to the Temple of Heart. He planned to meditate there and practice the sword furnace stance. In just 2 li, Qin Pingan had already passed by a martial arts school and an escort agency. Inside the high wall of the martial arts school hung a plaque with the words "Magnificent Mountains and Rivers." Every time he passed by, he would see a group of men humming and joking. They were probably practicing their martial arts. The streets outside the escort agency were often crowded with escort carriages. Young men and women were arrogant and high-spirited. The elderly, on the other hand, were much quieter. When they occasionally saw Qin Pingan, they would nod and greet him. At first, Qin Pingan would cup his hands and return the greeting. Later on, when they met, he would take the initiative to greet them. Unexpectedly, after a few rounds, the elderly lost interest and did not even look at Qin Pingan. After the incident, Qin Pingan figured out the crux of the matter and laughed involuntarily. Most likely they had thought of him as a powerful person in the beginning. Later on, when they found out where he lived, they looked down on him. His overly courteous etiquette made the Jianghu veterans of the escort agency think that he was an embroidered pillow. Qin Pingan felt that it was quite interesting. There were many martial arts schools and escort agencies in the capital. Those sects of the Jianghu who had made a name for themselves all liked to set up their halls here. They had grand gates and large courtyards that were not inferior to the residences of the nobles and officials. There was no need to be concerned about etiquette. On the other hand, there were very few rumors about qi cultivators. Even the imperial tutor was only a Jianghu grandmaster. However, the most interesting thing was the people in an inconspicuous house. Almost all of the men and women who entered and left were martial artists. However, they deliberately hid their identities. They dressed plainly and did not speak or smile. Qin Pingan even saw a master who was highly likely to be at the 6th level of martial arts. Beside him was a young lady wearing a veil hat. Her face could not be seen clearly, but her figure was graceful. She should be a beauty. Unknowingly, Chin Pingan began to view the world in a different light. When he arrived at Heart Affinity Temple, there were very few pilgrims in the temple. Most of them were elderly residents of the neighborhood. Therefore, the monks and acolytes in the temple were all frowning. The main reason why Chin Pingan had been visiting more frequently recently was because he sensed that the old abbot's lifespan was coming to an end. Today the old monk seemed to know that Chin Pingan was coming. He had been waiting in the corridor of a side hall for a long time. There were 2 round seats made of cattail grass and the 2 of them sat facing each other. Seeing that Chin Pingan was hesitant to speak, the old monk went straight to the point. He smiled and said, "Among the generations of abbots of White River Temple, there has been a true golden body. It is not like the rumors outside that they are all liars. There is no need to refute the 1,000 years of history of White River Temple." It was good that he saw it. However, the prerequisite was that the old monk saw it first. The old monk smiled again. "It is just that after this poor monk died, I wanted to burn a few sariras to add some incense to this temple. Now, it seems that it is difficult. I will have to deliberately hide it for a period of time." Chin Pingan asked doubtfully, "Is this also considered Buddhism's karma?" The old monk nodded. "Of course. In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, White River Temple and Heart Affinity Temple have never interacted. It seems like karma is blurry, but in reality it is not so. In Buddhism, no matter how big the world is, it is all tied together." This was the first time the old monk mentioned Buddhism in front of Chin Pingan. The old monk hesitated for a moment and smiled. "Actually, there is karma between the 2 temples. It is just that it is too mysterious and subtle. It is too small. This poor monk is not confident of saying it out loud. You will have to experience it for yourself." The 2 of them chatted casually. There was no need for them to follow the rules. In the past, the old monk would often be interrupted by the acolytes. They would talk about trivial matters in the temple and would ignore Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan would also often bring a few bamboo slips or a book to read and carve words. He did not feel that it was rude. Today Chin Pingan did not bring a book. He only brought a thin bamboo slip and a small carving knife. Chin Pingan was never tired of the old. The carving knife was given to him by the shop when he bought the jade token. The old monk was in a good mood today. He did not mention Buddhism too much. He talked casually like before. He talked about the 4 arts, the emperors, the common people, and the various schools of thought. He talked about them casually as if they were normal. Time passed slowly. The old monk laughed and asked, "Can an evil scholar or official who has a bad reputation for 10,000 years write beautiful words in a poem that is popular among the people?" Chin Pingan thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes." "Would a famous person or general whose name has been recorded in the annals of history have some hidden flaws that others don't know about?" "Yes." The old monk smiled. "That's right. Don't go to extremes. When you reason with someone, you are most afraid of, I want to be reasonable. You are most afraid that once you have a bad relationship with someone, you will not see the good in them. In the imperial court, the fights between the parties, even those that are seen as the fights between gentlemen, still cause so much trouble. That is because gentlemen and virtuous people are also wrong in these matters." The old monk continued. "But in the imperial court, if you are weak and talk about these principles, you will most likely die a horrible death. You can't blame those scholars who become officials. Since that was the case, could it be said that this poor monk's words were all nonsense? Why should I say that?" Chin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "There was an old gentleman who told me similar principles. He taught me to think more about everything. Even if I think in a big circle and come back to the starting point, although it takes a lot of effort, it is still beneficial in the long run." The old monk nodded in gratification. "This gentleman is very knowledgeable." Chin Pingan rubbed the emerald green bamboo slip with his fingers and said softly, "Once, when the old man was drunk, his eyes were hazy. He seemed to be asking me, but in fact he was probably asking everyone. He said, 'How many books have you read? How many people have you met? How many men and women are like this? How many books have you read? How many people have you met? How many men and women are like this? How much peace and suffering have you seen with your own eyes to dare say that others are good and evil?'" The old monk sighed. This gentleman must not have an easy life. Chin Pingan suddenly thought of something that he could not understand. He asked curiously, "Do Buddhists really advocate, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot?" The old monk smiled. "Before I answer, I have a question. Do you feel that this saying is scary and unique? But after thinking about it, you feel that it is a shortcut and not the right way?" Chin Pingan scratched his head. "I have not even read the average Buddhist teachings. How would I know if it is the right way? The old monk laughed. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. People only look at the shortcut and find it unimaginable. They do not know that the real mystery lies in understanding that the butcher's knife is in my hand. It is called knowing evil. There are many states in the world. Many people do evil but do not know evil. Many people know evil but do evil. In the end, everyone has a butcher's knife dripping with blood in their hands. If one can truly let go and turn back, wouldn't it be a good thing? The old monk went further. Outsiders still find it strange when they hear about Buddhism. In fact, the hard work before enlightenment is not seen by ordinary people. Even if they see it, they are not willing to do it. Is it difficult to become a Buddha? Of course it is. Knowing Buddhism is difficult. Abiding by the law, protecting the Dharma, and passing on the Dharma are even more difficult. But the old monk suddenly stopped talking and sighed. There is no but. Since I am a Buddhist and cannot do it myself, why should I talk to you about such far-fetched principles? Chin Pingan smiled. There is no harm in saying it. No matter how far-fetched the principles are, let's not talk about whether I will go or not. It is also a good thing that I know where it is. The old monk waved his hand. Let me rest for a while. Drink a cup of tea to moisten my throat. It is almost smoking. The old monk shouted. In a monastery not far away, a young novice monk who seemed to be chanting but was actually dozing off suddenly opened his eyes. After hearing the old monk's words, he quickly went to serve 2 cups of tea to the abbot and the guest. Not far away there was a towering tree with dense shade. A small oriole was perched on it, pecking at it. Chen Pingan drank tea quickly, but the old monk drank tea slowly. Chen Pingan smiled and handed the cup of tea back to the young novice monk. Before the old monk drank half the cup, Chen Pingan lowered his head and picked up the bamboo scroll. There was an imperceptible imprint on both sides. Chen Pingan looked left and right. The bamboo scroll was like a small ruler. The old monk finished his tea and turned his head to look. In the scorching summer, the scorching sun scorched the world. It was rare for people to be cool. He sighed intermittently. In the age of Dharma's end, the people of the world were like grass in a drought. They were all withered and without moisture. Principles still have to be taught. Buddhism is the principles of monks. Etiquette is the principles of Confucianism. Tao is the principles of Taoists. Actually, it is not bad. Why should we be so rigid? If it is right, take it and eat it into your stomach. Chen Pingan's gaze moved away from the bamboo scroll. He raised his head and smiled. He nodded and said, yes. The old monk looked at the courtyard of the temple outside the corridor. This world has always been indebted to good people. Right, wrong, how can there not be? It is just that we do not look into it deeply. We cannot talk about it verbally or even deliberately distort the truth, but we have to know in our hearts. It is a pity that there are too many things in the world. There are more and more smart people. Those who have as many hearts as lotuses often like to ridicule others. They deny pure kindness and loathe the sincerity of others. Chen Pingan, the way you look at this world is how the world looks at you. Then the old monk did something superfluous. He seemed to be repeating, you look at it, it is also looking at you. Chen Pingan thought about it and felt that it made sense. However, he did not think too much about it. Today the old monk spoke a little too much. Chen Pingan was also someone who was willing to think seriously. Therefore he did not follow the old monk that far away. The old monk suddenly smiled brightly and said, Almsgiver Chen, did the principles I have spoken today go well? Chen Pingan felt a little sad. He smiled and said, very well. The old monk smiled and asked, previously I heard you talk about order, big, bad, and good, and evil. I would like to hear it again. This was the first time Chen Pingan spoke so awkwardly. However, the principles and the truth would always become clearer the more he spoke. It was like a mirror that was constantly polished. After wiping away the dust, it would become brighter and brighter. Right and wrong had order. One had to understand the order and not skip it. One had to only talk about the principles one wanted to speak of. Right and wrong were also divided into big and small. 1, 2, or even many rulers were used to measure the big and small. These rulers could be all the world's right and good laws, legalist laws, Confucian's etiquette, and Taoist calculations. They could all be used. The bottom line of laws, high morals, local customs, and accurate calculations would all be involved. They could not be lumped together. When one studied them, it was extremely complicated and exhausting. Only after that would one decide on good and evil. Unknowingly, the battle between good and evil in human nature would no longer be an insurmountable obstacle for scholars. This was because this was something to be discussed at the end of a book. It was not the first thing one had to decide at the beginning of a book. Finally, it was the word, attainment. To educate the common people, to spread Buddhism to the world with a bodhisattva's heart, to cultivate a peaceful life, these could all be done according to one's own preferences. The old monk's expression was serene. After listening to Chen Pingan's narration, he put his palms together and lowered his head, Amitabha. Chen Pingan looked at the little oriole perched on the cornice. It was sizing up the little novice monk who was cleaning the temple. Chen Pingan retracted his gaze. The old monk smiled and said, "If the temple is not there, the monks are there. If the monks are not there, the sutras are there. If the sutras are not there, the Buddha is there. If the Buddha is not there, the Dharma is there." Even if the temple of Xianxiang lost a monk and did not have a single sutra left, as long as someone still has the Dharma in their heart, the temple of Xianxiang will still be there. The old monk turned his head and looked at the quiet courtyard again. There was only the rustling of the little novice monk sweeping the floor. The old monk's vision blurred and he muttered, "I seem to have seen a lotus flower bloom in the human world." Chen Pingan was silent. The old monk lowered his head and moved his lips slightly, "I'm going." From afar, the little novice monk looked towards the corridor. He hugged the broom and complained to the old monk, "Master, the sun is so hot. Can't I clean later? It's so hot." Chen Pingan turned his head and pointed at the old monk who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Then he put a finger to his mouth and shushed him. The little novice monk quickly shut up and was secretly happy. "I like to be lazy. So master likes to sleep too." He tiptoed to the main hall to cool off under the eaves. The little oriole plucked up its courage and flew to the little novice monk's shoulder. The little novice monk was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and made a face at it. The little oriole was so scared that it quickly fluttered away. The little novice monk touched his bald head in a daze and felt a little guilty. The old monk, who was already dead, sat on the round seat made of cattail grass in the corridor. He maintained his slack sitting posture. However, it was as if he had raised a breath of spirit for this small world. Chen Pingan thought of a sentence from Lu Tai for no reason. The dead sleep. 307. After knowing that his master had passed away, the young novice monk cried very sadly. He did not seem like a monk at all. But when Chen Pingan saw the little bald head wailing and shaking the old monk's arm with all his might, as if he wanted to shake his master awake from his sleep, Chen Pingan felt that it was only human nature to do so. After knowing that his master had passed away and burned the sarira that was mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures, the young novice monk laughed again. He felt that his master's Buddhist teachings were probably quite powerful. The young novice monk still did not seem like a monk. Chen Pingan had been helping the temple to take care of the old monk's funeral. He was busy and privately told the new abbot of Xianxiang temple about the old monk's thoughts. The matter of the sarira should not be announced to the public in a hurry. Otherwise, it would attract criticism from the common people and might even lead to speculation from the government. The new abbot did not have any objections. He lowered his head and put his palms together to express his gratitude to Chen Pingan. After that, Chen Pingan did not go to Xianxiang temple to meditate. However, he told the new abbot that if the temple had any difficulties, he could inform him at his residence. Chen Pingan would help as much as he could. The middle-aged monk chanted the name of Buddha. After Chen Pingan left, he went to the shrine in the main hall. He silently lit an everlasting lamp for this kind-hearted benefactor. He called the young novice monk over and asked him to look after the lamp often. The little novice monk uttered an "oh," and nodded his head in agreement. Seeing that the little fellow agreed so quickly, the monk knew that he would slack off. He bent his finger and lightly tapped the little bald head, lecturing him, "Muyu, you must remember this matter." The little novice monk uttered another "oh" with a bitter face. It was hard to say whether he would remember the matter or not, but in short he already knew the consequences of not having a good memory. After his senior abbot left the main hall, the young novice monk sighed. His senior brother used to be so kind. After becoming the abbot, he became as heartless as his master. Even if he could become the abbot in the future, he did not want to. Otherwise, he would definitely hurt his junior brother's heart. He was the youngest disciple of his master. How could he have a junior brother? He would never have one in the future. It was too much of a loss. At the thought of this, the young novice monk turned around and ran out of the main hall. He chased after the abbot and eagerly asked when his senior brother was going to accept disciples. The head monk knew what the young novice monk was thinking and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pretended that he was going to use the young novice monk's head as a wooden fish again. His dharma name was Wooden Fish. The young novice monk sighed and ran away. Chen Pingan, whose state of mind was more peaceful, found it strange that he still did not pick up the mountain-shaking fist manual and the swordsmanship manual. Instead, he continued to wander around the capital. This time he carried a small bag wrapped in cotton and walked slowly. He drank wine and ate dry biscuits. He did not have a fixed residence, so he could just find a quiet place to settle down. It could be under the shade of a tree on a roof, or by a small bridge over a flowing stream. The tall vermilion walls, the greenery peeking out from the high walls, the swinging sound of the swings and laughter within the walls. There were laurel-educated scholars who wrote poems and poems in a flourishing age. At that time, there was a man in white sitting quietly on a tree branch and drinking wine. There was a restaurant near the water that was filled with distinguished guests. They were all young talents in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. They gave pointers on the state and current affairs. It was natural for scholars to govern the country. Chen Pingan sat on the roof of the restaurant and carefully listened to their discussions. They were full of hot blood and hated evil. However, Chen Pingan felt that it was a little difficult to implement their policies. However, it could also be that these young talents were drunk and did not speak in detail. Two groups of ruffians had agreed to fight, each with 30 to 40 people. Perhaps this was their jianghu. They were roaming the jianghu and making a name for themselves. Chen Pingan squatted on a dilapidated low wall in the distance. He found that the jianghu veterans who were over 20 years old were slick with their moves. The youths who were under 20 were fearless and ruthless. After the fight, their faces were bruised and swollen with blood. They put their arms around their brothers' shoulders and began to look forward to the next jianghu feud. The leader of one of the groups was a little older, almost 30 years old. He shouted for them to go to the tavern to drink, and they went to the tavern in a grandiose manner. The beautiful woman who was selling wine was his wife. Seeing this group of familiar faces, she could only squeeze out a smile and take out wine and food to entertain her man's brothers. Looking at the man who was surrounded by people and talking loudly in the middle, the woman's brows showed some sorrow for not having a good life, but there was also some admiration in her eyes. She looked at her man. Her man's most capable and daring subordinate, a tall youth, was secretly looking at her. Chen Pingan sat at the furthest place from them. He ordered 2 pots of wine. He poured 1 pot into the blade-nourishing gourd and drank the other pot immediately. The young woman gritted her teeth and raised the price of 2 pots of wine by 30 copper coins. Fortunately, the man didn't seem to know the market price and didn't hesitate to pay. The woman felt a little guilty, so she gave him 2 more dishes that she made to accompany the wine. The man stood up and thanked her with a smile. The woman blushed and quickly turned around. She did not dare to look at the handsome and clean face again. On the other side of the crowded table, a man who was nearing his 30s said that one day, his brothers would have a real territory in the capital. At that time, everyone would drink wine and eat meat. When they saw the officials with swords at their waists, they would not have to be afraid. At that time they would definitely beg to be brothers with them. In the future they would ask that scholar Ma who looked down on them for a few spring festival couplets and a few fu characters. Let's see if he would still dare to look at them from the corner of his eyes, or if he would have the guts to say no. The man was tongue-tied and the people around him were excited. They cheered loudly and spat everywhere. Especially the hot-blooded youths. After drinking and spitting, they returned to the table. In their drunken eyes, they could vaguely see that they were all brothers. They only felt that life was so happy. Chen Pingan silently left the wine shop on the street. After walking far away, he could not help but look back. It was as if he saw himself, Lu Xianyang and the slug Gu Kan. The 3 of them were also sitting there. At that time, the dragon kiln apprentice, who was as dark as charcoal, would be distressed about the cost of the wine. Lu Xianyang must have started to worry after his heroic words and complained about why GQ did not like him. Gu Kan, who was very precocious since childhood, would probably gnash his teeth and learn from the people of Jianghu. He emphasized that if he wanted to take revenge, he should do it quickly and not care about anything else. Chen Pingan looked away and continued to walk. A sharp-eyed youth joked, "Just now that pretty boy stopped and looked at us for a long time. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to our sister-in-law?" The drunk man slammed the table and said, "If he has the guts, I will hack him to death. Believe it or not, even if I die tomorrow, your sister-in-law will be a widow for the rest of her life and will not marry anyone. She will not marry even the emperor. A delicate pretty boy is nothing. So what if he has a sword on his back?" As he spoke, his head hit the table heavily and he was completely drunk. The young woman lowered her head and wiped the table. She secretly pursed her lips and smiled for some reason. The tall youth who often glanced at the woman's graceful figure also lowered his head at this time. He was a little flustered and also a little resentful. The youth drank a mouthful of wine. It was tasteless. For some reason, a haggard woman caught a naughty child and spanked him. The child's mouth was dry and howling, but in fact he was winking at his friends not far away. The woman in shabby clothes hit him and then cried out. The child was stunned and then really cried. After a torrential downpour, the capital finally saw the warm sun again. A group of extravagantly dressed children rode their horses through the streets, raising their whips as they spurred their horses, splashing mud everywhere. There was an old woman's stall by the side of the road. She didn't have time to evacuate in time, so some of the crudely made knitted items were accidentally splashed by the mud. Her face immediately turned deathly pale. The last rider was a young woman with arrogant eyebrows. When she saw this scene, she didn't stop, but casually threw a money bag on top of the stall. However, because she wasn't familiar with horsemanship, she was too eager to throw the heavy money bag accurately. In a moment of carelessness, she tilted and fell off the horse. After a good round of rolling, she cried out in pain. Her originally elegant face and expensive clothes were no longer worth looking at. The woman staggered towards the horse that had stopped. With some difficulty, she climbed onto the horse's back and raised her whip to leave. Covered in mud, she raised her head high. From the corner of her eyes, she saw a swordsman wearing a snow-white robe standing on the side of the street looking at her. She could not help but turn her head. That person raised his arm at her and gave her a thumbs up. The woman rolled her eyes and did not take it to heart. Chin Pingan walked and stopped like this. He saw many scholars and the various attitudes of the common people. The ugliness of White River Temple lasted for less than 10 days before the curtains were drawn. The imperial court had already closed the coffin. There were not many monks left in White River Temple. Apart from the main culprits who were immediately executed, imprisoned, and expelled, the property of White River Temple was confiscated. As for who would accept this hot potato, some said that it was an eminent monk from one of the other 3 great temples in the capital, while others said that it was the abbot of a few famous temples in the region. Obviously, there were masters in the Nanyuan kingdom who were advising the emperor. The scandal of the White River Temple was cut in half at the waist and quickly stopped. This was because the attention of the imperial court had quickly shifted to another grand event. One of the 4 great grandmasters in the world, the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Eugenie, had successfully broken through after 10 years of seclusion. He held a Wulin assembly and gathered all the heroes to discuss the matter of encircling and annihilating the 3 sects of the devil cult. At that time, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhongqiu Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart sect, and Lu Feng, the mountain master of the Bird's Eye Peak, who was known to be able to nurture sword intent in the mountain mist and sea of clouds, would all appear. The 4 great grandmasters gathered at Mount Uniu, which was adjacent to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. This was a grand scene that had not been seen in Jianghu for 100 years. These 4 people were all the leaders of the martial arts world in their respective countries. They could set off stormy waves in Jianghu with a stomp of their feet. Especially between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhongqiu, and Eugenie of the Songsui kingdom, whose enmity had been entangled for 60 years. The 2 of them were born in the marketplace of the Songsui kingdom and had been neighbors since childhood. They were a pair of life and death brothers. By chance, they began to roam Jianghu together and each had their own adventures. They became the most eye-catching pair of martial arts geniuses in Jianghu at that time. In the end, for some unknown reason, they turned against each other and became enemies. After a life-and-death battle that was watched by only 4 or 5 people, both of them were seriously injured. Zhongqiu then came to the Nanyuan kingdom. At dusk, Qin Pingan returned to the house near the Zhuiyuan alley. Before that, there was still a group of people playing chess at the corner of the street. The grandfather and grandson were watching others play chess. Seeing Qin Pingan's figure, the child's face turned pale. He hurriedly got up and asked Qin Pingan to watch the game. Qin Pingan approached and watched for a while. Then the child said that he had something to do and went home first and ran away. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. He was not interested in watching the game. After standing for half an hour, he slowly walked back to the house. After opening the door and entering the house, the child stepped on a small stool in the opposite house and looked at Qin Pingan through the window. The child gently breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Pingan closed the door, took off the bundle and put it on the bed. Xiaoyan immediately jumped out from the ground, babbling and pointing as if she was very angry. Qin Pingan glanced at the stack of books on the table. There were some subtle wrinkles that were not easy to notice. Compared to when he left the house, there were obviously more wrinkles. He squatted down and opened his palm to let the little thing walk into his palm. Then he got up and sat by the table. Xiaoyan jumped onto the table. The little thing, who did not attract dust, gently jumped onto the mountain of books. She knelt on the title page of a sage's book and carefully smoothed the wrinkles with her little arms. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's okay. Books are for people to read. Didn't they already return it? Don't be angry." The little thing, who was working hard over there, turned her head and blinked her eyes. She was somewhat puzzled. Qin Pingan rubbed her little head, took out a bamboo slip and a carving knife, and gently placed them on the table. In the night, Qin Pingan quietly went to White River Temple. He had burned incense here before, so Qin Pingan was not unfamiliar with it. White River Temple had a large hall that was extremely strange. There were 3 Buddha statues enshrined. One had an angry look, one had a lowered eyebrow, and there was also a Buddha statue in the middle that was actually sitting upside down. For thousands of years, no matter how much incense was burned, the Buddha statue always had its back facing the door and the pilgrims. Recently, White River Temple had been somewhat desolate. During the day it was completely deserted, and at night, it was even more desolate. In addition to the frightening rumors that had been spreading, the usually solemn Bodhisattva and Heavenly King statues had become sinister and sinister. A few days ago, a group of thieves came to take advantage of the temple. In the end, they all ran out while howling in grief. They were all crazy and only calmed down when they were sent to prison. They only said that White River Temple was haunted and that they must not go there. Before Qin Pingan entered the side hall where the door was not closed, he deliberately lit a Yang-Qi lantern lighting talisman. There was nothing strange about it. Inside the temple, he quietly changed his position a few times. The talisman was always slowly burning at a uniform speed. Qin Pingan was just about to leave White River Temple. Just as he walked near the entrance of the hall, he suddenly leaped backwards. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and in the next moment, he was sitting on the beam of the hall. He lay down on his side and held his breath in concentration. 3 people swaggered in from outside the hall. They did not look like thieves at all. Instead, they looked like high officials and nobles enjoying the scenery under the moonlight. Qin Pingan frowned. He had actually seen 2 of them before. They were martial arts peers from a quiet house in Zhuiyuan Alley. The old man was tall and had a thin appearance. Although he was not a Taoist, he wore a simple silver lotus crown on his head. Compared to Qin Pingan's gaze on the street from afar, the old man did not deliberately conceal his aura tonight. When he crossed the threshold, it was like a towering mountain forcefully crashing into the main hall of White River Temple. The woman took off the veil hat that covered her face. Her appearance was moving. She took off the cloak that covered her body. The color was magnificent. The most extraordinary thing was that she wore a pair of wooden clogs. Her feet were as bare as snow. The handsome young man had an unfamiliar face. He was tall and slender. He wore a navy blue robe with large sleeves. A string of coral prayer beads was wrapped around his hand. As he walked, he gently twisted the beads. The woman's voice was clear. It was not the capital accent of the Nanyuan kingdom. She glanced at the young man charmingly and teased, "My flower hairpin boy, since you are a devout Buddhist, why don't you kneel down and kowtow? When the time comes, I will stand in front of the Buddha statue and take advantage of young Master Zhou. Won't I become famous overnight? I will have no regrets even if I die." The young man smiled but did not speak. He only raised his head to look at the 3 statues. The world was silent. In such a large hall, only the soft sound of the beads rolling could be heard. The old man smiled and said, "Yeah, don't joke about Zhou Shi. He has a good temper and won't lower himself to your level. Otherwise, if we shed all pretense of cordiality and fought, who will pay for Zhou Shi's coffin?" Yeah, who looked like a young girl but had the temperament of a woman, covered her mouth and laughed. She was so charming that the hall, which was originally gloomy and frightening, seemed to be overflowing with spring. The young man named Zhou Shi, nicknamed Flower Hairpin Boy, smiled helplessly. "Old sect Master Ding, please don't bully a junior like me. Yu Zhini of the Lake Mountain sect, Zhong Qiu of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Pavilion, and Lu Fang of the Bird's Eye Peak are all amazing immortals. Among them, Tong Qingqing is of the same generation as Master Grandfather. On the other hand, we are weak. Do we really want to play this game of pulling chestnuts out of the fire? Even if we get the golden-bodied Arhat and the scripture, can we leave the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom alive? The woman counted with her fingers and pointed out the names one by one, talking about the most secretive matters in Jianghu. Although Master Grandfather is the real number one in the world, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Eugenie has so many disciples and disciples. Zhong Qiu of the Nanyuan Kingdom is a local bully. Tong Qingqing, that old witch, likes to bewitch people. Last time when Flower Hairpin Boy came back injured, he said that he was beaten half to death by her, but in fact he was fascinated by the old witch's beauty and was playing the trick of injuring himself to gain our confidence. Especially that Lu Fang, the number of times he fought in the past few decades can be counted on one hand. Everyone in Jianghu says that he is a righteous master grandfather. From this we can see how talented he is. After so many years of practicing swordsmanship, maybe he has already surpassed Eugenie and Zhongqiu? The old man turned a deaf ear and kept silent. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the Buddha statue with its back to the world. The woman stomped her foot with some resentment. The wooden clogs stepped on the stone floor, making a crisp sound. Zhou Shi comforted the woman. These 4 people are not as united as a rock. When it comes to life and death, I'm afraid none of them will be willing to sacrifice themselves. The woman laughed. Are there any of us who are willing? Zhou Shi looked calm and continued. In fact, just my father, Arms St. Qing Yuanshan and Sharpener Lu Zong in terms of top fighting power, are not inferior to the 4 great grandmasters. This time we are working in secret, not 2 armies on the battlefield. We don't have to pay attention to the number of troops. You don't have to worry. In fact, the 4 great grandmasters were just the words of the righteous people in Jianghu. They purposely excluded the people of the devil cult and the underworld. They were just happy behind closed doors. What really convinced the public was the 10 great masters. It just so happened that the righteous and evil were equally divided. Of course, the 4 great grandmasters each occupied a place. The first person of the righteous path who changed from martial arts to immortal cultivation, Eugenie. He was ranked 2nd. The first person of external martial arts, Zhongqiu. He was ranked 6th. Rumor had it that Tong Qingqing, who was 90 years old but still looked youthful, was said to be the most beautiful woman after her. Even if all of her looks and charm were added together, they still couldn't compare to her. He was ranked 9th. The swordsman Lu Fang, who lived in seclusion at Bird's Eye Peak, was the youngest of the 4 great grandmasters. He was not even 50 years old. He was ranked 10th. But as time passed, almost everyone believed that Lu Fang, who was ranked last 20 years ago, was the most qualified person to challenge and defeat the first person. Some people even believed that Lu Fang had surpassed the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhongqiu, and was ranked in the top 5. And the armed St. Qing Yuanshan mentioned by Hairpin Boy Zhou Shi was extremely skilled in martial arts. When facing people and enemies, it was a matter of life and death. Therefore he was not recognized by the righteous sections. They felt that his martial arts were too lacking and did not deserve the title of Great Grandmaster. This person was ranked 8th. The blade grinder Lu Zong was a true top evil master. He loved to kill people and was notorious. He was ranked 7th. As for Zhou Shi's father, Zhou Fei, he was a devil that countless people of the righteous path dreamed of chopping into pieces. He was extremely skilled in martial arts, but his conduct was extremely bad. He created the Spring Tide Palace and collected beauties from all over the world. Except for a few sons, there were hundreds of people in the Spring Tide Palace. There was not a single man. Therefore, Zhou Fei called himself the Emperor of the Mountain, Immortal of the Land. But what made people helpless was Zhou Fei. He was ranked 4th and was recognized as the world's best in martial arts. When Lu Fang was young, he used his sword, Dragon Circling the Beam, and successfully pierced Zhou Fei's body 3 times. Zhou Fei was still safe and sound. The loss of combat power was almost negligible. Lu Fang then took the initiative to retreat. Lu Fangzhou, who had barged into the Spring Tide Palace alone with a sword, had paid a huge price for his impulsiveness. During the 3 years he had been away traveling, Zhou Fei had personally tortured the 600 people of his sect to death. Rumor had it that Lu Fangzhou's master's wife and a dozen or so senior and junior sisters were still serving as maids in the Spring Tide Palace. As for why Lu Zhou didn't challenge Zhou Fei again after hearing the bad news after returning from his trip, it became one of the biggest Jianghu secrets in the world. Together with how powerful the number 1 man in the world was, how beautiful Dong Qingqing of the Jing Xian Pavilion was, and how old Eugenie could live, they were known as the 4 great mysteries of the world. From the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom to the Yunyu Mountain outside the city, there were treacherous clouds everywhere. There was a middle-aged man who came from afar. After entering the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom with the smell of alcohol, he was like a fish in water. He drank all day in a wine shop on the street and became muddle-headed. In the end, he had no choice but to leave his sword at the wine shop. 5 taels of silver, and that was when the shopkeeper's wife saw that he was muscular and could steal a few times while he was asleep. Otherwise it would be 3 taels of silver at most. On the top of the Unia mountain, there was a person with a childlike figure and an innocent face. Every day he had nothing to do, so he carefully polished a jade bamboo folding fan. When the generals of the Nanyuan kingdom who were in charge of the 800 imperial guards at the foot of the mountain saw this person, they had to respectfully address him as Elder Yu. In the crown prince's residence, there was a stooped old man who had been the head chef for many years. He opened the lid of a large jar of pickled vegetables that had not yet arrived. The sour smell assailed his nostrils as he muttered, "Troubled times, troubled times." However, there was no doubt that the 3 people who entered the White River Temple tonight without burning incense were the most important. This had little to do with the woman and the hairpin boy, Zhou Shi, because the old man's surname was Ding. For 80 years, he had maintained his position as the most powerful person in the world. He killed people based on his personal preferences and moods. He killed famous Jianghu figures, emperors, generals, ministers, countless evil people of the Wulin world, and the elderly, women and children on the roadside. Later, he passed the position of cult leader to his only disciple who was killed by him and disappeared. However, after he left Jianghu for 20 years, he was still the most powerful person without any suspense. There was a laughable Jianghu rumor that the Reverence Tower, which specialized in collecting Jianghu secrets and evaluating the level of grandmasters, had 2 tower masters. Their best friends had once asked them out of curiosity why they did not remove the devil Ding whose fate was unknown. Both of them had said the same thing: "If he is not dead, I will be dead." At this moment in the main hall, the woman smiled and asked, "Your father only wants a beauty like Fairy Zhou, but on the surface, you put in the most effort. Don't you feel that you are losing out by mobilizing so many people?" Zhou Shi smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you know my father's temperament? To put it nicely, he loves beauties but not the country. To put it bluntly, he forgets his life when he sees beauties. If Zhong Qiu did not live next to the imperial palace of Nanyuan Kingdom, he would have entered the palace to snatch Empress Fan." The woman rubbed her cheeks and said with self-blame, "Zhou Shuzhen and Fan Guan, one is the most beautiful woman today, the other is 20 years ago, the most beautiful woman in the world. Your father's taste is really high." No wonder it was difficult to enter his eyes. Even when they met and drank tea together, he was polite and looked straight ahead. Zhou Shi smiled bitterly. The woman smiled and asked, "Why doesn't your father have any thoughts about Dong Qingqing?" Zhou Shi looked up at the majestic Buddha statue that was glaring at the world. His fingers kept twirling the beads and he said softly, "My father said that if a delicious food is hot to the mouth, it is worth it even if it burns the mouth. But if it is destined to burn the stomach, no matter how greedy you are, don't touch it." Hearing this, the old man who was standing with his hands behind his back twitched the corner of his mouth. He looked around and said softly, "Let's go. The golden body is no longer here." The beautiful woman and Zhou Shi had no objection and did not dare to have the slightest doubt. Although the woman kept calling him Master Grandpa, and sounded very cute and intimate, in fact she was frightened. She was afraid that if she was not careful, her head would be smashed by the old man. Zhou Shi was not much better. His father, Zhou Fei, was at most a dispensable protective talisman, far from enough to be a real life-saving talisman. The old man, whose every move seemed to be in harmony with heaven and earth, slightly paused when he stepped over the threshold. It was just such an inconspicuous small movement, but it made the woman and Zhou Shi's breath become chaotic, their chests stuffy, and sweat oozed out of their foreheads. They stopped and stood still. The old man slightly sped up, stepped over the threshold and walked down the steps. The 2 young martial arts geniuses who had won a great reputation in Jianghu felt their qi and blood rushing like marionettes. They could not help but walk quickly with the old man. The old man looked up at the moonlight and said with a smile, "This capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is much more interesting than the one 60 years ago." The 2 people behind him looked at each other and felt that there was a deep meaning in his words. The night was as cold as water. Chen Pingan changed from a lying position to a sitting position. First, he put his palms together and apologized to the 3 Buddha statues, asking them not to blame him for being disrespectful. The old man's surname Ding was very powerful. Chen Pingan suddenly lay back on his side. Soon 2 figures flashed like wisps of green smoke. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. The woman's appearance and bearing were even better than the woman in wooden clogs. The man was about 30 years old. He was handsome and elegant, wearing a quaint crown and a distinguished style. He had the noble air of an emperor. He said with a mellow capital accent, "Fairy Fan, as you said before, this old devil Ding's temperament is really strange. Just now he clearly saw us but he didn't make a move." The ethereal woman was like an orchid that grew in the wilderness. Her appearance was so outstanding that it was unreasonable. Ordinary beauties would feel ashamed of their inferiority at first sight of her. Ordinary men would not even have the heart to possess her. They had to know their own limits. After hearing the man's words, she said, "This old hierarch disdains to make a move against us." The man said with a smile, "Can't I block one move? That's not necessary. My master is one of the few people who are the closest to those 10 people. Now that I'm fighting with my master, I have a 20 to 30% chance of winning." The woman shook her head and said, "Your Highness is naturally very talented, but there is a world of difference between a life and death battle between Jianghu grandmasters and a martial arts competition. Your Highness, don't underestimate this Jianghu. Even if you are facing a second-rate master, you can't take it lightly until the last moment." The man was sincerely happy that this fairy was worried about him. However, being born in an imperial family, he had long since developed the habit of not showing his emotions. He nodded lightly and said with a smile, "I'll remember. In the future, before I fight with others, I'll take out Fairy's words and think carefully before making a move." The woman surnamed Fan smiled and did not say a word. She had already walked the Jianghu alone for 6 years. She did not care about the man's reserved and frivolous thoughts. Of course she would not be moved. She suddenly sneered and said, "Come out." The man's expression changed slightly and his heart trembled. To be able to hide until now without being discovered, this person was at least as strong as the two of them. He and the woman looked around the hall. After a while, Fairy Fan let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I've made a fool of myself in front of your Highness. In the Jianghu, it's better to be safe than sorry." The man felt relieved and could not help but smile. He turned slightly and imitated the Jianghu man, cupping his hands and saying, "Fairy's teachings this one has learned." The woman also smiled. The two of them then searched around the 3 Buddha statues but did not find any hidden mechanisms. Their efforts were in vain, so they could only leave White River Temple like the previous 3. On one of the beams, ripples were rippling, gradually revealing a snow-white color. It turned out that the golden necklace robe had become much bigger, allowing Qin Pingan to shrink into it. It could be considered an unorthodox camouflage that Qin Pingan had figured out himself. It was quite useful against the people of Jianghu, but it did not have the air of an expert or the demeanor of an immortal. Qin Pingan sat on the beam and was about to take off the blade-strengthening gourd and drink a mouthful of wine when he suddenly remembered that this was a temple hall. He retracted his hand and floated to the ground, about to leave White River Temple. Just as he arrived at the threshold of the hall, he saw the beautiful woman surnamed Fan coldly looking at him. Qin Pingan stopped. The woman did not speak or attack. She just stared at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan was somewhat depressed. "Miss, what are you looking at? I already have a girl I like. She's prettier than you." In any case, that was what Qin Pingan thought. However, Qin Pingan grinned. Actually, the woman in front of him was quite pretty. "But, miss, being pretty is your business. It is not a reason for you to stare at me like an idiot, right?" Qin Pingan was not willing to waste time with her. He was afraid that it would not be easy to escape by leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. So he simply used a mind talisman and left White River Temple. The woman's mouth was slightly agape, her face full of shock. Could it be that he was a reclusive Jianghu senior? Not long after Qin Pingan left White River Temple, his gaze was attracted by a bustling street filled with colorful lights. The fragrance was rich, so he ran to a stall and ate a bowl of something that was numb, spicy and scalding. In the end, Qin Pingan found that there was a beautiful woman standing beside him. 308. It was still the woman surnamed Fan. At first glance, she was dressed simply and elegantly, but if one looked closely, they would find that her clothes were embroidered with the pattern of water clouds. Under the moonlight in the sky and the lights in the market, it was faintly discernible. It was dazzling, noble and graceful. However, at this moment she should be wearing a mask. She only had 50 to 60% of her previous appearance, so it was unlikely that she would cause a sensation in the market. She was still staring at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan put down his bowl and chopsticks and had to ask, "Do you have something to tell me?" She suddenly reached out and rubbed her forehead. She looked around and frowned. There was a diner at the next table arguing with someone else. He slammed the table and glared at the other person aggressively. He pointed at the other person's nose and scolded something like, "Your family is a brothel, little whore, and you don't do things more than 3 times. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will directly open a brothel in your family." The two sides argued with a strong accent of the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, which was unpleasant and messy. The woman gently rubbed her temple with one finger and returned to normal. Using the voice transmission of Jianghu martial artists, her eyes were full of curiosity and longing. She asked, "Young master, are you a banished immortal?" Qin Pingan couldn't help laughing and shook his head. "I'm just a foreigner who came to Nanyuan Kingdom to travel. I'm not a banished immortal as you said." The woman was a little regretful and apologized. "Young master, please forgive me for disturbing you." Qin Pingan waved his hand. "It doesn't matter." She hesitated for a moment and reminded him, "Recently the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is not very peaceful. Young master is a dragon among men and is easy to be targeted. I hope young master will be more careful." Qin Pingan cupped his fists. "Thank you, Miss Fan." Fan Wanner was not a sloppy person. She left the bustling night market just like that. Some gangsters wanted to take the opportunity to take advantage of her, but every time they made a move she just dodged, like a fish swimming among the water plants and stones. Qin Pingan had some doubts. According to the bamboo house old man, whether a martial artist was talented or not depended on whether he could cultivate the most brilliant fist intent from the inferior boxing style. This was one of the reasons why he had chosen Qin Pingan. However, old man Shui wanted to save face no matter what and was unwilling to admit that the mountain-quaking fist actually had many redeeming qualities. Qin Pingan was simply unwilling to expose him. According to the conversation between old man Ding Crow and Zhou Shi, this strange woman in front of him, who he had never met before, was most likely the famous Fan Wana. In his hometown, the Aquarius continent, she was the Divine Grandeur sect's female crown, He Xiaoyang. Fan Wana clearly had the intention of approaching the Tao. But why was it that her martial arts cultivation seemed to have been pressed down by a 10,000-kilogram boulder, unable to advance for a long time? One's aura could be hidden, and one could return to one's natural state. But after a long time, one's inner spirit would not be able to deceive others. Every slow and rapid breath, every movement of a person's would often reveal the secrets of heaven. Old man Ding, who wore a silver lotus crown, seemed to have casually stepped into the main hall of White River Temple. But Qin Pingan immediately sensed a strange phenomenon. Qin Pingan had come from Pearl Paradise, so he had seen many peak-level characters. For someone to make Qin Pingan feel that they were quite strong, they were naturally not simple. The person who fed the fist in Luopa Mountain's bamboo house was once a peak 10th-level martial artist. The person who fed the sword on Osmanthus Island was an old golden core. After Fan Wanner's figure disappeared, Qin Pingan thought for a while and also left this bustling city. The capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom was divided into 81 squares of various sizes. The general layout was similar to many of the vassal states that Qin Pingan had passed through. The city was known as the most virtuous in the world. The north was noble, the south was poor, the east was martial, and the west was cultured. White River Temple was located in the western part of the city, and it was mostly the residences of middle-level civil officials and wealthy merchants. At this time, Qin Pingan was walking on a stone arch bridge. In the dead of night, Qin Pingan lightly jumped onto the railing and walked to the top of the blue stone bridge. Qin Pingan looked down at the small river below him. As it flowed, there was a water-suppressing beast standing at the bottom. It was shaped like a flood dragon and was not rare. In many of the bustling cities of the Aquarius continent, there would be this type of water-suppressing beast that was used to suppress the monsters in the water. However, Qin Pingan could not detect that this ancient water-suppressing beast had a trace of spiritual energy, as if it was just a decoration. While Qin Pingan was staring at the river in a daze, Fan Wanner, the fairy from the Mirror Heart Pavilion, met the crown prince, Wei Yin, who should have returned to the palace of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Although this person was of noble descent, he was a young master who had hidden his strength. His teacher of martial arts was a grandmaster of the older generation who had been exiled to the Nanyuan Kingdom from the north. As Wei Yin had said, he was one of the few people in the world who was closest to the top 10 masters. The teacher of the crown prince, Wei Yin, had an irreconcilable enmity with the Chuehua sect, one of the 3 sects of the demonic sect. Therefore, this respected crown prince was also recognized by the Lake Mountain sect and the Mirror Heart Pavilion as a righteous person. He also had the hope of becoming the next leader of the Jianghu. The Mirror Heart Pavilion even intended to support him as the next emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom. And that Ye from the demonic sect secretly supported Wei Yan's younger brother, Wei Chong. Both sides deceived each other and framed each other. They had been fighting for the favor of the old emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom for 5 or 6 years. Fan Wanner and Wei Yan were scattered in the quiet night. Wei Yan whispered, "Fairy Fan, you don't have to hide from me if you want to see that person. He can hide in the main hall of the White River Temple without us noticing from the beginning to the end. He is definitely not an ordinary Jianghu man. If he is from the demonic sect and something happens to you, what will you do?" Fan Wanner didn't want Wei Yan, the future emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, to have a grudge. She smiled and said, "Your Highness, among you one are the demonic sect's Qin Ye, whose real name is unknown, the Springtide Palace's hairpin boy Zhou Shi, and the other 6 young masters around the same age. Who do you think has the highest martial arts among the 10 of us?" Wei Yan already knew this in his heart. In addition to having a good master, he was also the crown prince of a kingdom. He had spies and informants all over the world. Even if he hadn't been to Jianghu, he had long been familiar with the secrets of Jianghu. Wei Yan didn't need to think and said, "It's hard to say who will be the champion, but the top 3 have long been determined. In a battle of life and death, once you meet on a narrow path, who lives and who dies will depend on who is better at fighting for the general trend of the unseen world." Speaking of this, Wei Yan glanced behind the woman. Fan Wanner didn't bring any weapons with her tonight. He smiled and said, "Fairy Fan is proficient in the Mirror Heart Pavilion, the Lake Mountain Sect and the long-lost White Ape Backsword technique. The 3 sages' teachings are inclusive, so of course you can be ranked in the top 3. My master sincerely praised you, saying that with or without a sword behind your back, you are too Fan Wanner." Fan Wanner smiled and said, "Your Highness is too kind." Wei Yan put one hand behind his back and gently tapped the jade belt on his waist with one finger. The Devil Sect's Ye, when she first entered the capital, was proud and arrogant. She dared to run to the imperial tutor's side and even suffered a punch from the imperial tutor. She was injured and didn't die. Everyone thought she was lucky, but my father told me that the imperial tutor once said that the little girl was very talented in martial arts. She could be said to be the Lu Feng of women. The last person should be that Feng Qingbai of unknown origin. In the past 10 years or so he appeared out of nowhere. No clues about his background or his sect could be found. He likes to travel around and constantly challenges masters from all walks of life. We only know that this person has made rapid progress. Looking at his selection of opponents, you will find that he has grown from a layman with a little knowledge of martial arts to a first-rate master in the world in just 10 years. After saying this, Wei Yan turned his head and asked, "Fairy Fan, among the remaining 7 people, is there anyone who hides even deeper?" Fan Wanner put her hands behind her back and walked on a quiet and deserted small bridge. She approached the railing and patted the head of the small stone lion carved on it time and time again. She shook her head and said, "Even if there is, at least I and the Mirror Heart Pavilion don't know." Wei Yan smiled warmly. He never thought that Fairy Fan could be so playful. For a moment he looked at that pair of watery eyes and was a little dazed. A man's inferior vision only looked at a woman's face. A medium vision looked at a woman's figure. A superior vision looked at a woman's spirit. What's more, Fan Wanner had all 3 and was the world's #1 romantic. How could she not make the arrogant crown prince of Nanyuan Kingdom, His Royal Highness, not be moved? A fair and virtuous woman was a good match for a gentleman. Wei Yan's admiration for her, whether it was words or sight, was not impudent. Although he was impudent, he never deliberately hid it so well that not even a drop of water could leak out. Wei Yan stopped and quickened his pace to walk side by side with her. He wanted to reach out and hold her slender hand, but unfortunately he didn't have the courage. Fan Wanner stopped and turned sideways. She raised her eyes and looked into the distance with a worried expression. She slowly said, "The reason why we are talking about this is because I want to talk about a strange thing that I still don't understand." Wei Yan curiously said, "Tell me about it." Fan Wanner rubbed her eyebrows. Wei Yan worriedly said, "What's wrong? Did that white-robed swordsman use some sinister method?" She smiled and shook her head. "Your Highness, have you heard about the banished immortal from your master?" Wei Yan smiled and said, "My master is a boorish man in the Jianghu. Let's not talk about this. He dislikes literati and poets the most. He always said that they are a bunch of ballless women. When I was young I learned martial arts from my master. As long as I spoke a little bit in a literary manner, I would be beaten. So I can only appreciate the grace of the banished immortal from poems. Since Wei Yin didn't have any clues, Fan One didn't want to talk about it anymore. She changed the topic. Her eyes were deep and she murmured, "Your Highness, have you ever felt that when we experience something, walk through a place or meet a person, we always feel that something is familiar?" Wei Yin nodded, "Yes, of course." The Crown Prince found it interesting and asked with a smile, "Does Fairy Fan also believe in the Buddhist reincarnation?" Fan One shook her head. On the Jinyo mountain outside the capital, there were 7 or 8 people standing tonight. Among them was the childlike Eugenie of the Lake Mountain sect. He looked solemn as he gazed at the silhouette of the capital in the night. The sloppy man who reeked of alcohol even pawned his sword to the wine shop woman. His name was Lu Fong. The imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu, was a thin man who didn't smile much. He had an elegant temperament. It was hard to imagine that he was the world's number one. There was only one person left. Eugenie's voice was as tender and clear as his appearance. He said slowly, "Apart from old demon Ding Zhou Fei of the Springtide Temple, Wanderer Feng Feng, and Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Temple, we have to kill one more person." Lu Feng said self-mockingly, "It can't be me, right?" Zhong Qiu glanced at him coldly. Lu Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, "Can't I even joke?" Apart from the 3 of the 4 grandmasters, there were also some people who shouldn't be here. But without exception, they were either one of the top 10 masters on the list or a grandmaster of martial arts like Wei Yan's master. Tonight on the Jinyo Mountain and in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there would be no talk of good or evil. Eugenie stared at a certain place in the capital and said softly, "Lu Feng, you and your friend first take care of the biggest accident. As for whether you kill him together or alone, I don't care. But you can only succeed, not fail. In 3 days bring me the man's head. As usual, the killer gets all his belongings." Lu Feng touched the back of his head and sighed. In the distance, someone laughed sinisterly, eager to try. Qin Pingan didn't return to the house. Like a lonely ghost, he toured the capital at night. During this time, he snuck into the library of a scholarly family and casually flipped through the books. Before dawn, he quietly left and listened to the lectures of the teachers at the Imperial College. It wasn't until noon, when the sun was high in the sky, that he returned to the Zhuiyuan Alley. He deliberately avoided the house related to the old man surnamed Ding and the flower hairpin man Zhou Shi. There were a few narrow bookstores in the Zhuiyuan Alley. In addition to selling books, they also sold some of the 4 treasures of the study that couldn't be said to be on the desk. They were crude and simple. Fortunately, the prices were not high. After all, the buyers here were poor scholars who came to the capital to take the exam. Qin Pingan bought a few scattered landscape travel books in a shop. He definitely wouldn't read them in the near future. He just wanted to let the Luapa Mountain have more books. By the time Qin Pingan returned to the alley of his residence, the delicate and pretty little fellow had just come back from class. The two walked together in the alley. The child seemed to have something that was hard to say. After holding it in for a long time, he didn't have the nerve to say it. Qin Pingan pretended not to see and returned to the house. Dinner was at the same table as the child's family. According to the agreement when they rented the house, this family would add a pair of bowl and chopsticks for Qin Pingan and receive an extra 30 copper coins a day. The old woman vowed that there would be fish in the meal. In reality, Qin Pingan often went out. He either left early and returned late, missing the dinner time, or he simply disappeared for a period of time. The old woman was very happy. There wasn't much oil on the table today. The old woman smiled apologetically and said, "Why didn't young Master Qin tell us earlier today so that we could have prepared the ingredients?" Qin Pingan smiled and said that it was fine as long as they could eat their fill. The old woman then asked what Ming'er said. When she heard that Qin Pingan would go out tomorrow, the old woman sighed and complained that young Master Chen was too busy. It was so difficult to eat a simple meal. In fact, her daughter-in-law's cooking was not bad. She didn't dare to say it was good, but it was definitely good. The woman who had been eating with her head down and didn't even dare to eat more food raised her head slightly and smiled. It was unprecedented for her mother-in-law to praise her. After Qin Pingan finished eating, he moved a small stool and went to the street corner where the child's grandfather often played chess with others. It was rare to see a large bluestone paved street. The people who had lived here for generations would watch people come and go. They would chat with their neighbors and relieve boredom. If they saw a rich family's son galloping by on horseback, or a famous brothel girl walking by, it would brighten up the entire street. Qin Pingan sat not far from the chess stall, surrounded by a large group of people. Suddenly, he found that the child had also moved a stool and sat beside him. He had already taken off the sword chi and placed it in the house. It was unreasonable for him to carry a sword on his back. He brought the sword strengthening gourd with him, but left the more obedient flying sword 15 in the courtyard to prevent it from being stolen. Now that the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom was not peaceful, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Presumably they would soon rise. Sensing the child's awkwardness, Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Something on your mind?" The child who went to school and knew some rough etiquette lowered his head. "I'm sorry, young Master Qin." Qin Pingan asked softly, "What do you mean?" The child sat on the low stool, clenched his fists and put them on his knees. He didn't dare to look at Qin Pingan. "My mother often went to look for young Master Chen's things when you weren't at home." Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment. He had thought that it was the mean old woman who often went to his room to visit and rummage through his things. He had never thought that it was the mother of the seemingly honest child. The child's mood became heavier. "Later, when young Master Chen was away for a long time, my mother stole the books that young Master Chen put on the table and gave them to me. I couldn't help it and peeped. I know it's not good." Qin Pingan wanted to play it down and say, "It's okay," but he quickly swallowed his words and changed his words, "It's not good." Previously, when he was wandering around the capital, he saw a wealthy and imposing mother at a noisy temple fair. Behind them was a group of retainers with bright eyes. The child was 5 or 6 years old. When he saw a beautiful older sister picking things from a stall, he ran over and pulled the young girl's sleeve. The child naturally didn't have any evil intentions. He just wanted to attract the adult's attention. The young girl ignored him at first, but the child came from a noble family. When he saw that the older sister ignored him, he became annoyed and the strength of his hands increased. The young girl was annoyed by the pestering, but she was educated and reasonable. She didn't argue with the child who didn't know any better. She raised her head and looked at the child's mother who was standing not far away. The mother called the child back and stopped him from continuing his nonsense. At that time, if this scene stopped here, Qin Pingan would have let it go. However, the woman with the noble temperament said something that Qin Pingan couldn't let go of. He couldn't figure out the crux of the problem. It must be the words that the woman, who came from a wealthy family, taught her child. "Look, even your older sister is angry. Don't be naughty anymore." At first glance there was no problem. The woman's expression had always been graceful. The gaze she looked at her son was kind and doting. Her attitude toward the young girl was not bad at all. It wasn't until now that Qin Pingan casually chatted with the child that he understood the reason. It was similar but different from the tragic disaster related to the burning of Senior Song Yu in the Combe country. It was wrong for the woman to teach her child like this. Could it be that the child could act like this if the young girl at the stall wasn't angry? Compared to the tragedy of Song Yu burning his senior in the pugilistic world, it seemed that he could not talk too much about such a trivial matter in the marketplace. If he really talked about it endlessly, he would definitely be suspected of being unreasonable. Perhaps the woman would think that he was being unreasonable and pushing his luck. Did he really think that the family name was easy to bully? Even the young girl might not appreciate it. Qin Pingan took out the bamboo scroll and looked at the left and right ends. His gaze kept moving to the middle. There were already many marks on it. Qin Pingan's left and right index fingers pressed against the two ends of the bamboo slips, which were like rulers. He turned his head and smiled at the uneasy child. "Your mother's actions are definitely wrong. It's still not right for you to admit your mistakes and not correct them. However, after knowing this, you have to understand that there are big and small things in this world. In life, other than right and wrong, there are also human relationships. For example, why did your mother do what she did? Wasn't it because she wanted you to study more and become a scholar, a high official, or even become a grand scholar? Your mother is such a person who can endure hardships. Could it be that she did it to bring glory to her ancestors? So that she could dress well and eat well? I don't think so. She just wanted you to live a good life in the future, right? If you understand why your mother did such a wrong thing, then you don't have to think too much about it. Her wrong and her good to you, you already know it in your heart. Next it's your turn. You've read books and learned the sage's principles in the books, so you know how to behave. Then, if time flowed backwards and you were given another chance, what would you do?" The child had been listening attentively. Because Qin Pingan's reasoning was simple and he was an intelligent child, he understood. After thinking carefully, he said, "I should quietly put the books that my mother stole back in young Master Chen's room and then openly borrow the books from you. Is that right?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I only dare to say that on my side it's already right. If it was someone else you might have to think more. The child jumped up and said, "Young Master Chin, then you won't blame my mother, right?" Chin Pingan rubbed the child's head. "Some mistakes can be made up for. You did that." The child nodded vigorously. "That's why teacher told us that knowing one's mistakes is the most important thing." Chin Pingan, who didn't say more than a few words when fighting to the death, actually said so much to a child today. Even he was surprised. However, his state of mind calmed down a bit. He felt that even if he immediately went to practice his stance walking and swordsmanship, there wouldn't be a problem. Chin Pingan put the bamboo scroll back into his sleeve and simply said a few more words. "You must eat every day in order to live." Under the premise that you don't have to worry about food and clothing, reading books and reasoning is not necessarily to become a sage, but to live a better life. Of course, it's not necessarily better, but the classical teachings of the scholarly sages and the priceless advice of generations of sages, at the very least, give us the most right possibility. It tells us that we can live like this and live with a clear conscience. The child said in a daze, "Young Master Chin, I don't really understand all this." Chin Pingan smiled. "There are many things that I haven't thought through thoroughly. It's like building a house with only a few pillars. It's still far from being able to shelter you from the wind and rain. So you don't have to take it seriously. It's fine if you don't understand. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask the teacher." The child smiled and stood up, carrying a small stool. After bowing to Chin Pingan, he said that he wanted to go home and copy books. The teacher was very strict. If he slacked off, he would be punished. Chin Pingan smiled and waved his hand. "Go." Chin Pingan didn't turn around and said, "Throw away the stone in your hand." A young voice sounded behind him. Then there was the sound of a stone falling to the ground. It seemed that the stone wasn't small. A skinny little girl clapped her hands, swaggered to Chin Pingan's side and squatted down. She turned her head and asked, "Can you lend me the stool?" Chin Pingan turned a deaf ear to her. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and started drinking. The little girl asked again, "You're so rich. Can you give me some? Didn't you just say that I have to eat every day to not starve to death?" Chin Pingan didn't look at her and asked, "How did you find me here?" The conversation between the two of them was completely irrelevant. The little girl pitifully said, "I know you don't lack money. You don't feel bad giving me a few taels of silver, but I can buy a lot of biscuits and meat buns. In winter, many old beggars freeze to death in the capital every year. If I want to take off their tattered clothes, it will take a lot of effort. Look, the clothes I'm wearing now, it's how I got them. If I had money, I would definitely be able to survive." Chin Pingan still didn't look at her. "The clothes you're wearing now must be good. But what about the clothes you wore last time? That little girl secretly took it out and gave it to you, right? Why didn't you wear it today just to see me?" The little girl looked innocent and didn't understand Chin Pingan's meaning at all. She smiled sweetly and said, "In summer, it's cooler to wear tattered clothes. I usually can't bear to wear the clothes she gave me. In winter I'll take it out and wear it. It's especially warm." Chin Pingan suddenly stood up and looked left and right at the end of the street. His words were directed at the squatting little girl. "Go and stand close to the wall. No matter what happens next, don't make a sound." The little girl was a quick-witted person. She secretly observed Chin Pingan at all times. So, she glanced at Chin Pingan's line of sight. Then she muttered and complained. She got up and was about to run to the wall to take refuge. Suddenly she heard that person say, "Bring the stool." She was unhappy. "Why should I help you? Are you my long-lost wild father?" Chin Pingan straightforwardly said, 10 copper coins. "Okay, father." The little girl's dark face immediately smiled like a flower. She picked up the stool and ran. 309. At the two ends of the long bluestone paved street, there were two people facing each other. Chin Pingan and the chess stall were in the middle. On Chin Pingan's left was a woman with a white veil over her face. She was dressed in bluestone, wrapped in red brocade and tied with a jade belt. She held a pipa in her arms. Her body was enchanting, swaying gracefully. On the right was a man who was 8 feet tall. He was barehanded and his upper body was bare. His muscles were taut, but he wore a pair of pink trousers. This pair of man and woman did not look like common people who would be accompanied by the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs. The man was murderous and didn't hide his fighting spirit at all. He stared at the guy holding the red wine jug. He was slightly taller than the average strong young man from the southern garden country. Although he had a delicate face, he couldn't be considered a young man. The man laughed loudly and said, Foreigner, my name is Ma Xian. I come from beyond the Great Wall. A busybody gave me the nickname, Pink Vajra. Yesterday someone spent 1,000 taels of gold to buy your head. He also said that your martial arts are unfathomable. Although you look young, you are very likely to be an old monster like you, Jinny. So I called my lover to come with me. Today, do you want to commit suicide and leave your body intact, or do you want to be smashed into pieces by my fists? The man's voice was loud and his words were earth-shattering. The people at the chess stall were in an uproar. They did not care about the chess boxes and benches and fled in all directions. They were going to kill someone in the middle of the street. How would they dare to join in the fun? According to the old generation of Zhuiyuan Alley, in the history of the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, there had been several fights between Jianghu experts. The fights had been earth-shattering and several large squares had been reduced to ruins. After the fight, there were at least several hundred families who wore mourning clothes. Through the thin veil, the woman looked at the people who were fleeing. The corners of her mouth curled up. Her right hand was about to pick the string and cut off the head with music. But the woman suddenly stopped and smiled sweetly. Since this young master doesn't like to liven things up, I won't do anything unnecessary. It turned out that the white-robed foreigner had his eyes on her. She felt that if she dared to touch the strings, he would leave the pink diamond behind and target her first. She was here to help her old sweetheart earn 1,000 taels of gold, not to be the main force of a thankless fight. The reason why she was willing to accept this deal was that she and the pink diamond Ma Xian were rare partners in Jianghu. One of them would fight hand-to-hand while the other would distract and harass from afar. It was flawless. As long as it was a Jianghu grandmaster other than the 10 people, the two of them could cooperate. Even if they could not defeat the opponent, they could still escape. Qin Pingan felt a little baffled. Why was he looking for him? First, it was that fairy Fanwunner, the so-called banished immortal. Now, someone offered a price of 1,000 taels of gold. Therefore, in broad daylight, two people with bloody and murderous auras jumped out. If it wasn't for him stopping them, perhaps those fleeing commoners would have already died. Compared to the intimidating tall and sturdy man Ma Xian, Qin Pingan's attention was more on the lady. The beautiful pipa made from a whole piece of red sandalwood fell into Qin Pingan's eyes. There was a mystery to it. Near the strings of the pipa, there were strands of bloody aura and thick ink-like death aura, intertwined and flowed out in all directions. Just that the pipa did not produce any resentful spirits or malicious spirits. Qin Pingan felt that it was strange. According to his experience in Aquarius continent and Tongyi continent, there were so many spirits that died under the pipa. The resentment would condense, and there should be some strange spirit that would appear, just like an eagle castle. The skinny little girl sat on the stool by the wall and muttered, "No one can see me, can't see me." As to why she did not follow the commoners and escape into the distant streets, it was not that she did not hesitate. But she felt that if she stayed here, she would be more at ease. Qin Pingan asked, "If I offer 2,000 taels of gold, can you tell me who is the mastermind behind this?" The lady lowered her head and covered her mouth, smiling coquettishly. Because she was hugging the pipa, after doing this her chest was squeezed. Ma Xian glanced at her, his eyes burning with passion, and scolded with a smile, "Slut, after not seeing each other for a few years, after seeing such a handsome man, you still can't walk. After this transaction, let's find a place to fight, can't it be cheaper? One time for 100 taels of gold, who in the world can afford it?" Qin Pingan sighed, "Can't we talk?" The man strode forward and laughed, "Chop off your head and we will talk again. What should and should not be said I will tell you, how about it?" The lady hugging the pipa walked forward slowly, and when she was about 100 steps away from Qin Pingan, she stopped. She gently shook her wrist and was ready to strike. Ma Xian suddenly stomped on the ground, and the bluestone ground under his feet shattered. His burly figure instantly arrived less than 10 feet away from Qin Pingan. His pink trousers clung to his thighs, and because he was too fast, there was a flapping sound. It was only 10 feet away, but the guy who seemed to be scared silly still did not move. Ma Xian sneered, "You dare to provoke my lover, you deserve to die." He no longer held back his strength, and his fist suddenly accelerated, smashing towards Qin Pingan's head. Qin Pingan's mind raced and he did not delay in dodging the fist. His body floated backwards and his feet were rooted to the ground. The pure martial artist here seemed to be a little bold. Facing the enemy, and he still had the mood to chat? Wasn't he afraid that when he used up his breath, the opponent would take advantage of the gap between the old and the new? His fist missed, and Ma Xian knew that it was not good, so he immediately dispersed his qi. Although he was a grandmaster of external martial arts, he was still careful. and he was still afraid that his body might not be able to withstand the attack. He had no choice but to give up attacking and turn to defense. After the qi flowed through the acupoints of his body, his skin glowed as if it was covered with a layer of golden paint. Chen Pingan kicked upwards and kicked Ma Xian's abdomen. Ma Xian's whole body was kicked up into the sky. With a twist, Chen Pingan suddenly stood up straight, and his feet moved lightly, swaying left and right, and just happened to dodge the 4 strings that condensed into lines. The lady twisted, rolled, and plucked, and the 5 fingers of her right hand were dazzling. The people was silent, but a trace of sparkling light suddenly appeared in front of her, and in a flash, it disappeared. Chen Pingan floated back and forth on the street. Every time he would be able to dodge the cold threads that burst forth from the zither strings. Those threads that were like sharp blades crisscrossed in the air in a disorderly manner. They were like dozens of arrows that were shot out in rapid succession from a strong bow, enveloping all directions. Ma Xian used a 1,000-pound drop to the ground, and his hands formed the shape of a hammer, fiercely pressing down on the street. Obviously, the lady was also paying attention to Ma Xian's movements, and when Ma Xian landed, the threads that surged out from the pipa slowed down, so as not to delay Ma Xian's attack momentum. Chen Pingan disappeared into thin air, and the burly man was stunned for a moment. It was too late to withdraw his fist, and he heavily smashed on the street. Ma Xian, with his long arms like an ape, bent his knees and smashed the ground in a half-squatting position. His fist touched the ground, and the bluestone slabs were constantly shattered and splashed. Chen Pingan appeared beside Ma Xian, and pressed down on Ma Xian's shoulder with one hand. He slightly increased the force and Ma Xian suddenly sank down, and his knees sank into the bluestone slabs. Ma Xian roared angrily and wanted to push away the heavy hand, but the man pressed down again and he sat on the ground. The layer of gold on his skin, which meant that his external skills had almost reached the peak of Jianghu, actually began to dissipate on its own. The qi in his body began to flow uncontrollably, and Ma Xian was so frightened that his liver and guts were about to burst, and his soul was about to scatter. After the exchange of pointers, Chen Pingan finally discovered the truth. The pure qi in the body of this martial artist who walked the path of external martial arts was too scattered. The aura and fist intent that leaked out of his body were all real, and he was in the realm of qi refining. But it was like a house. If the wood of the pillars was not good enough, it would not have a problem in a normal sunny day, but once it encountered a real storm, it would not be able to support it and it would collapse easily. In one breath, it was messy, and it sought more but not refinement. It was not pure at all, but more like a martial artist who walked the path of a qi trainer. The woman holding the pipa simply stopped the movement of her fingers, and there was a resentful sigh behind the veil. There was a big gap in strength between the two sides. This time she and Ma Xian had hit an iron plate. The seemingly young white-robed man in front of them was very likely to be a hidden great guru who was infinitely close to the 10 people in the world. A member of the devil cult? Another god's favored son after old Demon Ding appeared out of nowhere? To unify Jianghu? Or a direct disciple carefully trained by the old immortal Yuzhini? Was it a trump card to deal with old Demon Ding's reappearance in Jianghu? The situation was a mess. So was the woman with the pipa. She and Ma Xian should not have gotten involved. Someone on the wall gently clapped his hands. Amazing, amazing. No wonder he was temporarily put on the list. He is indeed worthy of our attention. The woman looked up and suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. A man with a stiff smile was squatting on the wall. His face had not changed for thousands of years, as if he was wearing a shoddy mask that would take root and sprout once it was put on, and could not be taken off in this lifetime. Smiling face Qian Tang. Apart from the 10 people, this person was the most difficult guru to deal with in the world. He was also the most eccentric of the heterodox doctrines. He did not kill the innocent, but when he met masters of the same level, he would definitely pester them. Although the 8-armed god Shui Yuan, who was one of the 10 people in the older generation, had fallen out of the 10 people because of his age and the peak of his fist technique had passed, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. One of the 3 sects of the devil cult was almost killed by his 8-armed magical skill. However, when faced with Smiling Face, he was pestered by Qian Tang for a whole year and almost lost his mind. Squatting on the wall, Smiling Face grabbed a piece of soil with one hand and threw it lightly. He laughed and said, "If you deliberately hide your strength, you will die. Not at his hands but at mine. Right, Ma Xian? And that big-breasted woman over there. Right, what's your name again?" Ma Xian, who had been pressed down by Chen Pingan's palm on his shoulder several times, suddenly exploded with vigorous stellar energy. His aura was countless times stronger than before. The woman holding the pipa also put on a pair of fake fingernails that glowed with a dim light. She no longer had the slightest suspicion of showing off her skills as she began to pluck the strings of the pipa. Ma Xian fiercely threw a backhand punch. Qin Pingan stretched out a palm in front of him to block the punch. Borrowing the momentum, his body slid backwards, his feet lightly sliding across the surface of a mirror like two chess pieces. Between Ma Xian and Qin Pingan, two green threads as thick as thumbs crisscrossed, causing two cracks to appear on the wall on both sides. If Qin Pingan had retreated a little later, he would have had to face this sneak attack head-on. Ma Xian turned around and glanced up at the smiling guy on the wall. He snorted coldly and stared at Qin Pingan, who was safe and sound. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Previously, he had been kicked into the sky by Qin Pingan, so his internal organs had actually been injured. The brawny man reminded the woman behind him, "Coquettish woman, if you don't show some real skills, it'll be very difficult for us to fool him today." The woman said fiercely, "It's all your fault. How can it be so difficult to earn money in the world?" Ma Xian grinned and said, "How could I have known that the gold would be so hot? We agreed to deal with old Demon Ding. I thought this guy was just a small fish and shrimp." Qin Pingan's attention was more focused on the smiling face on the wall. He was testing them or trying to see through the depths of this Jianghu. They were also checking Qin Pingan's real background. The smiling face on the wall clapped again. Interesting. Everyone's thinking the same thing. At this moment, a handsome young man with an apricot hairpin slowly walked out from the intersection of the streets and alleys. He held two bloody heads in his hands. It was Zhou Shi. He stood at the corner and looked at Qin Pingan from afar. He smiled as he lifted the heads in his hands and gently threw them on the ground. Behind him, a beautiful woman wearing wooden clogs slowly walked out. She slowly walked past Zhou Shi, and when she stepped on the bluestone pavement, there was a very clear dripping sound. She also carried two heads in her hands and casually threw them on the street. She smiled sweetly and said, "Young master, my master grandpa said that as long as you hand over the wine gourd, the child will live. Otherwise the family of 5 will be reunited. These days, young master has been wandering around the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. I can see that you're a kind-hearted person. Can you bear to do that?" In the house deep in the alley, an old man wearing a silver lotus crown was sitting on a bench and basking in the sun. Beside him was a trembling child with snot and tears all over his face. The old man smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Your talent is very good. I plan to make an exception and take you as my disciple. Maybe you can become the next leader of the devil cult. Why are you crying? You only lost a few relatives, but you have the hope of owning the entire Jianghu. Child, you've read some books and should be able to calculate this. If you cry again and distract me, I won't be able to trap the little guy in the house. If so, I'll kill you too." The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. "Eugenie Zhongqiu, I might as well tell you the truth. I've already agreed to protect Zhou Fei. I advise you to kill Tong Qingqing and Feng Qingbai first before dealing with me. Besides, one more outsider means one more chance. It doesn't matter whether you kill me or not. Do you really think I'll be tempted by a golden Arhat body? Then you're looking down on me too much. But I can tell you a piece of great news. If you kill the person on the street, it won't be 10. Apart from 1 life, plus the wine gourd and the legendary immortal's flying sword in the house behind me, it will be at least 13. Languid, the old man said, "Why don't you and I change our strategy? If we kill that boy, we'll have more choices." Probably because he had received a definite answer, the old man sneered. On the street, Qin Pingan looked around and said in a low voice, "No need to calculate my state of mind." Smiley Face and Flower Hairpin Man both felt that it was inconceivable. They didn't know why he said that. Only a middle-aged man standing in the shade of a tree in the distance with a sword in his arms opened his eyes. He no longer looked lazy and sneered, as expected. 3:10. The middle-aged man slowly walked out of the shade, holding the hilt of his sword and swinging it left and right. He did not look like a swordsman, but more like a naughty child holding a rattledrum. When he appeared in front of everyone, Ma Xian, Lute Woman, Smiling Face, Hairpin Man Zhou Shi, and Crow of the evil cult all changed their expressions. The man did not look at these famous top masters in Jianghu. He just smiled at the young man who seemed to be a fellow swordsman. "You think too much. You don't have that much influence. In the past 100 years of Jianghu, only Ding Ying is qualified." He stretched out his free hand and shook his finger. "Not yet. Under everyone's gaze, the man stabbed the long sword into the ground and held the hilt with his palm. He looked lazy and smiled at the two groups. Don't be in a daze. Continue. If you can't kill him, it won't be too late for me to make a move. Don't worry. I'm only aiming at that kid today. I promise I won't hurt you. Ma Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. I didn't expect to have Sword Fairy Lu to hold the line. This trip to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is not in vain. No matter what the result is, when Jiang Hu talks about this war in the future, Ma Xian will be mentioned. I can go all out now. Ma Xian bent his back slightly. A tattoo of a tiger down the mountain appeared from his shoulder to his arm. Was amazing. Not only that, there was a picture of a door god on his bulging back. It was a long-bearded man in a green robe holding a long saber. He closed his eyes and leaned on the saber, exuding a strong cold aura. Compared to the tiger down the mountain on his shoulder, it was even more shocking. Smiling Face squatted on the wall and smiled even more. He picked up a grass root from somewhere and chewed it gently. Hairpin Man Zhou Shi whispered to Crow beside him. Obviously, Ma Xian also had some lucky encounters and got some scattered opportunities. My father once told me that this is called the art of summoning the gods. In the generational appointment 300 years ago, someone used this art to kill everyone outside the Great Wall. He chased after 2,000 grassland elite cavalry and killed them all. Seeing the gloomy eyes of Loot Woman, the burly man whose aura was rising laughed. How dare I get involved in this mess if I don't have some new skills? Do you really think I care about that bit of gold? The woman said coldly, I'm only here for gold. This money is clean. Ma Xian said sarcastically, what? Don't tell me you're really interested in that poor scholar? How many scholars are so shameless? If he finds out about your past, won't he regret it so much that his intestines turn green with regret? Won't he scold you that you're not even comparable to a prostitute? I didn't accuse you wrongly. From head to toe, which part of your body is clean? Hurry up and get lost. When you and that poor scholar get married, I will definitely reward you with 500 taels of gold. Just treat it as money for prostitution. Zhou Shi laughed and said, you keep calling me your lover, but it turns out that you're actually sincere. The woman with fake fingers and a pipa in her arms showed a trace of hesitation. Smiling Face suddenly said, get married? Before I came here, I had a good chat with a scholar named Jiang. We talked about a lot of interesting stories in Jianghu. Among them, we talked about concubine Pipa's Jianghu past. The scholar was probably stupid from reading too much. He only said that how could there be such a shameless woman in the world? In the end, he didn't even think that concubine Pipa was the person who slept next to him. Alas, since he's a fool, then this marriage can still be done. The woman's expression was sorrowful, but then it became resolute. Chen Pingan had been watching and listening attentively. He was not anxious at all. Not only because he was on the street and was surrounded, but also because Flying Sword 15 seemed to be imprisoned by the Jing Fu again. The sloppy man leaning on the sword was the third martial artist Chen Pingan had seen. The previous two were the old man with the silver lotus crown and Fan Wana. However, the man in front of him had a much higher martial cultivation than Fan Wana. As far as he was concerned, the gap between him and the old man surnamed Ding was not too big. But even Ma Xian had a trump card. This Jianghu was obviously not as shallow as imagined. If it was Sword 15 in the sword cultivating gourd instead of level 1, the situation would be better. But it was useless to think too much. He was really attacked from both sides. Zhou Shi smiled and said, Monsieur, thank you. The woman in wooden clogs said helplessly, Master Grandpa has spoken. I dare not be lazy. But you must remember to save me. The hairpin man nodded and said, destroying a flower is the most tragic thing in the world. I Zhou Shi will not let Monsieur down. The man with the stiff smile tossed the grass root aside and stood up as well. After stretching his muscles and bones, he rubbed his cheeks with both hands and revealed a sincere smile that was no longer stiff. I want to personally measure the weight of the banished immortal. Lu Fang said hello and reminded him with a smile, the war is imminent. Do you still want to think about these things? Tong Qingqing who hides from place to place, Feng Qingbai who presses forward courageously, and you who is muddle-headed. In fact, they all have their own ways of living. It's just that you have the worst luck. I know you have been deliberately hiding your strength. Be careful not to play with fire. Ma Xian had already raised his momentum to the highest point in his martial arts career in one go. There was no reason for him to delay. His resentment and longing for the woman with the people were not fake. Taking the opportunity to accumulate momentum and fight with all his strength was even more real. The tiger down the mountain was like a living creature. Its body shook and brought about bursts of golden light on Ma Xian's shoulders and arms. When Ma Xian clenched his left fist, golden light seeped out between his fingers. He took a step and came in front of Qin Pingan in an instant. He punched out, causing the air to shake with the sound of wind and thunder. Qin Pingan did not retreat. Instead he moved forward. He tilted his head and bent his waist, pressing his shoulder against Ma Xian's. At the same time his right hand pressed against Ma Xian's knee. Ma Xian was thrown 7 to 8 feet away. He staggered a few steps, each step creating a pothole on the street. Only then did he stop himself. The sound of the people was heard. 2 snow-white silk threads drew an arc from both sides of Ma Xian and went straight for Qin Pingan. Ma Xian suddenly stomped on the ground and charged forward again. Qin Pingan's figure flashed, dodging the attack of the zither strings. Aside from being extremely agile, he also seemed to be dragged forward by something at an illogical speed. Lu Fang's eyes lit up. He laughed loudly. Ma Xian, pay attention to your front. Ma Xian suddenly stopped, plowing out 2 gullies on the street. He stomped his feet heavily and raised his arms in front of him. Sure enough, an inconceivable punch smashed into his arm. Ma Xian roared angrily. The saber-wielding Confucian general with a long beard and azure robes on his back suddenly opened his eyes. Die. Ma Xian just leaned back slightly, stepping forward with 1 foot. He swung his arm and punched out. His whole arm, overflowing with golden light, drew a golden fan in the air. In the smiling man's eyes, he saw the snow-white robed figure pressing down on Ma Xian's fist with 1 hand. Then the figure leaped up and directly jumped over Ma Xian's head. Moreover, the figure stepped on the back of Ma Xian's head and leaped toward the woman who was hiding behind him. The woman with the pipa saw that the situation was not good. Her fingers moved quickly on the strings of the pipa, interweaving a green spider web between the two. Qin Pingan suddenly frowned, changed his direction in an instant, abandoned the pipa woman and rushed directly to the left. It was the gloomy smiling face. Except for Lu Fang. Among the 2 groups of people who had shown up at present, Qin Pingan was most afraid of this strange person. The smiling face laughed and said, "It said that picking up a soft persimmon to pinch, but you're good." He opened his arms and fell straight forward. The next moment, the smiling face's figure disappeared in an instant. Qin Pingan twisted his direction in the air, reaching out to grab the smiling face who had inexplicably appeared behind him. He silently kicked at the back of Qin Pingan's head. Qin Pingan actually grabbed nothing. It was simply a teleportation talisman. The smiling face appeared behind him mysteriously again. This time he curled up his body, spread his arms and punched at Qin Pingan's temples with both fists. Qin Pingan was just about to make a move. Lu Fang's words just happened to be 1 step ahead, and he generously said to the smiling face, "Be careful, he's about to use his strength." The smiling face hesitated for a moment, and took the initiative to give up the great opportunity to smash Qin Pingan's head with both fists. In an instant he stood on the bluestone street. Qin Pingan almost exchanged places with the smiling face. The latter came to the street and Qin Pingan stood on the wall. He glanced at the sword-wielding man who had twice ruined his plans. "Why don't you just make a move?" Lu Fang's palm lightly patted the hilt of his sword and he said cheerfully, "Ganging up with so many people to gang up on a junior, if word gets out, your reputation will be bad." Qin Pingan was silent. The blade's strengthening gourd was lifeless, as if the originally open wine pot had been blocked by someone, and there was no longer any fragrance. Chu-yi was like a clay ox in the sea and there was no movement. He had broken the connection with Qin Pingan's heart. Not only that, the golden wine robe on his body had also lost its effect. However, losing the golden wine as a protective talisman meant that Qin Pingan had lost the ability to ignore weapons. However, there was also one additional advantage, and that was that without the restriction of the golden wine robe's spiritual energy circulation, Qin Pingan seemed to have taken off old Yang's Jinchi talisman. Without the invisible restrictions on his hands and feet, his fists would only be faster. Chu-yi disappeared, Chu-yi was trapped, and the golden wine had no magic treasures or supernatural powers. In exchange, he could punch to his heart's content. Punching was about being able to withdraw and release freely. In fact, Qin Pingan had been withdrawing, because he was really full of doubts about this Jianghu, the entire capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, and the so-called 10 people in the world. But even if he couldn't figure it out, there were still some things that he had to do. Lu Fang began to point out the world again. "Ma Xian, don't die." Ma Xian made a fist stance and his left and right arms had turned golden. As he breathed, he spat out little golden light. The long-bearded green-robed martial sage behind him, after opening his eyes, was even more lifelike. From the tip of the sword, a snow-white ball of light lit up, and wisps of light spread to the bones. Soon Ma Xian's eyes were suffused with a faint silver light. The burly man, like a statue enshrined in the main hall, grinned and said, "This invincible golden body, I was going to try the Imperial Tutor's #1 in the world. Boy, you win. Come, just hit me. If I frown I lose, okay." Qin Pingan stepped forward. There was an illusion in everyone's vision, and the whole street seemed to have collapsed a few feet because of this step. A punch, no longer holding back, smashed into Ma Xian's chest. The long-bearded green-robed martial sage image on his back was smashed to pieces in an instant. Ma Xian's burly body flew out with a bang. Qin Pingan followed like a shadow. Another punch hit, and Ma Xian's body was twisted into an arc. This time, Qin Pingan's punch changed the angle slightly, making Ma Xian hit the companion behind him. "Lu Fang, save me." The People Woman's face changed dramatically. After she cried out in horror, she did not wait for death. As a first-class master, she did not retreat, nor did she dodge left and right. She tiptoed and quickly moved forward, trying to hide behind Ma Xian, who had an invincible golden body. She thought that the guy could not punch through Ma Xian's body. As long as he paused for a moment, she believed that Lu Fang would attack. Qin Pingan seemed to see through the People Woman's thoughts, and the third punch hit Ma Xian's abdomen again. Not only was the golden body shattered, but the originally pale silver eyes immediately turned red, filled with horrifying blood vessels. Ma Xian's back and the People Woman, who tried to be clever and made a fool of themselves, collided. After the collision, the pipa strings rang out chaotically. After the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, she kicked out with her legs and stepped in the air, retreating backward. It was still too slow. Qin Pingan's punch penetrated the pipa in the woman's arms and hit her abdomen heavily. His arms swung out in a half circle, and the woman and the broken pipa were twisted in the air by the force of the punch. Then they suddenly crashed into the wall. Her plump body was almost completely buried in the wall, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. The pipa in her arms fell to the ground. In the distance, Lu Fang smiled and still did not attack. Even if that person seemed to treat him as a real enemy. He spoke again lazily, smiley face. "Remember, don't be fooled by the speed of his punches. He can be even faster. Try not to let him get close to you. Try using hidden weapons, poisons and whatnot." Lu Fang pretended to be enlightened. "All right. The people he really wants to kill are actually Monsieur and Master Zhou." After being shocked by Qin Pingan's punches, yet the devil sect woman, did not even have the intention to join in the fun. Even if she were to be punished by the old sect master, it would be better than ending up like Ma Xian. Zhou Shi had already planned to watch from the sidelines. However, when Lu Fang said this, both of them were horrified. As expected, Qin Pingan moved horizontally. The person facing him was who was wearing wooden clogs. She was just about to move when her eyes suddenly widened, and her face was full of pain. The wall behind her exploded without warning, and an extremely slender long sword appeared. The assassin held the sword with both hands and was as fast as lightning. The tip of the sword pierced through the woman's back. The hands holding the sword were pressed against Ye'er's back. The assassin continued to run forward, and the poor woman was pushed forward. It was as if a 3-foot sheathless sword had grown out of the woman's abdomen. The tip of the sword went straight for Qin Pingan. It went straight for the central courtyard. The central courtyard acupoint was also known as the Dragon's Jaw. It was located on the central line in front of Qin Pingan. Lu Fang quietly held the sword hilt. But he quickly let go. In the nick of time, Qin Pingan disappeared into thin air. He had used the last mind talisman. The assassin loosened his grip on the sword and pressed on the back of the woman's head, pushing her forward with all his might. Her delicate body slid off the sword and fell to the ground several zhang away. Her back was slightly loose, probably due to the incessant vomiting of blood. A pool of blood soaked her back. The woman struggled for a moment, trying to flip her body over, but just as her elbow bent a little, she fell heavily onto the street. The assassin was a barefoot young man with rolled-up sleeves. He turned to look at Qin Pingan, who was adjusting his breathing, and said with a bright smile, "I heard that as long as I kill you, there will be Dharma treasures to be obtained. So I came." He shook out a dazzling sword flower. "My name is Feng Qingbai, a sword cultivator. Being ranked among the top 10 is a share. Together with the share you exchanged for your head, it's a huge profit." Feng Qingbai said helplessly, "It's a pity that I couldn't kill you with one strike." I probably wouldn't have been your match in a head-on confrontation. It's okay, I can cooperate with Lu Fang. He's the only sword immortal here and he's definitely going to return. Ma Xian, who only knew how to invite gods to descend, had already lost his golden body. The Peepa woman who was stuck in the wall did not move at all. There was the intermittent sound of rocks falling to the ground at the base of the wall. A famous demoness of the demonic cult who had secretly supported the dragon for several years was lying in a pool of blood. Her wooden clogs and her snow-white feet were very eye-catching. However, there was still Lu Fang, the self-proclaimed sword cultivator Feng Qingbai, the smiling face and the hairpin man Zhou Shi. The skinny little girl curled up on a small stool and thought to herself, punch after punch. I'll blow their heads off so that I can take off their clothes and boots. They're obviously worth a lot of silver. The little girl looked at the miserable state of the woman in the distance, especially the pair of wooden clogs. She could not help but take a few more glances. She thought to herself that it was no wonder she died so quickly with such gaudy clothes. Chen Pingan clenched his fists tightly and then loosened them. He repeated this several times. After practicing martial arts for so long, it was time to let it go. At the peak of Yunyu Mountain, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhong Qiu, had a solemn expression. He was somewhat unsure. He asked in a deep voice, "Is that true? Killing that person will not only give you a new place but also 3 blessings? Why is it so?" According to the secret records of various countries and the secret files of the Veneration Tower, such a situation has never happened before in history. Could it be Ding Ying's trick? Yu Zhini, who looked like an innocent child, was carefully carving a jade bamboo fan with a carving knife. He rubbed it carefully as if he was obsessed with the beauty of his skin. Yu Zhini didn't answer Zhong Qiu's question. Instead, he stared intently at the fine lines on the bamboo branch. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. For Yu Zhini, who had already returned to his original state of martial arts, this didn't make sense. As a great grandmaster second only to Ding Ying, Yu Zhini had long been immune to cold and heat. It was rumored that at the age of 70, he had obtained an immortal's secret book and comprehended the will of heaven for decades. He was proficient in magic arts. Some people even said that they had seen Yu Zhini riding on clouds and flying on cranes and phoenixes. It was at that time that Yu Zhini's figure and appearance began to change from that of a white-haired old man to that of a young man. After 10 years of seclusion, he successfully broke out and became one with nature. Everyone looked forward to Yu Zhini, the leader of the righteous faction, to fight with Ding Ying. It would be best if he could kill Ding Ying. From then on, the world would be peaceful. The emperors would not have to worry about being beheaded by him in their sleep. The grandmasters of both the righteous and the evil factions would not have to rely on him. Even the devil cult's leaders wished that this eccentric ancestor would either die early or achieve the legendary feat of ascension. In short, he did not want to stay in the human world. After 80 years, it was time for someone else to sit on the top seat. In addition to Yu Zhini and Zhong Qiu, who were both enemies and friends, there was also a beautiful woman wearing a noble robe on the top of Bull Mountain. Her robe was dark green, which was the Empress of the Nanyuan Kingdom. It was only worn during court meetings and temple visits. At the moment, there was the most obedient imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom at the top of the mountain. Therefore, the woman could only be the Empress of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhou Shuzhen. She also had a secret identity. She was the current lord of the Reverence Tower. She was responsible for ranking the masters in the world once every 20 years. Zhou Fei of the Chunqiao Palace had long coveted Empress Zhou's beauty. Hairpin man Zhou Shi once confessed in the main hall of the White River Temple that if Zhong Qiu was not guarding the palace, his father, Zhou Fei, would have broken into the palace to take her away. Yu Zhini put down the jade bamboo in his hand and raised his arm to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, which curled up like clouds and lingered around the child's face for a long time. He first answered Zhong Qiu's question. It should be true. But Ding Ying's mind is unpredictable. Compared to working together to kill the young swordsman who suddenly appeared, Ding Ying's backup plan is more worthy of our attention. Yu Zhini emphasized, I'm worried about the situation in Zhuiyuan Alley. Imperial Tutor Zhong, you'd better watch it yourself. He called Zhong Imperial Tutor Zhong Qiu. It seemed that their relationship was indeed very ordinary. Zhong Qiu frowned. Not only is Ding Ying overseeing the situation in Zhuiyuan Alley, but Lu Fang also brought a sword. What's there to worry about? Yu Zhini shook his head. I'm worried about Ding Ying and Lu Fang. Zhong Qiu's expression was somewhat unhappy. Lu Fang is a straightforward person. What's there to worry about? Just because he's on the same side as that swordsman? In front of him was the number one person of the righteous faction, the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the imperial tutor of Songlai Kingdom, and the old immortal in the eyes of the world. He had always been like this. Although his actions were straightforward, there was a sense of alienation and indifference in his bones. The closer one was to him, the deeper one would feel it. Eugenie said indifferently, "If you're not going, I'll go." Zhongqiu snorted coldly. Without even looking at Empress Zhou, he swept to the foot of the mountain like an eagle. He became a black dot, and after a few leaps and bounds at the foot of the mountain, he was soon far away from Yunyi Mountain. Empress Zhou sighed. Even someone as strong as Zhongqiu can't control the wind as recorded in the ancient books. What about you, Eugenie? Can you do it now? Eugenie was silent. Zhou Shuzhen laughed. Even if you can't ride the clouds and the wind, you're still very elegant and unrestrained. When she was still a young girl, she met Zhongqiu and Eugenie for the first time in the marketplace of another kingdom. The former showed off his ability, while the latter's divine brilliance was reserved, but she was still amazed by them. Eugenie stood up. His height didn't even reach Empress Zhou's chest, but when he stood up, Zhou Shuzhen felt like she was suddenly pushed to the foot of the mountain, and could only look up at the person on the mountain peak. Eugenie asked, "Have you confirmed that there's no mistake about the 10 people in the world?" Zhou Shuzhen nodded. "It's completely confirmed." She couldn't help but sigh. It's like an imperial court examination for officials, but it's not so cruel. Eugenie put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance, looking desolate. The hidden empress of Nanyuan Kingdom asked a question. Where exactly is Tong Qingqing hiding? Eugenie was silent for a moment. I think only Ding Ying knows. Zhou Shuzhen turned her head and looked at this high and mighty immortal. How high is Ding Ying's martial arts realm? Eugenie said something strange. I don't know if I know. (311) The child was scared to the extreme, but he wasn't that scared anymore. He was the only one left in the world. He was just a child who had just read a few books and didn't know how to compromise. With a face full of hatred, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What's your name?" The old man smiled playfully. The child added, "I'll definitely kill you. I'll avenge my parents and grandparents." The old man with the silver lotus crown pointed at himself and said with a smile, "Me? The world likes to call me Old Demon Ding, and the good and evil are no exception. The disciples of the sect will probably still respectfully call me Sect Master when they see me. As for my real name, it's Ding Ying. I haven't used it for many years." The old man asked, "Then what's your name?" The child's voice trembled, but he tried his best to raise his voice. "Chao Qinglang." The old man joked, "Your name is too convenient. Plus, with your appearance you'll be beaten up when you go to Jianghu in the future." He waved his sleeve casually, and a strong wind blew on the window paper of the side room. It buzzed, but the thin window paper was not damaged at all. It was as if something in the room had been knocked back. The child couldn't see this wonderful trick. He was so angry that his face turned blue. Bullshit. His family was dead, and the name given by his parents became the child's last thought. The old man didn't care. He saw a few old hens pecking around in the yard. The old man got up and went to the kitchen. He took out a handful of rice from the rice jar and sat back down. He sprinkled it on the ground. The old hens quickly flapped their wings and came over to eat happily. The old man smiled and said, "The world is afraid of me, but look, they're not." He bent down and leaned forward. "Does this mean that the so-called masters, emperors, generals and ministers are all inferior to a chicken?" The child was too young and his mind was filled with hatred. How could he be willing to think about such things? He could only stare at the great demon who killed without blinking an eye, hating himself for being too weak. He suddenly remembered that there was still a hatchet in the kitchen, but it had not been sharpened much. In the capital, a small family like the child's had the confidence to ask a passing charcoal seller to stop his ox cart. The hatchet in the house was just for show. The old man looked at the sky and answered his own question, "Of course not. The ignorant are fearless." Sometimes an eagle would fly across the sky, and the mice in the field would quickly protect the grains under their claws. In our world there are not many people like this, but there are also quite a few. They are not much better than ordinary people, but they can see the shadow. For example, Eugenie from Songlai Kingdom, the old chef in the Crown Prince's mansion of Nanyuan Kingdom, and the old monk preaching scriptures in Jingang Temple. At this point, Ding Ying stood up, shook his sleeves and flicked his fingers. Again and again, stellar energy condensed into lines that shot toward the window in the side room. Ding Ying's attack was too fast. Dark green gang chi constantly condensed on the other side of the window. It was like a picture of the Milky Way. There are also some foreign visitors who don't come with good intentions. We call them banished immortals. They play the human world like a comet sweeping its tail. They come and go in a hurry. As for how the human world has changed, how big of a mess they have made, and how bad of a mess it has become, they never care. They don't care about the joys and sorrows of the human world. Ding Ying smiled and made a gesture of turning the pages of a book. Then, he clapped his hands gently as if he was closing a book. These people are like a page of a casual book in their free time. They just turn the page. They don't care if the page says collapse of etiquette and music, thousands of miles of blood, or misery and suffering of people. A family of etiquette that has been passed down for thousands of years, a sage's mansion with a pleasant smell of books, produced a freak who made a mess of it. A small country that lives in a remote corner has an ambitious emperor. He doesn't know anything about military affairs, but he is militaristic. In 20 years, half of the country's young and strong people died. The child didn't understand this at all. He was immersed in hatred. Then what did you do? The child named Chao Qinglang sobbed and said, "You only know how to kill my parents and grandparents." Chao Qinglang sobbed with grief and indignation. "What kind of hero are you? You're just a heinous devil." The old man seemed to be deliberately teasing the child. He imitated the child's whining and then burst out laughing. It was hard to tell if he was still a child or crazy. The child was trembling with anger. Ding Ying smiled and said, "Actually, what those deities did have anything to do with me? No, I'm just looking for an excuse to kill people, to kill some interesting guys." The old man raised his arm and made a gesture of chopping meat with his palm as a knife. "One deity, 2 deities, 3 or 4. Chop them to death. Apart from them, there are also the top 10 people other than me and the bottom 10 people. If they are interesting, keep them alive. If they are not pleasing to the eye, kill them together." While the child was sobbing, Ding Ying glanced at the sky. This time it was different from the time 60 years ago. That was why he chose to stay here instead of fighting in person. After all, he was still crazy. He tried to challenge 9 or even more top masters by himself. 60 years ago, someone had tried to do so. He wanted to monopolize the martial arts fate in the world, but he failed miserably. If the young master of the flying sword could survive, everyone would be surprised. Then he, Ding Ying, would leave this place at that time so that person would not be surprised. Ding Ying knew that this world was like raising venomous insects. Deep in Ding Ying's heart, there was an unknown secret. In order to solve this mystery, he only cared about one thing. If he let the 60 years of raising venomous insects become a waste of effort, would they come to see him? Who exactly would walk in front of him? Before that, there were 2 key points. First, Zhou Shi had to die on the street so that Lu Fang and Zhou Fei would take the initiative to fall into the trap. Second, the master of the flying sword also had to die. Ding Ying looked back at the window and smiled. He didn't think it was difficult. An old man with an aquiline nose was walking on the bustling streets of the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. He looked majestic without being angry. He should be from the northern region. He was very tall and stood out from the crowd, attracting the attention of many local people. Beside the old man were several male and female guards with clear eyes and vigorous steps. They only glanced at him from the corner of their eyes and suppressed the curious gazes. Living in the most virtuous city in the world, the old man had a lot of emotions. He was used to the vast sky and vast land beyond the Great Wall, so he was not used to the crowds here. Just when the old man was in a bad mood, a vigorous man walked quickly from the distance and told his teacher in a grassland dialect that he had found the man in a place called Kajiao Bridge, which was not far away. The old man asked the disciple to lead the way. Soon they crossed a stone bridge with a long history and came to a shop near the water. It was a silk shop. The old man asked the disciple to wait outside. The business of the shop was quiet and there were no customers. The old man stepped over the threshold alone and saw that behind the low counter, there was only a head with sparse hair that looked crooked. When the shopkeeper saw the old man, he smiled and said, "Oh, what a rare guest. I don't find it strange to see anyone recently, but when I see you, it's like the sun has risen from the west. I don't understand. Although Zhou Fei's son told me in advance that you were coming, I actually didn't believe him. I just thought he was trying to trick me into coming out of the mountain to help his father avoid disaster." The shopkeeper went around the counter and gestured to the old man with the aquiline nose to find a place to sit down and talk. "Great Grandmaster Cheng, please sit down and talk. Otherwise, I have to raise my neck to chat with you. It's tiring." The old man who came from afar didn't care. He sat on a coarse chair used to receive guests and went straight to the point. If it weren't for the fact that I don't trust the list of the 10 people, I wouldn't have come here to take the risk. You and I are not in the top 5, so there might be accidents. Feng Qingbai, who is undoubtedly a banished immortal, old demon Ding's grand disciple and Zhou Fei's son Zhou Shi, there are 3 of them now. Who knows if there are some old bastards and little turtles hiding under the water. The shopkeeper nodded his head in agreement. Yu Jini and Zhong Qiu, the 4 great grandmasters, gathered in Mount Yaonyou. This was the news on the stage for the world to see. This time, Jingyang Lu chose to announce the list of the 10 people in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. This was the key to the hidden mystery. The old man from beyond the Great Wall sneered. I use spears and you use sabers. Like Zhong Qiu, we both use external martial arts. We are different from that old fox Yu Jini. As long as it is a battle to the death, there will be more or less hidden injuries. The 3 of us definitely won't last 60 years. For this opportunity I have fought all the way until today. I have to account for all the hidden injuries on my body. At the end of his words, the old man gently patted the chair's handle. The chair was safe and sound, but the floor of the shop under the chair was already filled with cracks. The inner disciples of the old man outside the shop felt the flow of qi in the room. They were all as if they were facing a great enemy and breathed heavily. The shopkeeper smiled. Your disciples don't have much aptitude. Didn't I hear that many years ago, you found a talented little wolf cub in the grassland? After all these years of careful training, he won't be inferior to and Zhou Shi, these gods' favored ones, right? The old man surnamed Cheng said indifferently, he's dead. It's not good if his aptitude is too good. The shopkeeper said angrily, Cheng Yuan Shan. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Do you still have any humanity? This old man who came all the way from beyond the Great Wall to Nanyuan Kingdom was the 8th of the 10 people in the world, armed Saint Cheng Yuan Shan. 20 years ago, after he entered the list of the 10 people ranked by Jingyang Lu, he quietly went to the grassland beyond the Great Wall and quickly became an honored guest of the master of the grassland. Cheng Yuan Shan looked askance at this short old man who concealed his name in Nanyuan Kingdom. Lu Zong, you have the nerve to talk about me? Whetstone, what do you like to use to whet your blade? The whetstone, Lu Zong chuckled. Cheng Yuan Shan said doubtfully, I just came here and Nanyuan Kingdom is Zhong Qiu's territory. Which side is Zhong Qiu on this time? At first I thought it was Yu Jini, but now it seems that it's not necessarily so. What does old Demon Ding want to do? He's the one who doesn't need to do anything in the world, yet he came to Nanyuan Kingdom's capital. What does he want? After the shopkeeper Lu Zong was mentioned by the armed Saint Cheng Yuan Shan as the grinder, his imposing manner rose sharply for a moment, but it immediately slackened again. His entire person once again became a small old man in the shop who only knew how to seek personal gain. He pointed at Cheng Yuan Shan and teased, Oh you just like to think too much. But Cheng Yuan Shan was well aware that Lu Zong did not delay his cultivation in the slightest over these years, and even improved further. But in the region of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhong Qiu had been overseeing the imperial palace for so many years, so there were no shocking rumors. Without a whetstone, how could Lu Zong's martial arts not retreat but advance instead? In these years, other than secretly slaughtering the masters beyond the Great Wall, Cheng Yuan Shan also sneaked into the south many times. Among them he killed 2 Jianghu masters who had the potential to enter the top 10. He did this in order to sharpen his state of mind in dangerous battles, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Cheng Yuan Shan said, This person Zhou Fei does things without restraint, too much like those banished immortals in history. This time he also relied on Ding Ying. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, tell me. Lu Zong, other people cannot be trusted but you are an exception. Lu Zong laughed and said, Why should you trust me? Cheng Yuan Shan said solemnly, The people in Jianghu who are called martial arts fanatics are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, but in my heart, the only true martial arts fanatic is you, Lu Zong. You, Ding Ying, Zhong Qiu and Yu Jini are the same, you are one of the few people who survived that chaotic battle. Those 10 people, some died, some disappeared. Only you people who were at the periphery of the situation, each of you obtained a chance. Ding Ying obtained the Taoist crown left behind by the immortals, Yu Jini obtained an immortal's secret manual, I'm not sure what Zhong Qiu obtained, but you, Lu Zong, took the initiative to give up that demonic knife just to have a knife by your side. This kind of choice only you can make in this world. Lu Zong twirled his sparse beard and said with a smile, This kind of secret, you are an outsider who did not personally participate in that disaster, how did you know? This matter could be said to be the most itchy part of Lu Zong's life, he could not tell ordinary people, But when Arms St. Qing Yuan Shan took the initiative to reveal it today, Lu Zong, the person who sharpened the knife, was immensely pleased with himself. Qing Yuan Shan answered honestly, the new owner that the demonic knife, refiner, chose was personally killed by me, but I was unable to keep it. Arms St. Qing Yuan Shan had always been proud and arrogant. He looked down on people like Jing Xian Pavilion and Tong Qing Qing who were on the ranking list. As for the 10 people outside of the 10 who were judged by busybodies, Qing Yuan Shan had directly spread the word that these people could serve him tea and water, so-and-so could take off his boots, so-and-so could help guard his door and courtyard. These 10 top experts whose names shook the world, none of them could enter Arms St. Qing Yuan Shan's eyes. But today when they came to see Lu Zong, they were extremely polite, to the extent that Qing Yuan Shan was even willing to lower himself. From this, it could be seen that Qing Yuan Shan did not have the slightest bit of confidence in coming to Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. Lu Zong stuck a finger into his mouth, picked out the remaining shredded meat from the previous meal from between his teeth, and casually flicked it. Whether a butcher's skill is good or not depends on the knife he uses the most. How many years can he use it to peel skin, chop meat and remove bones? The worst has to change to a new knife after 2 or 3 years, the better ones can use it for 7 or 8 years. My knife has been used since my debut in Jianghu, until today, it has been used for nearly 40 years. Lu Zong chuckled and said, it's exciting to kill those shrouded immortals. The knife that has been sharpened for decades, don't let it become the bullshit dragon slaying technique in that book. It's good that it's here, it's just right that it's here. A scholar from a cold clan who came to the capital city to take the imperial examination was still waiting for his beautiful wife to return. For her, he did not even care about the teachings of the saints that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. They met by chance on the road and met in Jianghu. Although she was older than him by 6 years, she often liked to joke, saying that she was not a good woman, but he did not care. To be able to play such a beautiful pipa, to be able to have an intense passion on the battlefield, to have hidden bitterness in the boudoir, she could not be bad. There was a strange fellow who came to him and told him about a woman from Jianghu. The scholar felt that if the woman that the person said was true, then she was indeed evil to the core. However, the scholar felt that the woman that he knew was different. He felt that she was a good woman, knowledgeable and reasonable, gentle and virtuous, and she was so beautiful that he could marry her and grow old together. He was waiting for her to return home. He thought that after seeing her, he would tell her these thoughts. Jin Gang Temple, the largest forest in Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. It was also the world's largest Buddhist holy land with the most monks. In a secluded and remote location of the temple, there was a simple and crude thatched cottage. The door was opened, and the empty house was empty except for an old monk and a futon. A thin and handsome young master, surrounded by more than 10 stunning beauties, slowly walked towards this inconspicuous thatched cottage. The women's ages ranged from 13 to 40 years old. All of them were beauties. If there were people from the Venerate Pavilion here, they would find that among them, there were famous fairies and heroines, and there were also noble ladies from powerful clans. Without exception, they were all stunning beauties. There were many banners around the thatched cottage. The young man was like a prince's son traveling with beauties. Along the way, he explained to the women the origin of Buddhist words such as shifang, forest, instant, and banners. Most of the women were of superior birth, and there was no lack of knowledgeable people. Some smiled and pointed out a few mistakes of the young man. He did not explain anything, only saying that the customs of different places were different, and the saying in his hometown was more in line with the purpose of Buddhism. The meditating old monk opened his eyes and asked with a smile, Almsgiver Zhou, since you have already received Ding Ying's promise to firmly occupy a place, why are you still here? The young man surnamed Zhou raised his hand, indicating that the women should not follow him. He walked toward the thatched cottage alone and smiled, for my worthless son to ask for a set of Arhat golden body from the master. He approached the threshold, lifted his foot and politely asked, do you want to take off your boots? I am afraid of dirtying the master's clean abode. The old monk smiled, the soil on your boots is clean. In Almsgiver Zhou's heart, does it matter whether you take off your boots or not? The young man said helplessly, you baldies like to say such useless nonsense wherever you go. I really don't like it. He pointed to the bare walls of the house. It seems empty, but you are still here. The old monk sighed, Almsgiver Zhou has the root of wisdom. You understand all the principles, but it is a pity that you are not willing to turn back. The young man still took off his boots. After crossing the threshold, he sat on the edge of the door. He raised an arm and pointed at the beautiful women behind him. If they are the Dharma that I seek, how will you persuade me, monk? The old monk said with a bitter face, it is really tiring to argue with you banished immortals. The young man put on an act, bowed his head and put his palms together. He smiled and chanted Amitabha. The old monk's haggard and bitter face became more wrinkled and frowned. If it was an ordinary hoodlum, they would not be able to enter the Jin Gang temple. Even if it was the high officials and dignitaries of the Nanyuan kingdom, they would still not be able to find this thatched cottage. However, this seemingly weak young man in front of him was called Zhou Fei. He was the fourth great guru in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had reached the peak of martial arts. He was also proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It was true that those women liked him. Perhaps at the beginning they were forced to do so. They already had a man that they liked, or even a loyal woman who married early to help their husbands and children. They were forcefully taken to the mountain by Zhou Fei or the minions of the Chunqiao Palace. However, after being together for a few short months or 3 to 5 years or even more than 10 years, there was not a single person who was not moved by Zhou Fei. This was a very strange thing in Jianghu that did not make any sense. The lower levels of Jianghu always liked to describe the emperor of the mountain of the Chunqiao Palace as a fat and ugly pig or a ruthless person who killed people easily. However, this was not the case. Regardless of the Jianghu vendettas, Zhou Fei was not only elegant but also had a youthful appearance to the women he liked. Zhou Fei smiled and said, "Father and son ascending together. Isn't that something to look forward to?" The old monk sighed and said, the golden body of the Baihe temple was indeed hidden by this poor monk. However, after 60 years, almsgiver Ding appeared in the capital again and immediately moved to the Nanyuan imperial palace. "Almsgiver Zhou, you are late." Zhou Fei stared at the old monk's eyes. After a moment he changed the topic and asked, "I heard that there is a green robe floating around the capital that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Old monk, have you seen it?" Without waiting for the old monk to answer, Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes and said in a serious tone, "I hope you have seen it." Murderous intent was revealed. The old monk seemed to be in silent meditation, but he could also be weighing the pros and cons. Once Zhou Fei said that he would kill everyone in the Jingang temple, he would definitely do it. There would not be a single young acolyte or sweeping monk left. Zhou Fei laughed heartily and put away the thick murderous intent. The Arhat golden body and flying robe of the Nanyuan kingdom, the protective armor of the Songlai kingdom, and the demon knife beyond the great wall that can break all spells. In the past 60 years, a total of 4 treasures have appeared in the world. If the person who gets it is one of the 10, his position will naturally be more stable. The masters who are close to the 10 are like tigers that have grown wings, and there is hope to squeeze out some unlucky wretch. The old monk seemed to have made up his mind and put down all his burdens. His expression was much calmer, and he asked Zhou Fei in a casual manner, "Almsgiver Zhou, is Buddhism flourishing in your hometown?" Zhou Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. "Over there it's hard to say." The old monk asked again, "Some books record the trivial words that you banished immortals mentioned. They say that people who have attained the Tao can burn a great lake with one hand, break a mountain with one punch, turn into a flying sword with one breath, and take the head of a person from 1,000 miles away. They can ride the wind and sweep across rivers and seas, and can capture a flood dragon with one hand. Is it true?" Zhou Fei was about to speak. A woman in white flew over and landed directly outside the thatched hut. Her face was full of fear. Young master was seriously injured in Zhuiyuan Alley. Zhou Fei's face was full of displeasure. "What?" The cold and moving young woman wanted to say something but stopped. She knelt down with a thump, trembling all over. The corner of Zhou Fei's mouth twitched. He slowly reached out and covered his forehead. Lu Fangfang, not only are you an idiot, you are also a good-for-nothing. You can't even protect my son." The jade-white palm on his forehead had 5 hook-like fingers as if itching to open the top of his head. Zhou Fei retracted his fingers, patted his knee lightly, and suddenly waved his sleeves behind him. The beautiful woman kneeling outside the hut flew out with a bang like a broken cloth bag. Before she landed, she was already smashed into pieces in the air. The women behind made way for her, but many of them were splashed with blood. None of them dared to show the slightest bit of resentment. It might not be a bad thing. Zhou Fei exhaled heavily and smiled. "Old monk, let's continue talking. After we are done, I will go and settle some family matters." The old monk was speechless. Zhou Fei did not force him. He asked, "How did you get so seriously injured?" Only then did he realize that the woman was already dead. Zhou Fei reached out his sleeve and quickly made a hand seal. It was a spell that was not recorded in any Buddhist or Taoist sects in the world. The faint figure of a woman appeared outside the hut. Even after death she was still terrified. She floated timidly towards Zhou Fei. Her lips moved slightly but no sound was made. However, Zhou Fei was the only one who could clearly hear it. The old monk sighed. There was always someone better than you. 312. Zhou Fei twirled his fingers and the woman's soul condensed into a snow-white bead at his fingertips. He gently put it into his sleeve and looked up at the old monk of Jingang Temple. Without his previous casual tone, he said straightforwardly, "Back to the matter of that dress, I know it has something to do with you. Zhong Qiu even came to the temple to look for you because of it." But the old monk was still unwilling to talk about serious matters. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he looked at the lush green forest outside the house. "I have a junior brother. When we were young we practiced Buddhism together. He said that he couldn't bear to see sad stories in the world. When he saw it, he couldn't help but think that there was a Buddha in the world, but the world was still like this. Even if he became a Buddha, what could he do? Later on, I left the small temple in my hometown. I wonder if that junior brother, has he become a Buddha?" Zhou Fei suppressed the anger in his heart and shook his head gently. He sneered, "How can he become a Buddha in such a small place? Old monk, you think too much." The old monk shook his head and said, "I just want to know if my junior brother is still alive. After so many years, I miss the porridge that my junior brother made." Zhou Fei was about to stand up. "I won't go around in circles with you. I'll send you on your way. Go and ask your junior brother if he still knows how to make porridge in the underworld." The old monk's face was indifferent. He smiled and said, "If I help you get the golden body of Luohan in the palace, can you promise me one thing?" Zhou Fei sat down again and found it interesting. "Me?" The old monk stretched out his hand and touched his bald head. He sighed and said, "I don't want to be a monk anymore. I was abandoned at the entrance of the temple when I was young and was kindly taken in by my master. Back then, my junior brother and I were always thinking about this and that. In fact, we always wanted a comb." Zhou Fei held his stomach and laughed. The old monk took off his outer cassock and folded it neatly. He put it aside and said softly, "Please help her find a way to escape. Don't be trapped in this small place anymore." A green dress with big sleeves fluttering in the wind appeared in a corner of the house. The beauties outside the house had served Zhou Fei for many years and were knowledgeable. But when they saw the dress fluttering in the air, they were still stunned. The dress floated to the old monk's side and the hem of the dress slowly fell to the ground. Finally, it was in a kneeling position. After the old monk took off his kasaya, he was no longer so particular about his words. "For so many years, I have been the shooting monk and the preaching monk of the scriptures of Jingang Temple. Day after day, year after year, I have recited thousands of lines of scriptures and dharma for them to listen to. All kinds of people, 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 they just listen to me." P. One of the sleeves of her dress was lifted up to cover her neckline, and she put on a smile that was covering her mouth. The old monk stared at Zhou Fei. "Can you do it?" Zhou Fei was not in a hurry to give an answer. The old monk of the Vajra temple was a Buddhist saint of this world. He was skilled in writing, and his words were like a Vajra pestle, majestic and imposing. The old monk turned to look at the green dress and said helplessly, "She's different." Although Zhou Fei was a banished immortal who had been enlightened for a long time, he did not dare to claim to know all the rules. After all, before he descended, he had to endure some true immortal secret techniques that could imprison his soul. Mirror Heart Chamber, Jingang Temple, Reverence Tower. The masters of these three places had gone through many catastrophes and accumulated experience. They might not know less than him. The old monk smiled. "Almsgiver Zhou, I'm completely relieved to hear you ask." Zhou Fei muttered to himself, "As far as I'm concerned, the best situation would be to take Zhou Shi with me. But what if there was an accident, such as the current situation where Zhou Shi was heavily injured and had almost no chance of sneaking into the top 10? I needed to make sure that after I left, Zhou Shi would have a higher chance of making it into the top 10 after 60 years. Zhou Shi are fan one are. No matter who they are, if they go to a bigger world, as long as someone is willing to take care of them, they will definitely shine." At this point, Zhou Fei could not hide his anger. Lu Fang is an idiot. He clearly saw through it but never really saw through it. Where am I going to find him, a master's wife or a junior sister? Back then he had the nerve to stab me with a sword. The old monk looked up. Zhou Fei suddenly raised his hand and a letter appeared between his fingers. Looking down at the content, Zhou Fei laughed out loud. Heaven is helping me. He turned to look at the stunning beauties with their own merits. Zhou Fei sighed in his heart and was full of regret. Not to mention Tong Qingqing, who he did not need to hope for, just compared to Nanyuan Kingdom's Empress Zhou Shuzhen, Mirror Heart Chamber's Fan Wan'er, and the evil Sexier, their martial talent was still too far behind. Nanyuan Kingdom's Crown Prince Wei Yan, who was dressed in casual clothes, led two people through the corridors of the Crown Prince's residence. One of them was Wei Yan's master. The old man was short and thin like a monkey, but he was a true martial arts master in the world today. The other person was Fan Wan'er, who was worshipped as a goddess by the Jianghu disciples of Nanyuan Kingdom. She was a fairy who came out of Mirror Heart Chamber. Wei Yan's expression was strange. He was a little embarrassed, but more than that he was glad. But because his master was beside him he could not show it. The old man who taught Wei Yan advanced martial arts said angrily, "Good guy, hiding under my nose for so many years I didn't find him. Now that we meet, I want to ask for advice from the real skills of the 10 people in the world. The Imperial Tutor is a rare hero in the world and I have always been convinced. But I don't believe that a cook who cooks can be so powerful." The old man cursed. It turned out that Jing Yonglu had just released a new list of the 10 people in the world. Their names, where they were, and the level of their martial arts were all concise. Ding Ying and Yu Zhenyi were all familiar faces, but one of them seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and was hiding in the Crown Prince's residence in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. His identity was actually a cook. There was a tall old man who was full of smoke and fire and smelled of oil and salt. He was squatting outside the orderly and spotless kitchen, holding a handful of golden fried soybeans and throwing them into his mouth one by one. Inside, the disciples and grand-disciples he had brought up were busy preparing today's lunch. When the old cook saw the figure of Crown Prince Wei Yan, he sighed with a frown on his old face. He was very quiet. Wei Yan ordered the cooks, handymen, and maidservants to disperse. The old cook did not say anything to stop him. He squatted in place and sighed as if he had accepted his fate. The short old man, who had been so aggressive earlier, suddenly lost his arrogance when he met this grandmaster on the list. He became silent and stared at this old man who was hiding in the imperial court. The old cook kept glancing at Fan Wan. He took a quick glance and immediately retracted his gaze, as if he could not help but take another look. Even Fan Wan felt a little strange. Wei Yan was a little apprehensive. Could it be that this old man was not serious? Among the 10 people in the world, except for Springtide Palace's Zhou Fei and the female Tong Qingqing, no one cared about the beauty of the mortal world. The old cook's first sentence was very intimidating. "Do you know how many types of banished immortals there are?" Wei Yan and the skinny old man looked at each other. Because Fan Wan came from the Mirror Heart Chamber, she knew some inside information. The old cook picked up a fried soybean and put it into his mouth. "There is only good food left in the world and it has not failed. If even this is taken away, then I can only go and be a drunkard." The old cook no longer looked at Fan Wan. He threw half of the fried soybeans into his mouth, clapped his hands and stood up. "Banished immortals have descended to the mortal world to experience the mortal world. One type is like Zhou Fei and Feng Qingbai, who knew early on and came to the mortal world to seek something. Therefore their way of doing things is shocking in our eyes, but in their eyes, it is right and proper. However, the things these banished immortals seek will not be too deep. Also, your Mirror Heart Chamber's Grandmaster, Tong Qingqing, seems to be hiding from something. The second type is like Lu Fangfang, who awakens later, but will definitely wake up at a certain juncture. There's another possibility which is just my guess. They've spent their entire lives trying to fulfill their wishes, so they've never been able to wake up. They live one life after another in a daze. Over time their hometown becomes their hometown, and the foreign land becomes their hometown. This type of person is more special. Often their appearance is outstanding and their martial arts talent is very high. However, in the eyes of outsiders, their achievements are always a little bit lower than the highest." The old cook stared at Fan Wan'er again. "But sometimes this type of person will inevitably have a violation of the rules smell on them. The so-called possessed by demons and possessed by ghosts in the streets have something to do with this. Little girl, do you feel that there's something strange about yourself recently?" Fan Wan'er hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Twice." The old cook nodded and said with a smile, "Old Demon Ding is amazing. There is no one in the mortal world who cannot be killed. There is no one in the mortal world who cannot be forgiven. He is not inferior to that lunatic from back then, and is even smarter. I think he will most likely get what he wants this time. Eugenie wants to protect this world, and in my opinion he is also amazing. However, in the eyes of some people, his scope is still too small. On the contrary, Imperial tutor Zhong Qiu, who has always been suppressed by Eugenie, traveled the mountains and rivers of the 4 nations and the 8 winds by himself a few years ago. I think he will have a bigger chance. The old cook sighed. As for me, the more I say, the more I do, the more mistakes I make. If I don't ask, I will die. In the past, I wanted to make a fuss, but the more I see, the less I have the heart. In this chaotic situation, Demon Ding and Eugenie are sworn enemies. With the 2 of them watching, no one on the list can escape. As for me, I am no longer curious about what the banished immortal is. I am satisfied if I can live for another 20 or 30 years, so. Old Chef suddenly made a move. His 2 fingers formed a sword seal and pierced several of his vital acupoints. Instantly, blood dripped from his body. In the eyes of Eugenie and banished immortal, Qin Pingan, his aura that was close to that of a Dao-fusing cultivator was instantly shattered. Old Chef fell from being one of the top grandmasters in the world to an expert even weaker than the skinny monkey. He chose to voluntarily withdraw from this turbulent situation. The old cook's face was pale, but his smile was relieved. He asked Crown Prince Wei Yan, with such a big Crown Prince mansion, it shouldn't be a problem to raise an old man for another 20 or 30 years, right? Of course, if you really need my help, Your Highness, you can ask. Wei Yan nodded. Mister, just rest in the mansion. I will not disturb your cultivation. At the peak of Yunia Mountain, Zhou Shuzhen, who had just walked to the foot of the mountain, came back with a secret letter. She smiled bitterly and handed it to Eugenie. Eugenie took the letter and read its contents. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Shuzhen said helplessly, "It must be from the venerated tower, but it's definitely not the work of our venerated tower." Eugenie looked up at the sky. When one stood at a high enough place and looked at the mountains and rivers, the human world would be a spectacular sight. However, it was difficult to stare at a person closely. Eugenie had a deep understanding of this. For example, in his eyes he could see old Demon Ding, Qin Pingan, and Lu Fang in Zhuiyuan Alley. Their light spots were especially dazzling. Further away, there were 2 light spots in the Jingang Temple and 4 in the Crown Prince Mansion. Among them, the brightest spot suddenly dimmed. This kind of distant observation did not consume the spiritual energy that Eugenie had accumulated over the years. However, if Eugenie wanted to look at someone closely, he would have to pay a high price. In the house near Zhuiyuan Alley, old Demon Ding, who was wearing a silver lotus crown, suddenly received a secret letter from the venerated tower. At the end of the letter, the old man's eyes lit up. There was such a good thing. Even Ding Ying was a little tempted. He glanced at Chao Qinglang and clicked his tongue. "Little girl, you're so lucky." As for that outsider, he must have been ruthlessly tricked by someone. Otherwise he would not have been suppressed so severely. In the history that Ding Ying knew, there had almost never been such an open intervention during the 60-year cycle. No banished immortal had been beaten like this. 313. Regardless of their original intentions, the 3 groups of people who had besieged Qin Pingan, the 7 famous Jianghu experts, including the Pink Vajra Xian, the People Woman, and the demonic cultier, had all died on this street. Feng Qingbai, who had traveled the world as a ranger, was a madman. He would do anything to achieve his goal, including breaking walls and sneaking attacks. He failed to assassinate Qin Pingan with 1 strike, and instead he lost half of Yerer's life. The clog-wearing beauty, who was expected to inherit the demonic cult's sect master as a woman, had yet to turn around. One side of her face was pressed against the cold street, and the beautiful nails of one slender hand gently slid across the blue stone. She looked at Zhou Shi, her eyes full of pain and pleading. Although she had been joking before, asking Zhou Shi to promise not to let her die here, he had still agreed. Why was he still unwilling to act? Zhou Shi did not feel guilty at all. He even looked at her and smiled as a greeting. Lu Fang still did not act. The elusive smiley face had already fought with Qin Pingan and did not gain the slightest advantage. Zhou Shi held the scarlet prayer beads in his hand and twirled them gently. "I, Zhou Shi, am the one who is holding you back. But I promise I will do my best to deal with this person. Mr. Lu, smiley face Feng Qingbai, can we put aside our prejudices today and face the enemy together?" Smiley face nodded with a frightening smile. "No matter who kills this person in the end, I only want one of his abilities. If I can't get the immortal technique of shrinking into an inch, the reward will be calculated separately. Feng Qingbai gazed at Qin Pingan with a burning gaze. The final strike to kill him must be delivered by me. As for all his possessions, I won't take a single one of them. I can also hand over the magic treasure he obtained after killing exiled immortal. You can decide how to split the spoils. Zhou Shi looked at the dying Ye and smiled. I only want her. Lu Feng made the final decision. Then it's settled. Feng Qingbai held his sword horizontally in front of him as he bent his fingers and gently tapped the sword's blade. He said with a teasing smile, Sword Immortal Lu, don't just stand by and watch. Be careful not to end up worse off. In the end, all of us will become his martial Dao whetstones. You are the most capable expert on our side. If you continue to hide and use our lives to test the waters, I won't be willing to serve you. At most, I won't meddle in this matter. You guys can do whatever you want. Lu Feng smiled and said, Don't worry. After saying this, the bird's-eye peak Sword Immortal, whose palm was pressed against the sword hilt, clenched his fist and pulled out the Dachuan's sword and scabbard from the ground. Immortals once recorded in books that in ancient times, there was a tree named Dachuan. It lived for 8,000 years in spring and 8,000 years in autumn. After it had ripened, mortals who ate it would be able to ascend to the heavens. Qin Pingan had been silently accumulating strength. Furthermore, he had to adapt to his state without the restraints of the Taoist robe. Among the fist techniques taught by Old Man Chui, the steaming cloud swamp style and the iron cavalry chisel formation style were fine. They were just different in terms of the weight of the punch. However, for a fist technique like the deity drumming style, the slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. Furthermore, he had to constantly be on guard against Lu Feng. Qin Pingan had to grasp the propriety of every punch. This was the peak of Qin Pingan's fist technique ever since he started practicing martial arts. His physique, soul, essence and spirit were all the same. It's coming. Be careful. Lu Feng reminded everyone with a smile. Seriously, you didn't even give a warning before making a move. You don't have the bearing of a grandmaster. At the same time, with a twist of his wrist, Lu Feng held the hilt of his sword seriously for the first time. After holding the famous sword Dachuan, because Lu Feng's sword qi was too abundant, even if he deliberately suppressed it, it still continued to pour out, causing his clothes to flutter even though there was no wind. Especially the sleeve of the hand holding the sword qi was abundant and surging endlessly. The cuff of the sleeve was wide open, and there were actually wisps of hissing sounds coming from inside. In an instant, Smiley Face heartstrings tightened. Without saying a word, he used the incomplete immortal secret technique that he had obtained by chance. With the mysterious Chimenduanjia, he instantly moved from the Zhen position to the Ken position. However, before Smiley Face could see Qin Pingan's figure, the fist aura had already arrived in front of him and hit him in the face. A wisp of sword light suddenly crossed between Smiley Face's head and the fist aura. The incomparably sharp blade was placed horizontally. In Smiley Face's eyes, it was as if a snow-white thread was placed in front of him. The fist was blocked by the blade, giving Smiley Face a little room to maneuver. His figure disappeared several times and he retreated again and again. It was not easy for him to get rid of the suffocating pressure. Smiley Face had roamed Jianghu for 30 years since his debut. Originally, his favorite enemy was a grandmaster of external martial arts. He advanced and retreated freely, teasing those so-called grandmasters who were slightly slow in their movements, like walking a dog. This was also the origin of Smiley Face's nickname, Troublesome Ghost. Several old guys who were famous for their Henglian Kung Fu were forcefully exhausted to death by Smiley Face, who appeared like a ghost. This was the first time Smiley Face had met a boxing master who could run faster than him. Smiley Face knew that Feng Qingbai could save him once, twice, but there might not be a third time. Thus he no longer held back. As he retreated and dodged, his hands were hidden in his sleeves. Between his fingers, there were small and exquisite handleless flying knives with cold blade light. The blades were smeared with dark green poison, which was the best way to break a martial artist's gang qi. 50 or 60 feet away from Qin Pingan, Smiley Face saw that after Feng Qingbai's sword had saved him, he had also paid the price. He was closely watched by that person. After 2 or 3 rounds, Feng Qingbai was at a disadvantage. A leg swept across his shoulder and Feng Qingbai flew out with a bang. Feng Qingbai, whose white robe followed like a shadow and one of his arms drooped down, was obviously in a bad situation. Return the favor. Smiley Face flying knives flew out again and again from his sleeves. That person was truly a monster. When he punched this time, Every step he took seemed very light. When he stepped on the street, Smiley Face almost thought that the person's boots did not touch the ground at all, as if they were always floating in the air, let alone the pink Vajramashwanching's momentum of breaking bricks and stones with his feet. Smiley Face did not have the extravagant hope that his 6-hook kisses would be able to stab that person. He only wanted to buy Feng Qingbai a chance to catch his breath. Feng Qingbai grinned and spread his fingers. He actually let go of the long sword. A swordsman abandoning his sword? Seeing this, Smiley Face felt a wave of guilt. Could it be that the wanderer Feng Qingbai, who had traveled from the north to the south for 10 years, who had almost single-handedly killed through half of the martial arts world, was only this capable? Feng Qingbai's long sword did not fall to the ground. Without a master to control it, the body of the sword trembled slightly and rippled. Then it suddenly tightened. The long sword hovered in the air, the tip of the sword tilted up, pointing directly at that white robe. It flashed and disappeared. Feng Qingbai shook his left shoulder. He had been swept by the whipped leg. There was a piercing pain, but it was not a big deal. Feng Qingbai put 2 fingers of his right hand together to form a sword seal. In this narrow and oppressive little world, sword cultivators could not use their supernatural powers. However, Feng Qingbai could already use the inferior swordsmanship and swordsmanship to the point of perfection. Feng Qingbai had come down this time to temper his sword. He used all methods to temper his sword intent and heart as much as possible. Attack and defense switched. On the street, there was a ball of white snow and a streak of white light. Hairpin boy Zhou Shi first carefully helped her up and let her sit at the foot of a wall to prevent her from inexplicably dying under the sword chi and fist aura of the two sides fighting. Feng Qingbai's sword that pierced through her back was truly fierce and ruthless. It had actually directly destroyed Yaer's Dantian. Not only that, there was still a strand of sword chi lingering in her body, preventing her from circulating her chi to heal. If there was no expert to help her and strip away that strand of sword chi, she could only wait for death. Even the sacred healing medicine of the Titanium Temple would not be of any help. Of course, Zhou Shi did not flirt with her in the midst of the battle. He crouched in the shadow of the wall and slightly increased the force of his thumb. One of the string of prayer beads wrapped around his fist was pushed out. The scarlet bead did not roll down casually. It bounced twice on the blue flagstones on the street before vanishing into thin air. Zhou Shi kept scattering the prayer beads. This was a protective talisman that his father, Zhou Fei, had given him. If used properly, it could protect his life against 10 people in the world. If he faced 10 people below him, it could kill them. Of course, the master of the Spring-Tide Temple had also warned Zhou Shi that if he encountered Ding Ying and Yu Zhini, he should run if he could. If he could not, he should kneel and beg for mercy. It was not shameful. Feng Qingbai strolled leisurely as he moved slowly, and he chased after the white-robed man to his heart's content with the sword control technique. Chen Pingan tried to shake him off a few times, yet he was still entangled by the swift flying sword. The flying sword was so fast that one could only see the sword light flowing. Smiley Face did not dare to do anything unnecessary. He silently adjusted his breathing in the distance. Seeing this scene, Smiley Face was relieved but also a little frightened. If he encountered Feng Qingbai, how would he deal with him? The white-robed man suddenly stopped and reached out to grab the hilt of the flying sword. Feng Qingbai was not afraid. How can it be so simple? You definitely won't be able to catch me. Before Feng Qingbai could finish his words, Chen Pingan held the hilt with his right hand and chopped at the sword with his left hand. The sword did not break, but the tip of the sword was raised high, forming a huge arc. Feng Qingbai's fingers paused. Chen Pingan also put 2 fingers together and quickly wiped the blade of the sword, just enough to flatten the long sword. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and then loosened his fingers. While Feng Qingbai was in a daze, he was grabbed by the back of the collar and thrown back more than 10 feet. The tip of the sword almost pierced through Feng Qingbai's heart. Chen Pingan moved his fingers slightly and the flying sword flew back. It lingered around his body like a little bird. I know how to control the sword too. (314) Not only had Feng Qingbai's weapon been snatched away, his heart had almost been pierced through by the guy's sword-riding technique. Not only did he not feel humiliated or infuriated, his eyes were even glittering, and he felt that things were finally a little interesting. The rules of Jianghu still had to be followed. Feng Qingbai was saved by Lu Feng. He stood behind the famous half-sword immortal, and thanked him. Looking at the handsome back with his sleeves full of sword chi, Feng Qingbai was a little envious. He had only achieved what he had today by relying on his family and sect. Although his talent was not bad, he did not deserve the reputation of being unworldly, or once in a century. Lu Fang was different. A person like Lu Fang would be the most outstanding swordsman in any world. Lu Fang, who had his back to Feng Qingbai, smiled. "You're welcome. If you want, I can continue to help you, provided that you have the guts to take back that sword." Feng Qingbai reached out and rubbed his left shoulder. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not difficult up there. Unfortunately, I'm destined to not be able to take back that sword here." Lu Fang nodded. "Then you can watch the battle from a close distance." Feng Qingbai smiled knowingly. "The mountains are high and the rivers are long. There will be rewards in the future." Feng Qingbai's trip this time cost him a great favor from his master, who helped him cross the 10,000 mountains with a light boat. He became a banished immortal who had been enlightened for more than 10 years. He gave up his identity as a sword practitioner and stole a body with a decent foundation. Then he started all over again as a Jianghu swordsman who was purely a martial artist. He challenged masters from all walks of life. There were benefits, but it was far from enough for Feng Qingbai to reach his master's so-called from afar to near. Before coming down, Feng Qingbai and his master had a long talk. In addition to a sword practitioner also had a natal flying sword. Even if they were hundreds or thousands of feet away, they could kill people without leaving a trace. A Jianghu swordsman emphasized that he was invincible within 3 feet. Therefore, Feng Qingbai wanted to comprehend swordsmanship from a close distance. Fortunately, watching the white-robed swordsman and Lu Fang fight was also a cultivation. Feng Qingbai still had the vision and temperament. As for today's victory, Feng Qingbai didn't care. In fact, most of the exiled immortals didn't come to this world for invincibility or complete victory. It was more related to their mental state. Yet, slumped against the wall, sweating profusely. She was barely able to stop the blood from gushing out. She didn't even dare to look down at the wound. The Peepa woman who had been smashed into the wall had blood all over her face. After struggling for a while, she finally fell to the ground. With her back against the wall, she slowly stood up. She looked at her beloved Peepa. After traveling the Jianghu together for so many years, it had already become a piece of junk. She really didn't have the strength to pick it up. She didn't even look at the situation on the street. With one hand pressed against the wall, she staggered forward. The pitiful woman's face was frighteningly pale, as if she was going to a place that she had to go to. Ma Xian had yet to wake up, and it was possible that he would never have the chance to do so in this lifetime. Zhou Shi's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. Just from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the white-robed swordsman riding his sword. Zhou Shi's heart was weighed down by a huge rock, and he almost couldn't breathe. It was not easy to urge those pearls to take root. First, he had to cut off and scoop out a wisp of qi from his body, and then carefully inject it into the pearls. Then, according to the immortal formation map that his father, Zhou Fei, had taught him in private, he used the method named dragon slaying to arrange the pearls as if they were chess pieces. Only then could he be considered to have succeeded. During this period he couldn't make a single mistake. Each pearl contained the immortal qi that Zhou Fei had plundered and collected from everywhere. Zhou Fei had once asked him to hold a divine weapon and attack at will, but Zhou Shi couldn't hurt the pearls at all. This time he had followed his father to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. He always thought that victory was in his grasp, and he had the mentality of joining in the fun. He only needed to hide in the shadows behind his father and old demon Ding, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight and watch others live and die. However, Ding Ying didn't act according to common sense, forcing him to accompany Ye into danger. His father was dead and there was still a chance. But he, Zhou Shi, was dead. If he wanted to return to the human world as Zhou Shi, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Moreover, with his father's temper, as long as he, Zhou Shi, died halfway, he might not even bother to look at his own corpse. He definitely wouldn't spend the slightest bit of effort. The reason why Qin Pingan didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, other than Lu Fang's obstruction, was that he was familiar with the weight of the long sword, and the quantity of vital qi required for its various flying trajectories. The more precise the better. A sword master's so-called command of the sword as one's arm had just crossed the threshold. More importantly, he had entered a kind of spiritual connection realm. This was a false realm that imitated a sword cultivator's command of the natal flying sword. It was like a rough copy of a book, but the imitation also had its true meaning and great knowledge. In fact, Lu Fang had been hesitating. Because old Demon Ding was nearby. If he chose to use all his strength to deal with the white-robed swordsman, it would be easy for the eccentric Ding Ying to act violently. When Ding Ying attacked, he never cared about rules or identity. Perhaps he would even use all his strength to deal with a low-level martial artist that he disliked. Moreover, Lu Fang was worried about the safety of Zhou Shi. At this moment, Lu Fang and Qin Pingan looked in the same direction at almost the same time. It was a tall and thin blue-robed old Confucian. He walked with a stern demeanor, clearly one of the few grandmasters on this mountain peak. However, he did not interfere in the confrontation between Qin Pingan and Lu Fang. Instead, he turned from the street into the alley and headed for the courtyard where Qin Pingan was temporarily staying. The imperial tutor Zhong Qiu was facing Ding Ying. If there was anyone in the world who dared to use two fists to fight old Demon Ding, and was even willing to fight to the death, it was not the immortal Yu Zhini who vaguely surpassed the realm of martial arts, nor was it Bird's Eye Peak Lu Fang. It was only Zhong Qiu. In this way, Lu Fang truly had no misgivings. Lu Fang slowly unsheathed his sword. Every inch of the Dachuan unsheathed, an inch of dazzling brilliance appeared in the world. It was so dazzling that the smiling face almost narrowed his eyes. The skinny little girl, who had always wished that no one could see her, shrank back on the bench. Just as the smiling face was about to narrow his eyes, she widened her eyes and carefully watched the sword light spread from 1 inch to 2 inches. She did not shrink back even with her face full of tears. When the Dachuan was halfway out of the sheath, she suddenly turned her head. She felt as if she was going blind. Even if she closed her eyes, in front of her was still snowy white. She stretched out her skinny little hand and gently wiped her face. The reason why she stared at that person unsheathing his sword was purely because she felt that the scene was very beautiful and wanted to grab it in the palm of her hand. Every time she walked next to the fragrance stalls early in the morning, she would greedily look at the various delicacies in the steamers. She wanted to snatch them and run away, find a place to hide and throw them away when she was full. It would be best if no one could eat them and they all starved to death. Zhong Qiu came to the outside of the house. The courtyard door was not closed, so he walked straight in. Ding Ying saw the world's #1 martial artist who had practiced external martial arts to the extreme. She smiled and said, "It's been 60 years since we last met. Zhong Qiu, are you in your 70s this year?" Zhong Qiu looked at the scene on the window and the movement in the side room and frowned. Ding Ying stood on the steps. She was not annoyed by Zhong Qiu's silence. She still took the initiative to speak. "You didn't believe what I said in the past. Do you believe me now?" Ding Ying had seen the world. In the 100 years of Jianghu, there were only a few people who could catch Ding Ying's eye. And in this number, a few had died. Zhong Qiu was one of them. Everyone thought highly of Yu Zhini. They felt that Zhong Qiu, the imperial tutor of the southern court, was superior. Compared to Yu Zhini, who had left the mountain peak and entered the sea of clouds, he was still slightly inferior. However, Ding Ying had never thought highly of Yu Zhini. She only praised Zhong Qiu. 60 years ago, during the Nanyuan Kingdom War, Ding Ying had been involved from the beginning to the end. At that time, Yu Zhini and Zhong Qiu were just youths who had taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. After the war ended, Ding Ying met the two inseparable people and said that Zhong Qiu would definitely be a grandmaster in the future. Zhong Qiu asked Ding Ying 2 questions. "What are you going to do?" "What are we doing?" "Let's sit down and talk." Ding Ying sat on a small stool. She waved her sleeve and another stool floated to Zhong Qiu's side. After the latter sat down, Ding Ying said slowly, "Before answering the 2 questions, let me ask you first. Do you know where you are?" Zhong Qiu looked solemn. "There's always someone better than me." "I know." Ding Ying smiled and nodded. "Compared to you looking for traces of the banished immortals from secret files, I'm more direct. In the past 60 years, I've killed many banished immortals with my own hands. Some of them were enlightened, while others were still dreaming. I got a lot of information from them." He stomped his foot. "Our place is called Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It's one of the 72 blessed lands. The territory of the 4 nations plus the territories that have yet to be developed, we think it's very big. Even the banished immortals think it's too small. According to them, our Lotus Blossom Blessed Land can only be considered a mid-level blessed land. They determine the level of a blessed land. Apart from the abundance of spiritual energy, the population is also very important. Lotus Blossom Blessed Land isn't vast, but there are many martial arts talents in this land. It's always been the best place for the banished immortals to train their minds." Zhong Qiu had been pursuing the truth for many years and had speculated. However, after hearing Ding Ying's words, his calm mind changed. There was even anger on his face. Only now did Zhong Qiu begin to understand Eugenie's pressure. Because he cultivated immortal techniques, other than Ding Ying, Eugenie stood higher than anyone else and could see further. Therefore, he had an unimaginable apathy towards the disputes in the martial world and even the changes in the imperial court of the four countries. Ding Ying smiled. However, the truly strange thing about this lotus blossom-blessed land is... At this point, Ding Ying laughed involuntarily and looked up at the sky. People? Immortals? Ding Ying continued, it's said that it's much harder to enter our blessed lands than other blessed lands. It depends on the person's mood or rather fate. In the hometown of the so-called banished immortals, compared to the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by a sect called Jade Gui sect, Tongyi Continent's lotus blossom blessed land isn't very famous. There are very few stories about it. If Zhou Fei and Lu Fang are the sons of aristocratic families who were sent out to become officials, their official careers are step by step. However, most of them are people who accidentally barged in. Whether they can get out or not depends on luck. Zhong Qiu pointed to the sky. If that's the case, that sky beyond heaven is called Tongyi Continent? Ding Ying smiled playfully. Who told you that it has to be above our heads? Zhong Qiu was deep in thought. It was rare for Ding Ying to meet someone who was worth talking to. Not only did he not have the airs of the most powerful person in the world, but he also did not have the arrogance that everyone thought he had. Instead, he was like an extremely patient old teacher who was explaining to his students. Now I can answer your second question. What are we doing? Every 60 years, the top 10 masters who make the list and survive until the end will be chosen by that person and leave this place. After that, everyone will have a great opportunity. Those who are superior can ascend with their bodies and souls intact, while those who are inferior can only send their souls to other places. Zhong Qiu asked, so even if the venerable tower has to dig 3 feet into the ground, they have to find the real top 10 masters and evaluate them on the list to prevent people from deceiving others and sneaking in? On top of that, in order to prevent anyone from hiding too deeply, they purposely added items that could improve their cultivation and a godly weapon after killing a banished immortal. Was it to encourage the top 20 cultivators to gather and kill one another? Regarding the venerable tower that is stirring up trouble, there are many inside stories that are deeper than you and I think. Without the venerable tower's warning, every 20 years, the world would not be so chaotic. Ding Ying chuckled. However, there are loopholes that can be exploited during this period. Zhong Qiu was worthy of being the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. He understood immediately. The strong get stronger and gather together for warmth. They strive to work together and finally divide the benefits. Let's not talk about the past. This time Eugenie is doing this. He does not distinguish between good and evil and tries to rope in the top 20 masters to target you, Ding Ying, and at the same time encircle the banished immortal. Speaking of this, Zhong Qiu frowned again and looked at Ding Ying, seemingly puzzled. Ding Ying laughed. You're right. The safest way is for the top 10 to know their place and draw close to me early on to seek protection. As long as I leave the demonic cult, act justly and conscientiously, and set good rules for the world, then those who have a chance to enter the list will rely on their own abilities and talents. In the end, I will judge your ranking and whether Eugenie is in the top 3. Then, at least for the next 60 years, the world will be peaceful. There will be no need to fight and spar. Zhong Qiu thought carefully and confirmed that Ding Ying was not spouting nonsense. Ding Ying tapped his knee lightly with his fingers, appearing particularly leisurely. But I feel that this is meaningless. Zhong Qiu asked the same question again. What do you want to do? Ding Ying waved his hand and still did not answer this question. Instead, he changed the topic. You only need to know that the situation has changed this time. There is no such thing as the top 10 or not. The last 3 people to ascend can take away 5 people, 3 people, and 1 person from this world. Ding Ying emphasized, any 3 people. Zhong Qiu's expression was normal. Ding Ying's mouth twitched. Dead people are fine as long as they really appeared in history. If you choose those dead people, they will not only come back to life and regain their intelligence, but they will also become loyal puppets. Isn't it interesting? Several people immediately appeared in Zhong Qiu's mind. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian, whose spear arts were divine, was known as the best in the last 1,000 years. The founder of the demonic cult, Liu Baixiang, was the most notorious leader of the demonic cult in the last 500 years. The sword immortal Sui Yuyu, who was worshipped by Eugenie. The number 1 person in the world before Ding Ying, the complete madman Zhu Lian. These people were all worthy of the title of number one, but without exception they all died in the human world. Emperor Wei Xian died at the age of 120. Liu Baixiang died in a siege by dozens of top masters. Sui Yuyu died in front of everyone while riding a sword to ascend. Countless people saw with their own eyes the process of her falling back to the human world. Her flesh and blood melted, and her bones were left standing. She turned into ashes. Zhu Lian, who was seriously injured, died in Ding Ying's hands. The silver lotus crown was also placed on Ding Ying's head. Zhong Qiu asked, "Why?" Ding Ying smiled. "You ask me, but who should I ask?" Zhong Qiu looked directly into Ding Ying's eyes. "You, Zhou Fei and Lu Fang are already 3 people." Ding Ying smiled. "So now you have 2 choices. Go kill Lu Fang or join forces with Yu Zhini to try to kill me." Zhong Qiu was silent. Ding Ying said playfully, "But I advise you to wait. Maybe you don't have to kill Lu Fang." Zhong Qiu asked, "If you want to leave, which 3 people will you take with you?" Ding Ying pointed at Chao Qinglang, who was standing at the door of the kitchen. "If I want to leave, I will only take him with me." Zhong Qiu glanced at the child and said doubtfully, "His aptitude is not outstanding." Ding Ying laughed it off. Without any restraints, Lu Fang struck with his first sword. After the strike, an extremely long ravine about 5 feet high was split open from where Lu Fang stood to the end of the street. Not to mention people like Yet, and Zhou Shi, who were born and raised here. Even Feng Qingbai was dumbfounded. It was as if he was in his hometown, Tongye continent. Smiley Face's smile became even more vivid. It was good to lean against a big tree and enjoy the shade. In his early years he became friends with Lu Fang, who was at his lowest point. At that time he was hot-blooded and accompanied him to the Chunqiao Palace. Under the circumstances at that time, he accompanied Lu Fang to his death. Then Lu Fang knocked Smiley Face out at the foot of the mountain and climbed the mountain alone to challenge Zhou Fei. When Smiley Face woke up, Lu Fang was sitting beside him. He was no longer the frustrated person who drowned his sorrows in alcohol. For many years after that, Smiley Face was the only one who could climb Lu Fang's bird's eye peak and come down alive. Zhou Shi was the most helpless. Wouldn't the formation that he had painstakingly set up be useless? The only flaw was that the young white-robed swordsman had run away. The moment Lu Fang struck with his sword, he seemed to have confirmed that he could not block the mighty power of the sword. He moved sideways and directly crashed into the wall, disappearing just like that. Lu Fang looked around and did not feel that the person had retreated. A seemingly casual slash of the sword had split open a door on the wall. Dust flew. A white-robed figure could be vaguely seen dodging the flood-like sword chi and disappearing again. Lu Fang knew that if this continued, no one would be able to hurt each other. His killing power was greater than his opponent's, but that person could dodge every time he struck with his sword. Unless someone made up their mind to exchange lives with the other party. For example, Lu Fang retracted most of his sword chi and gave that person a chance to get close. Or that person was willing to bet that he could withstand Lu Fang's 2 strikes to kill enemies and protect himself, and then kill Lu Fang with a punch. Lu Fang raised his sword. A huge crescent-shaped sword chi appeared in the air and whizzed over. The white-robed figure hurriedly gave up on charging forward and fell rapidly, dodging the sword chi. Lu Fang floated up to the top of the wall. That person dodged several times, but Lu Fang did not see Feng Qingbai's sword. It was a little strange. Lu Fang only saw that person standing on the raised eaves of a roof in the distance, his sleeves swaying slightly. Coupled with the vermilion wine gourd at his waist, he did not look as simple as floating in the air. His vigorous fist intent was one with heaven and earth, and his fist intent was heavy and clear. It was extremely difficult. Even Lu Fang, who was famous in the Tongye continent, had to admit that as long as this young banished immortal with mixed martial arts could leave the lotus flower-blessed land alive, his future achievements would not be low. If one fishing rod could not catch fish, then he would change his method and cast a fishing net. Lu Fang raised his arm and brandished his sword. Apart from the sword in his hand, there were 36 identical famed swords hovering in front of Lu Fang. They were like infantry in a formation, orderly and heavily guarded. The long swords slowly moved forward, and then suddenly accelerated, breaking through the air. Chen Pingan dashed across the rooftops, twisting and turning. Streaks of sword chi that had turned into white rainbows exploded around him one after another like maggots in a tarsal bone. In addition to controlling the 36 sword chi swords and using them as arrows, as long as Chen Pingan widened the distance, Lu Fang would advance appropriately. He always maintained a distance of 300 feet, not giving Chen Pingan a chance to rush in front of him. Of course, Lu Fang wanted to kill Qin Pingan with his sword, not to play a game of cat and mouse. But when Qin Pingan could get close, when he mistakenly thought that he could decide victory with one punch, Lu Fang would set a trap for Qin Pingan. But before the 36 swords were used, that person began to run toward Lu Fang. His agile footsteps stepped left and right, not in a straight line. Lu Fang was slightly surprised and sneered in his heart. So soon? His 5 fingers moved slightly, and the last 6 flying swords suddenly scattered, drawing an arc in the air, and finally the sword tips converged at a certain point. That place happened to be the place that person had to pass through when he punched. In a flash, the 6 flying swords behind that person exploded together with a loud bang, creating a huge commotion. Sure enough, it could be even faster. Lu Fang was not surprised at all, nor did he panic at all. The real sword in his hand swept across. The sword chi condensed into a line. This sword seemed to directly divide the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom into 2 layers. Instead of retreating, Qin Pingan moved forward and punched at the sword light with an indomitable will. Blood sputtered in front of him. Lu Fang's eyes were indifferent, and he just chopped down with his sword. Up and down and then left and right. But in an instant, Lu Fang instinctively stepped on the roof, and then a flying sword above his head flew from behind Lu Fang to Qin Pingan. Lu Fang had a lingering fear. Feng Qingbai's sword must have been left near the wall all this time. It seemed to rashly knock away the sword, but it was not for the sake of punching at all. It was to play the sword master's sword and attack from the front and back. Qin Pingan reached out and grasped the long sword. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to pierce through Lu Fang's heart. But there was no regret on his face and he said in his heart, "Go!" Lu Fang was shocked. He did not have time to warn hairpin boy Zhou Shi on the street. He could not care about anything else and followed closely behind, throwing the big sword in his hand toward the wall. Lu Fang was slightly distracted, and used the real sword controlling technique so as to avoid making a mistake and killing people instead of saving people. Feng Qingbai's sword passed through the wall, and just happened to stab at the back of Zhou Shi's head. Almost at the same time, Lu Fang's big sword was slightly tilted and nailed into the wall, colliding with the flying sword from a higher place. At the critical moment, the big sword collided with the flying sword, causing it to fall. It only pierced through Zhou Shi's shoulder, and the huge penetrating force caused the hairpin boy to stagger forward. Lu Fang suddenly raised his head. A white robe fell like a meteor, arriving in front of Lu Fang through the hole in the roof, and a fist arrived. Lu Fang's entire body slid backward and he crashed into the wall. The second fist arrived. The deity's drumming style. Lu Fang took the full brunt of the deity's drumming style in this straight line, and kept retreating. The wall that Smiling Face and Qin Pingan had been standing on earlier was also smashed into pieces by Lu Fang's back. Lu Fang tried to use the big sword to save himself, but found that he did not dare. He could only condense his chi to protect his body. After all, the big sword was only a divine weapon of this world, and not the life-bound flying sword that Lu Fang had left behind in the Tongye continent. Qin Pingan resolutely delivered the 10th punch. Lu Fang crashed into the building on the other side of the street, and just like the people woman from before, he finally dove into the wall, bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was in an extremely sorry state. But Qin Pingan also paid the price for his insistence on this punch. A person appeared beside him, and a fist landed on Qin Pingan's temple. It was as if a bell had struck him on the head. Qin Pingan flew backward for more than 10 feet, and half squatted on the street. Beside his feet was the ravine that had been split open by Lu Fang's sword chi. The person who interrupted Qin Pingan's drumming style was dressed in a Confucian green robe. He stood there with one hand behind his back and the other clenched in front of him, looking calm and composed. Qin Pingan turned his head, spat out a mouthful of dark green blood, and wiped the corner of his mouth. The skinny little girl who happened to be between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom and Qin Pingan, had been curled up on a small stool at the foot of the wall from the beginning to the end. She secretly glanced at the person in the white robe. He was indeed powerful, but now he was a little pitiful. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she realized that the person who had asked her to sit still was looking at the old man who looked like a schoolmaster, but he was also looking at her. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she realized that the person who had asked her to sit still was looking at her after he slowly stood up after being punched. He was probably saying, "Don't be afraid?" She clearly knew that her life was linked to his. Once he died, she would most likely die as well. But she could not help but be filled with hostility. She wished that he could beat that old bastard to death in the next moment. This kind of emotion was indescribable. It was just like when she saw the little snowman in the small wooden box. She liked it so much. Since she could not have it, she would throw it away, destroy it, and die. She felt that there was nothing wrong with this. 3:15. Two flying swords broke through the wall one after another, severely injuring the flower hairpin man who had just collected all his prayer beads. Then Lu Fang, who had the upper hand, was punched back to the street. The last punch even made Lu Fang sink into the wall. Finally, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhongqiu, came to end the fight. Zhongqiu, who was known as the best in the world, defeated the young man with one punch and saved Lu Fang, who had no power to fight back. Feng Qingbai took the opportunity to take back his sword. Not only that, he also tried to find a chance to return Dachuan to Lu Fang. However, Zhongqiu's appearance made Feng Qingbai give up the idea. Feng Qingbai let out a long breath. If Zhongqiu's punch had hit his temple, he would probably have to rely on his sect to save him. Otherwise, he could only reincarnate in the lotus flower-blessed land again and again. The foundation of a cultivator was constantly being melted and integrated into this world. The world was the furnace and everything was copper. This was the principle. And that person's servant was the one who was responsible for fanning the flames. That person never showed up and was unwilling to see the world. Only a little Taoist servant with a palm leaf fan was responsible for the operation of the entire lotus flower-blessed land. Of course, he also dealt with the earth immortals of the Tongyi continent who were qualified to know the inside story of the blessed land. Before Feng Qingbai came down, under the guidance of his sect's patriarch, he met the servant. Even the unpolished Jade Realm ancestor had to pay respect to the little guy who was very aggressive. After coming to the lotus flower-blessed land just a dozen years later, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Feng Qingbai had a feeling that his tempering of the Grand Dao Sword Heart this time had probably come to an end. If his luck was good, then he would at most obtain an immortal artifact of the magic treasure rank. After all, his combat power was now complete. On the other hand, Lu Fang had already fallen. His Taoist heart might be damaged. Even if he returned to the Tongyi continent, he would be in big trouble. Banished immortal, banished immortal. It sounded good, but in fact it was not. Only Zhou Fei, who advocated that, if you don't enjoy life you're no different from plants and animals, came down and did not touch the foundation of cultivation at all, so it was naturally easy and comfortable. However, people like Feng Qingbai and Lu Fang were extremely dangerous. Senior Tong Qingqing, even though she was already the sect master of the Mirror Heart Chamber and one of the 4 grandmasters in the world, had still hidden for decades and had yet to show up. She was a perfect example. Putting away his messy thoughts, Feng Qingbai began to review the battle, trying to figure out as much as possible. Previously, he had been observing this peak battle from afar. Stones from mountains could be used to polish jade. This was the borrowing of one's state of mind on the path of cultivation. It was similar to the Buddhist meditation method. In Feng Qingbai's eyes, the battle at the Lotus Flower Blessed Land was actually not inferior to the battle between the Golden Core cultivators and the nascent soul cultivators in the Tongya continent. The battle between the white-robed young man and Lu Fang was already so exciting. If Ding Ying and Yu Zhini from both the righteous and evil side finally made their moves, what kind of spectacle would it be? Initially, Feng Qingbai did not think highly of Qin Pingan. This was because Lu Fang was indeed a potential sword immortal who was famous throughout the Tongya continent. He had already gone against the current under heavy suppression in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, where the spiritual qi was thin. He had opened up a new path and once again touched the threshold of the way of the sword. Lu Fang's sword could attack from afar and defend from close range. However, the result was unexpected. The divine hand that broke the situation was that the person actually saw that Lu Fang would save Zhou Shi. It was rumored in the Jianghu that Lu Fang and Zhou Fei were sworn enemies. Lu Fang had even climbed up the mountain with his sword and had a life-and-death battle with Lu Fang in the Springtide Palace. Feng Qingbai had already been in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land for more than 10 years, while the young man had just arrived. Logically speaking, he should be even more unfamiliar with the scenery of this peak. Feng Qingbai really could not understand. A battle should have been clear to the onlookers. Could it be that the young man had not only descended with a complete body and soul, but was also familiar with the inside story? Was that why he had broken the rules and was seen as a traitor by the way of the heavens here? He had to be suppressed and eliminated. Although his injuries were serious, his entire shoulder was smashed. Fortunately, it was only an external injury. Zhou Shi used the Springtide Palace's healing medicine that Zhou Fei had made and barely stopped the bleeding. He leaned against the wall with Yair and said with a bleak smile, "I've already done my best." The romantic and elegant hairpin man had attracted the blushes of countless beauties. Unfortunately, there was no romance now, only desolation. Yet was trying her best to suppress the chaotic chi with a secret technique of the demonic cult. This was the martial arts manual of the Chuehua sect, one of the 3 sects of the demonic cult. It had the effect of making withered trees bloom. Rumor had it that a certain sect master of the Chuehua sect had tricked the saintess of that generation of the Mirror Heart sect into peeking at half of the true scripture of pureness. The scripture could rejuvenate people. The sect master of the Chuehua sect could be said to be a genius. He had reverse-engineered the scripture for his own use and compiled this secret technique of the demonic cult. However, the aftereffects were huge. Although the user could forcibly suppress the serious injuries, they would rapidly age and accelerate the decay of the body. Yair's face was livid. Wisps of white frost appeared on her temples. Zhou sighed. If he handed over a bronze mirror, would Miss Yair, who was most proud of her appearance, directly go mad? Zhou did not know whether to comfort her or himself. "Don't worry, my father will be here soon. By then I'll be safe and you won't die." At the foot of the wall in the distance, there was a broken pipa lying alone on the ground. Its owner was nowhere to be found. Every once in a while there would be drops of blood on the ground. When Qin Pingan stood up, Feng Qingbai, who was holding a long sword, Zhou Shi, who was sitting on the ground, and Smiling Face, who had gone to check on Lu Fang's injuries, all felt their hearts tighten. Lu Fang pulled himself out from the wall and landed lightly on the ground. His body was unstable and the Smiling Face wanted to reach out to support him. Lu Fang shook his head and with a stretch of his hand he pulled the Dachuan back. Along the way the sword and the scabbard fused together, and the long sword once again stabbed into the ground. Lu Fang's cultivation base in the lotus flower-blessed land, which could be said to be exceedingly high, had fallen to rock bottom. The 10 fists god-beating drum style continued to beat Lu Fang, who did not have an outstanding physique, until his soul almost scattered. Lu Fang's eyes darkened. He turned to Smiling Face, whose real name was Qiantang, and said, "Let me rest for a while. Accompany me for a drink." Smiling Face nodded sadly. Just like the first time they met in Jianghu, he was the frustrated person again. Lu Fang chose to take the lead this time. In addition to protecting Zhou Shi, it was more for Qiantang. Smiling Face was not among the 20 people in the world. Before coming to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, Lu Fang said that he would take Qiantang to his hometown to see the real immortal Yufeng. At that time, although Lu Fang's words were flat, he had the unique spirit of a sword immortal from Bird's Eye Peak. Even a blind person could feel Smiling Face. The two left the street together. Before Lu Fang left, he cupped his fists and thanked Zhong Qiu. Then he told Zhou Shi to take care of himself. When they arrived at the wine shop where the woman was selling wine, the woman saw the man who stole the sword. Her strong muscles were useless as she cursed and swore. Lu Fang persuaded her in every way possible before she brought 2 pots of the worst wine to the table. She slammed them down hard. The smiling Qiantang almost couldn't hold back from slapping this gossipy woman to death. Lu Fang took out a simple and unadorned small chi from his bosom and handed it to Smiling Face. He said in a deep voice, "In the next 20 years, I may trouble you to do 2 difficult things. One is to carry this thing with you and find my reincarnation. If you get close to me, the small chi will be boiling hot and let you feel it. The second is to find a long sword called Chao Yuan. I won't force this matter. Maybe it will be like this Dachuan and become someone else's sword." Smiley Face looked surprised. "I have made up my mind." Lu Fang did not explain further. "Take the small chi. After drinking this pot of wine, quickly leave Nanyuan Kingdom. If you stay here, you will only make me die faster." Smiling Face had never seen Lu Fang so serious. He could only carefully put away the small chi and nodded in agreement. After drinking the wine, Smiling Face looked at his best friend. Lu Fang said indifferently, "If you really find me, don't worry about anything. Especially don't deliberately teach me martial arts." "I will remember." Smiling Face did not smile anymore, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. Lu Fang did not have any sorrow. After silently sending Smiling Face out of the wine shop, Lu Fang turned his head and looked in a direction. He sneered, "You can show yourself. I am the head of a banished immortal. Take it with your ability." A stooped old man walked out from the corner, coughing as he walked. If Smiling Face Qiantang was still by Lu Fang's side, he would definitely recognize this old man who would be blown away by the wind. The 8-armed immortal Shui Yuan, one of the top 10 people of the older generation, was squeezed out of the top 10 20 years ago. He deteriorated day by day and was at the bottom of the bottom 10. He was once pestered by Smiling Face for a year and became a joke in Jianghu. Lu Fang sighed in his heart. He did not expect Buljiang's prophecy to come true. At that time, Yu Zhini secretly gathered heroes and named Ding Ying, Zhou Fei, Tong Qingqing and Feng Qingbai, the 4 banished immortals. Lu Fang laughed and asked if he counted. Now it seemed that the answer was obvious. It might not have been Yu Zhini's original intention. However, seeing Lu Fang heavily injured and defeated, Yu Zhini naturally would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The bird's eye peak sword immortal has fallen to such a state. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Shui Yuan grinned and teased Lu Fang. The old man was missing a few teeth. He walked slowly towards the wine shop. It was hard to imagine that this was the world's #1 external martial artist before Zhongqiu. Lu Fang laughed. Yu Zhini is generous to let you come and take his head. Shui Yuan bent his back and stopped 20 steps away from the tavern's entrance. Perfected Yu is an immortal of the present age and not a mortal like me. You wouldn't think much of this bit of opportunity. Besides, Great Sword Immortal Lu still has 30 to 40% of his strength. He still has some chance of winning against an old Shui Yuan. Lu Fang sneered. Great Sword Immortal? You've seen him before? Are you worthy? Shui Yuan continued to chuckle. Not worthy, not worthy. Whatever Great Sword Immortal Lu says. Lu Fang's eyes were filled with mockery. Shui Yuan met Lu Fang's gaze and shook his head. As the 8-armed god shook his back and raised his head like a flood dragon, Shui Yuan's aura changed completely. This was the bearing of a grandmaster who had once ranked among the top 10 in the world. Shui Yuan's expression turned dark and terrifying. He was furious and his words were filled with resentment and resentment. All of you high and mighty banished immortals deserve to die. Yes, that's the look in your eyes, Lu Fang. Even if you're clearly a featherless phoenix, you still look at everyone in the world the same way, like you're looking at ants. Lu Fang did not comment. However, he knew that today was the last battle of his life. It was not enough to satisfy him. It was like that with that young man, and it was even more sullen to fight Shui Yuan, who was taking advantage of the situation. At this moment, Shui Yuan, who had just removed his concealment, was like a god descending to the world. However, his body stiffened in an instant. Someone was strangling him from behind and lifting him up bit by bit. Shui Yuan was like a snake that had been hit at its weakest point. He did not even struggle as his feet were lifted higher and higher off the ground. The person who had ambushed the old man said with a warm voice, "What's wrong with looking at you like ants? There's nothing wrong with that. You are ants to begin with." With a crack, Shui Yuan's neck was broken and he was gently thrown to the side of the street. The wine-gu woman shrieked. The customers of the tavern were shouting that they had been killed and the birds and beasts scattered. Without Shui Yuan blocking his line of sight, that person was an elegant young master. It was Zhou Fei who had rushed over from the Diamond Temple. Zhou Fei was still holding a head that had died with its eyes open. He threw it forward in front of Lu Fang. The head rolled and was dripping with blood. It was Smiling Face Qiantang. Zhou Fei casually threw out the little qi. Lu Fang slowly squatted down and gently wiped the face of the head, making his good friend close his eyes. Lu Fang stared blankly at Smiling Face. He did not look at Zhou Fei nor did he pick up the little qi. He only asked with a trembling voice, "Why?" Zhou Fei was silent for a moment and did not answer the question. Since when did Lu Fang become a wishy-washy good-for-nothing? You came here to break through the barrier of love, but in the end you couldn't break through. If that's the case, you can just return empty-handed. In the end, you can't even pick up a dead person's head that's no better than a stranger's. Lu Fang, even if you return to the Tongya continent, let alone ascending to the upper 5 realms, I firmly believe that you won't even be able to stay in the nascent soul realm. Zhou Fei squatted down. Tell me, why did you come here? I'm the head of the Jiang clan of the Jade Gui sect. Why did I accompany you in this lotus flower-blessed land for so many years? It was unknown when, but the sword Dachuan had been placed quietly at Lu Fang's feet. Together with the little qi in the head, they were all lying on the street. In the distance behind Zhou Fei stood a group of devastatingly beautiful women. Some of them were as slender as willows, and some of them were as plump as rice in autumn. Lu Fang raised his head. Why didn't you go find Zhou Shi first? Zhou Fei laughed angrily. My son is dead, I can just have another one. But if you, Lu Fang, die in lotus flower-blessed land, am I supposed to waste another 60 years? Zhou Fei stood up, waved his hand and called a beautiful woman to his side. Go and have a drink with senior brother Lu, whom you respected and admired the most in the past. After not seeing each other for so many years, you must have a lot to talk about." The woman's face paled. Zhou Fei patted her cheeks. "Be good, be obedient." The ground shook and Zhou Fei's figure disappeared. Those women were like birds flapping their wings, flying through the air. Their clothes fluttered and ribbons hung in the air. This charming and gentle scene caused the passers-by on the nearby streets to be mesmerized. Lu Fang stood up and said to the woman with the unfamiliar yet familiar face, "Shall we sit down and talk?" The woman trembled with fear and nodded. The two sat facing each other. The tavern's proprietress hid behind the counter and squatted down. Lu Fang went to get 2 jugs of wine. Without waiting for Lu Fang to pour the wine, the woman who had been in the Springtide Palace for so many years and was already used to serving others hurriedly stood up and poured wine for Lu Fang. Only then did she pour a bowl for herself. Lu Fang did not look at that face that had once caused one's heart to break. He only glanced at that pair of slender hands that had been maintained like a young girl's. He lifted the wine bowl and smiled. The woman let out a slight sigh of relief. She thought for a moment, then got up and went to the street outside the tavern. She helped Lu Fang retrieve the small chi and the great Chun sword. She even picked up the head of the smiling man and placed it on another table in the tavern. After she sat down, she smiled sweetly. Lu Fang held the wine bowl in one hand and turned his head to look at the empty street. It was as if he saw a young man and a young woman who were a match made in heaven chasing after each other. Zhong Qiu only had eyes for the white-robed young man. He said, "When you and I fight, no one will interfere. Therefore you only need to focus on punching." Zhong Qiu added, "If anyone still secretly attacks you, I will definitely kill them, whether it is Ding Ying or Yu Zhini." Qin Pingan raised the back of his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A wound appeared on his arm and the white bone was visible. In order to block Lu Fang's sword, the sleeve of his snow-white robe was torn open. This was the first time the golden necklace robe had been damaged. Although the magic treasure's effect had been sealed, its toughness was still there. It was enough to show the superior lethality of Lu Fang's swordsmanship. After Zhong Qiu finished speaking, he began to walk forward. His steps seemed slow, but in fact he floated 20 to 30 feet with each step. There was no fluctuation of qi activity. Zhong Qiu was the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom. He was also a famous scholar who excelled in calligraphy and painting. Every word and every sentence was in accordance with the rules. Every punch and kick was in accordance with the laws. Those who reached the peak were called literary saints and martial grandmasters. Zhong Qiu was both. Ding Ying looked down on the martial artists of the world, but he had his eyes on Zhong Qiu. Of course there was a reason for this. Qin Pingan stood in his original position and did not move an inch. Zhong Qiu's leisurely stroll reminded him of the scene when Ding Ying entered the main hall of the White River Temple. The old man from Luopa Mountain's bamboo house, that kind of invincible posture, Qin Pingan could only roughly understand. It was just that the disparity in cultivation was too great, and the distance between them was too great. Qin Pingan could not figure out the purpose behind it. The old man surnamed Chui's martial arts were too high. Although he did not spoil Qin Pingan's growth by pulling up seedlings, Qin Pingan's progress after reaching the 4 realms did not benefit him much. However, Qin Pingan could not feel the uniqueness of Ding Ying and Zhong Qiu's oneness of heaven and man the first time. The second time it was chewy and he could taste some of its flavor. Zhong Qiu simply faced him head-on. He did not have the aggressive aura of the pink Vajra Ma Xian, the treacherous and sinister smile of the smiling face, nor the indomitable advance and sharpness of Feng Qingbai's assassination sword. Zhong Qiu's shoulders shook imperceptibly. He was dressed in a green robe, and the profundity of his shoulders was like the clouds passing by the side of an ancient pine tree. Zhong Qiu's fist arrived in front of Qin Pingan. There was not the slightest bit of fist aura leaking outwards, nor was there any huge sound of wind or thunder. Because Zhong Qiu's fist was too strange, Qin Pingan was momentarily distracted for the first time. He hesitated whether he should meet the enemy with the deity beating drum style and fight for a decisive blow, or use the deity suppressing head from the sword art proper, to defend himself with a punch. Fortunately, Qin Pingan immediately gave up on these 2 options. He retreated and slid backwards. At the same time, he instinctively raised his arm and covered his face with his palm. Zhong Qiu's fist hit Qin Pingan's palm. He did not overdo it. However, Qin Pingan was fiercely slapped in the face with the back of his hand. He flew backwards with a bang. He twisted his body, his two snow-white sleeves flipping in the air, and stood still 30 feet away. Zhong Qiu still had one hand behind his back. He said indifferently, "You can't be distracted." Qin Pingan's left hand clenched and loosened. The numbness in his palm, as if struck by lightning, was finally gone. Zhong Qiu said with a smile, "You're too smart. If I didn't test you, I wouldn't be sure whether you're left-handed or not. When you punched Lu Fangzhou 10 times, you were probably sure that Lu Fangzhou would die without a doubt, so you deliberately exchanged your left and right fists, 6 on the left and 4 on the right. Presumably, you started preparing for the next big battle at that time, right?" Qin Pingan didn't say anything. Zhong Qiu didn't take it seriously. "The reason why I'm stubbornly talking to you about this is that my punch was very unkind when I tried to save Lu Fangzhou. Therefore, when you were distracted just now, I was merciful and didn't kill you. Next, I won't be polite with you." Zhong Qiu turned to Feng Qingbai and the others and said, "Don't touch the little girl on the bench. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing the innocent." Qin Pingan appeared behind Zhong Qiu in a flash. He swung his arm and then suddenly shook his forearm. His fist shot out like an arrow and hit the back of Zhong Qiu's head. Zhong Qiu straightened his back. His back bulged like a mountain and his ribs moved like dragons. He didn't move a single step and took Qin Pingan's powerful and ferocious punch head-on. Because Qin Pingan didn't use the deity drumming style, his punch was too big and powerful. Against a great guru like Zhong Qiu, this punch would probably miss. A pure martial artist, when his kung fu was profound, could avoid danger by not seeing or hearing it. He could even kill the person near his bed in his sleep and then continue to sleep soundly. Qin Pingan only threw an ordinary punch. Moreover, Zhong Qiu unexpectedly stood as still as a mountain. In this way it was difficult to stop after one punch. Zhong Qiu threw a backhand punch at Qin Pingan's ribs and sent Qin Pingan flying. However, Zhong Qiu's second punch was kicked by Qin Pingan. Zhong Qiu didn't have a good chance to beat him when he was down. The two separated again and stood still. Zhong Qiu twitched the corner of his mouth. It turned out that the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom deliberately did this to make up for his sneak attack. Of course, it was also a bait. The two collided almost at the same time. Often, their fists would either miss each other or exchange a punch as if a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. This fight was actually silent. It was completely different from the earth-shattering fight between Qin Pingan and Lu Fang. Zhou Shi couldn't understand it at all. Feng Qingbai, the banished immortal, was a little better because he had met some great gurus of the Tongya continent. It was a punch that could truly be described as majestic. When this punch landed on a person's body, it would be like a boulder being thrown into a lake. The ripples would cause external injuries and internal injuries. Zhong Qiu once used only one punch to beat a Honglian great guru until he was bedridden for several years. Under his clothes, his skin shattered like porcelain, not to mention his internal organs. After hearing the teacher's words, the skinny little girl on the small stool smiled as if she had been pardoned. At this moment she showed her teeth and brandished her claws, imitating Qin Pingan and Zhong Qiu's punches. Finally, the first small victory was decided. Qin Pingan's fist was pushed away by a tricky elbow and his chest was pushed by Zhong Qiu's palm. His body leaped over the gully and crashed into the opposite wall. Zhong Qiu stepped over the gully created by Lu Fang's sword. However, Qin Pingan did not collapse like the People Woman and Lu Fang. He shook his shoulders and his clothes, and the wall rocks that had been smashed by his back fell to the ground. Just as Qin Pingan was about to make a move, Zhong Qiu's punches suddenly became much faster. One punch followed another and in an instant there were 10 punches. 6 punches on the left and 4 on the right. It was the deity drumming boxing stance that Zhong Qiu had imitated. Even the sequence of his punches was exactly the same. What was even stranger was that after Zhong Qiu's 10 punches, the high wall still hadn't been completely broken. Qin Pingan was still trapped in the wall. Qin Pingan didn't resign himself to death. He was too familiar with the deity drumming boxing stance, and after fighting with Zhong Qiu, he had a rough understanding of the stance. 4 of Zhong Qiu's 10 punches were blocked by him. However, after 6 punches landed solidly on his body, blood seeped out from the corner of Qin Pingan's mouth. The last punch, especially, had already made Qin Pingan's body bounce. Even though it was the first time Zhong Qiu had imitated someone else's boxing stance, his punches were still calm and methodical. Just as he was about to make another 10 punches, he immediately took a few steps back. He took another step back and swept across the gully. It turned out that the moment Qin Pingan seemed to be exhausted, his body in the wall slightly bounced back. It was at that moment that Zhong Qiu's hair stood on end. His thoughts tightened, and without thinking, Zhong Qiu voluntarily gave up the great advantage and chose to stop and retreat. Zhong Qiu was unusually vigilant. He had underestimated this young man's ability to withstand pain and almost fell for it. Qin Pingan felt a little regretful. He was only a hair's breadth away from successfully executing the deity drumming boxing stance. Therefore, Zhong Qiu's seemingly fake 10 punches could be considered a waste. After Qin Pingan floated to the ground, he slowly walked toward the gully. Zhong Qiu laughed involuntarily. "I'm learning your boxing stance and you're learning my steps?" However, Zhong Qiu narrowed his eyes. The big boxing stance that he had comprehended had nothing to do with boxing moves. It was to train his back like a mountain, his shoulders like moving clouds and flowing water, his elbows like an eagle's beak, and finally his hands and fists. Once such a stance was set up and constantly trained, it would be like a mountain rooted in the earth. No matter how fierce or exquisite the opponent's punch or sword was, it would always be an enemy to Zhong Qiu's entire spirit and qi. Zhong Qiu had privately named such a proud boxing stance as the Peak. Even if it was given to a grandmaster of external boxing like the 8-armed deity Shui Yuan, who watched with wide eyes and secretly learned from it over and over again, he might not be able to truly understand its inner essence. It was not difficult to look like it, but without a few years of dedicated study, one could forget about it. However, the young man in front of him had already somewhat grasped the spirit of his own boxing stance. Separated by a ravine, the two confronted each other again. Qin Pingan took a deep breath. It was rare for him to take the initiative to speak during a fight. "Does your boxing stance have a name?" Zhong Qiu nodded and said with a smile, "It's called the Peak. When I comprehended it in my early years, I was at the age of youthful vigor. I felt that if I continued to practice it, I could definitely stand at the top of the world. Later on, I was too lazy to change it. Among the 10 direct disciples, most of them have practiced it for 20 or 30 years, but they can't reach a higher level with just a few glances from you. You're indeed a banished immortal." Qin Pingan suddenly smiled and said, "The fist manual that I first practiced is called Mountain Shaking Fist." Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Is my fist higher than the mountains, or is your fist able to shake the mountains? Let's see." Zhong Qiu took a step back and squatted slightly. He raised one hand high and slightly tilted his wrist. His palm was like holding something, and his other hand was clenched in front of him. Even if he stood still at this moment, Zhong Qiu still made all the spectators on the street feel suffocated, as if a storm was coming. This was the first time that the world's #1 fighter had put on a real boxing stance. Qin Pingan's heart was as still as water. This trip to the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom to look for the Taoist temple and wander around for so long that it made Qin Pingan so upset that he even put down his boxing and swordsmanship. During this time he had seen many people and things. However, there were some things that he didn't pay attention to at that time, but after fighting with his enemy Zhong Qiu, he was inspired and had accumulated a lot. When he first lived in that house, Qin Pingan had nothing to do, because he often had to pass by the neighboring martial arts club. He sat quietly in the shadows where no one noticed and secretly watched those old martial artists, in the eyes of the common people, practice boxing. The boxing master was an old man who was worshipped by the disciples like a god. In addition to teaching him stance, steps, and boxing stances, he would also talk about his heroic deeds in Jianghu. However, in Qin Pingan's eyes, the old man's boxing skills were really mediocre. At that time, Qin Pingan left quietly very soon. Later, when he looked for the Taoist temple, he didn't have any clues, so he went to the martial arts club to relax. At that time, the master of the martial arts club was watching the disciples while holding his hands behind his back. He talked about very vague martial arts principles, such as, 1 branch moves 100 branches shake. Our internal martial arts does not listen to sound or shape, but listen to the strength. Only when you reach this step can you be considered to be at home. Muscles and bones need to be loose, skin and hair need to be attacked. Once someone attacked me from behind. Purely out of instinct, I turned around and punched, beating him half to death. Qin Pingan found it funny. Finally, the master did something that Qin Pingan had never seen before. For the first time, he had a whole new level of respect for the old man. The old man asked a young disciple who had just become an inner disciple to stand still. Then he asked 2 people to hold his hands tightly, pulling his arms taut and straight. 2 more people squatted on the ground, holding the disciple's knees tightly. After that, the old man began to straighten the disciple's spine. He didn't just pinch the muscles, he straightened it from the disciple's neck to the cervical vertebrae. In Jianghu, this was called Great Dragon Training. Finally, when the old man reached the end of the disciple's spine, he suddenly pressed down gently. The disciple was shocked and shivered. All the hair on his body stood up, like a dense forest. The young disciple's struggle made the two senior brothers who were holding his arms sway. They were pulled a step away, but the two who were holding his legs only moved slightly. The old man was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. If the four people who were holding his limbs couldn't stabilize their bodies, then they would be considered to be good martial arts talents. The inner disciple who was great dragon training had a good aptitude, but he certainly didn't have a big future. Qin Pingan had watched it with great interest, but didn't think much about it afterward. It was only at this moment that Qin Pingan suddenly realized that he had been surrounded by people for no apparent reason, and that he had been trapped in a tight encirclement, and that he was in a situation of certain death. Before he fought with Lu Fang, he could retract and release his punches freely. But his state of mind didn't catch up. But after fighting with Zhong Qiu, his state of mind was also improved. Especially after learning Zhong Qiu's big fist stance and remembering the great dragon training, Qin Pingan's heart was moved. He couldn't help but use the initial six-step stance of the mountain-shaking fist to move forward. He didn't care about retracting or releasing his fist intent. Unconsciously he was in the air with each step. But after practicing for 1,000,000 times, Qin Pingan's spine was like a great dragon training on its own after taking the fifth step, making a series of soybean cracking sounds. Zhong Qiu's body suddenly moved forward and he threw a punch. He wanted to punch the young man whose momentum had skyrocketed back from the ravine. Qin Pingan, who moved like the wind, also threw a punch. They were an arm's length apart, and their fists hit each other's chests at almost the same time. Zhong Qiu's green robe fluttered in the wind, and he instantly disappeared from the street with a rumbling sound. If someone were to look down at the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom from the air, they would find that a long straight line had been torn open. Zhong Qiu, who had been pushed back 200 feet by the punch, had his legs sunk deep into the ground after he stopped his momentum with great difficulty. Although he only suffered minor injuries, Zhong Qiu had lost. The white-robed man stood beside the ravine on the street, not retreating a single step. In terms of this world, Zhong Qiu was no longer the best in the world. He was Qin Wudi, who was one arm's length away. (316) After seeing the old chef who had concealed his identity, Crown Prince Wei Yan left with his thin monkey-like master and Fan Wunner from Jingxinzhai. The short and thin old man did not dare to fart when he saw the old chef who was one of the 10 people. Now he began to ramble, saying that the old chef was really blind to learn Tongxin martial arts and that his temperament was too unbearable. He even destroyed his own martial arts for a comfortable life. Wei Yan had no choice but to listen to his master's nagging. The old man put his hands behind his back and shook his head, telling the crown prince not to learn from the old chef who did not know how to improve himself. Otherwise, no matter how high his martial arts were, he would still be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. After talking to his heart's content, the thin monkey-like old man found that the golden boy and jade girl beside him had been silent and did not support him at all. He left angrily and said, "I won't disturb you two from whispering sweet nothings to each other." Wei Yan and Fan Wunner looked at each other and smiled. Then they looked up at the southern sky almost at the same time. The crown prince said, "Follow me," and took the lead to rush to the roof of a green glass ridge. Fan Wunner followed behind. It was the tallest building of the crown prince mansion. The two stood side by side and vaguely saw Lu Fang's sword in the distance. It was magnificent and amazing. Wei Yan was shocked and said with emotion, as expected of the bird's eye peak sword immortal, "I'm afraid this sword is not inferior to Sui Yu in history. I wonder who can make Lu Fang take it so seriously. Is it old Demon Ding?" Fan Wunner shook her head and said, "It doesn't look like it." Wei Yan was a little apologetic. "Fairy Fan, I should accompany you to watch the battle, but with my identity I can't be willful." Fan Wunner nodded and said, "The crown prince is precious and will inherit the Wei family's legacy in the future." Before Fan Wunner finished speaking, the thin monkey-like old man flew over from the distance and warned Wei Yan, "Don't go to court death. Since Lu Fang has made a move, there are few people who can make him stop. This kind of fight between immortals is taboo for outsiders to secretly peep. What's more, old Demon Ding likes to wantonly kill people who watch the battle." Wei Yan said with a smile, "Master, you just said that the old chef was as timid as a mouse. It's not in line with the purpose of martial arts." The old man was so angry that he laughed and said, "How old is that guy? How old are you, little brat?" Old chef was already so old and he had already enjoyed enough blessings. He also had a body full of skills, so he should find a powerful opponent and fight to the death. In any case, he could be like Sui Yu, who failed to ascend and obtain a good reputation in the pugilistic world. Wei Yin, you're still young and your martial arts skills are not good enough. It's still too early for you to seek death. Wei Yin had a very good relationship with the old man. He was not only a strict master, but also a family elder with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. They usually got along like friends, so he teased, "Yes, yes, yes. Master, you're right. You have the final say in the world." The old man exclaimed in surprise, "Something's not right. Why is it so quiet over there? It doesn't seem like Sword Immortal Lu's style." The old man was curious. "My heart is itching. I have to go and take a look." The skinny monkey-like old man stepped on the roof of the mansion a few times. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 feet away and finally became a black dot. Crown Prince Wei Yin sat on the roof ridge. Fan Wan did not sit down. She was still looking into the distance, unwilling to withdraw her gaze for a long time. Wei Yin hesitated for a moment and asked, "Fairy Fan, may I ask, is Immortal Master Tong already in the capital?" Fan Wan showed a tired and absent-minded expression. She shook her head and said, "You may not believe it, but I've never seen Master." Wei Yin couldn't believe it. Fan Wan's background had always been shrouded in fog. Even Wei Yin, who was supported by her and Mirror Heart sect, was also confused. He only knew that Fan Wan was the leader of this generation of Mirror Heart sect. She traveled in Jianghu and had been alone these years. However, there was no doubt that Mirror Heart sect was a colossus. Not only were there chess pieces of Mirror Heart sect in the Nanyuan Kingdom's imperial court, but there were also figures of women from Mirror Heart sect in the 4 countries in the world. Not to mention the grassland beyond the Great Wall, Nanyuan Kingdom was considered the territory of the imperial tutor. Songlai Kingdom was guarded by immortal Yu Jini. North Jin Kingdom had Bird's Eye Peak Lu Fang and Mirror Heart sect's Tong Qingqing. However, Tong Qingqing almost never showed up, as if she was even more distant from the world than Lu Fang. There were so many rumors about Tong Qingqing in Jianghu. Some said that she was Ding Ying's confidant when she was young, but because of hatred, they parted ways. Some said that Tong Qingqing was actually the direct disciple of the madman Zhu Lian and was once the princess of North Jin Kingdom. Some said that Tong Qingqing was originally a man as beautiful as a fairy, but after practicing the magic of immortals, she became neither a man nor a woman. However, she returned to her natural state and did not age. As old immortal Yu Jini came out of seclusion this time and appeared with an unimaginable childish appearance, some people began to speculate whether Tong Qingqing had regained her youth and was no longer beautiful in the world. Wei Yin did not believe any of this. Fan Wan turned her head and explained with a smile, "I was once the daughter of a poor family in Songlai Kingdom. A senior sister who was traveling Jianghu took me in as a disciple and brought me to Mirror Heart sect. I was only 6 years old at the time and did not know anything. I bowed 3 times in front of Master's portrait in the pavilion, and that was the completion of the ceremony. The sect collected many secret books left behind by the fallen immortals. My white ape back swordsmanship is one of them. It is not considered a martial art of Mirror Heart sect." Fan Wan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm probably the one who wants to see Tong Qingqing the most in Jianghu." Speaking of this, Fan Wan smiled and put her palms together. She lowered her head and apologized, "I called Master by her name. Don't blame me." Wei Yin was amused by Fairy Fan's rare childlike innocence and naturally thought of that night when she walked on the bridge and patted the lion's head on the bridge. Compared to Fairy Fan of Mirror Heart sect, Wei Yin liked this kind of Fan Wan more. At this time, a spy from the Crown Prince's residence appeared on the steps below. Wei Yin floated down and returned to the roof after a while. He said with a serious expression, "Venerate Tower is up to no good again. The list that was just released has already spread like wildfire outside. I'm afraid the entire capital has heard of the new 10 people of the world." Speaking of this, Wei Yan's expression was strange as he reported the 10 people one by one. Demon Sect Sovereign Sect Master Ding Ying, Lake Mountain Sect Master Yu Jini, Springtide Palace's Zhou Fei Qin Pingan, Nanyuan Kingdom's Imperial Tutor Zhong Qiu, Blade Sharpener Lu Zong, Armed Saint Qing Yuan Shan, Vajra Temple's Cloud Mud Monk, Northern Jin Kingdom's Longwu General Tang Tie and Wanderer Feng Qingbai. The last 3 people, including Qin Pingan, had never been on the list before. They were all new faces. Fan Wan asked in a daze, "What about my master and Lu Fang?" Wei Yin was speechless. How would he know the answer? After Zhong Qiu got up from the ruins, he shook his green robe to shake off all the dust. At the same time, hairpin man Zhou Shi and demon Sexier, who were enjoying the cool air at the foot of the wall, felt a cool breeze on their faces. Then the light dimmed and they looked over. Zhou Shi was relieved while Ye had mixed feelings. She was afraid that this uninvited guest would take a fancy to her and become obsessed with her. She was also relieved that her life was not in danger for the time being. After Zhou Fei appeared, the beauties of Springtide Palace, who were all second-rate masters in Jianghu, also landed not far away, scattering flowers. Zhou Fei looked at his miserable son and shook his head. "You're so useless. Even if I take you home, how can you compete with Jiang Beihai? You'd better stay here obediently for another 60 years. Otherwise you'll die when you go out. You'll either be killed by Jiang Beihai or I'll be beaten to death by you. After 60 years, rank in the top 3 of this lotus flower-blessed land and I'll take you away. If you can't even do this, you'll die of old age here." Zhou Shi's face was full of astonishment, but he was not too disappointed. He was speechless. Zhou Fei glanced at Ye beside his son and sneered. "Are you thinking that it's not bad not to go out and you can fly away with the woman you like?" Zhou Shi, whose thoughts were seen through, blushed slightly. Zhou Fei reached out and grabbed at the void. Ye was immediately pulled up by an invisible hand. Zhou Fei waved his sleeve and a green dress appeared beside him and automatically put it on Ye. After the strange dress, Ye's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her blood flowed back into her body and her qi turned from a flood to a steady river. Zhou Fei bent over and said to Zhou Shi, "You stay, but the woman you love has to leave. I'll wait for you for 60 years. If you fulfill your promise, you'll be qualified to follow me to Tongye Continent's Yugui sect. You can marry this little girl on the same day. If you fail, the next time we meet at Springtide Palace, you can see her put on the wedding dress and call her mother." Zhou Shi hurriedly stood up and said resolutely, "Okay." Zhou Fei smiled brightly and patted Zhou Shi's head. "Good son." The woman whose fate was decided in the blink of an eye felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Feng Qingbai stood far away. He did not dare to provoke Zhou Fei. Every time Zhou Fei finished speaking, Feng Qingbai would silently move further away. According to Banished Immortal's words, the more ambitious a cultivator was, the more he would give up, and the later he would awaken. For example, Lu Fang was already an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm in the Tongyi continent. Moreover, he was also a sword cultivator. Therefore, he must have come here to overcome his inner demon and heart-knocking stage. Even so, step by step, Lu Fang went from being an ignorant child to learning from a second-rate master to comprehending swordsmanship on his own. In the end, he was able to become one of the 4 grandmasters, the bird's-eye peak sword immortal under the restrictions of the lotus flower-blessed land and in a huge cage with thin spiritual qi. This was Lu Fang's strength. Feng Qingbai was ashamed of his inferiority. He was far inferior. His identity as a banished immortal was a trick. Although his soul was incomplete and his physical body was left in the Tongye continent like Lu Fangzhou, he retained most of his memories. He only borrowed the skin of someone else in the lotus flower-blessed land as a temporary residence. In the end, Lu Fangzhou was following his heart and seeking Tao. Feng Qingbai was taking a step back and seeking Tao with his skills. Zhou Fei from the Springtide Palace, whose true identity was unknown in the Tongye continent, was most likely a banished immortal like Feng Qingbai. Furthermore, he was more opportunistic. Clearly he did not come here for the great Tao. He was simply here to sightsee. But he came to lotus flower-blessed land to indulge in wine and women? He stayed here for almost 50 years. Then who was Zhou Fei? How could he have such courage and financial resources? Tongye sect, Yugui sect, Taiping Mountain, Fuyo sect? Feng Qingbai lamented in his heart. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the white-robed young man, his luck was really terrible. In the past, the opportunities in lotus flower-blessed land were not so hard to obtain. Ding Ying, Zhou Fei, Eugenie, Zhongqiu, Lu Fang, and that young man, any one of them if placed in the previous 60 years, was the most promising person in the world. Especially the 3 of Ding Zhou and Yu who had not yet appeared. Even if they were to fight against the Nanyuan Kingdom's founding emperor Wei Xian, the Devil Sect's founder Lu Baixiang, the female sword immortal Sui Yu, and the martial arts madman Zhu Lian, they could still fight. Zhou Fei, who was chatting with his son Qin Pingan, who was still confronting Zhongqiu and Feng Qingbai. On a street, 3 banished immortals stood. 2 people walked over side by side, blocking Feng Qingbai's path of retreat. The sharpener Lu Zong, who opened a silk shop in the capital, and the armed sage Qing Yuanshan, who dominated the grasslands beyond the Great Wall. Qing Yuanshan held an iron spear in his hand and stared at the wanderer. The sharpener Lu Zong looked at Zhou Fei and then glanced at Qin Pingan, who was further away as if he was choosing an opponent. Feng Qingbai sighed and clenched the long sword in his hand. He had a headache. If his big backer did not come, he would really die here. Even if his backer did not come, his good brother would come. Feng Qingbai's eyes lit up and he smiled knowingly. A man in a black robe with an elegant temperament walked over from afar with a long saber hanging from his waist. Feng Qingbai smiled and waved his hand to greet him. "Brother Tang, you're here?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Qing Yuanshan's heart tightened. This was a little tricky. The person who came was the mainstay of Northern Jin Kingdom, the Dragon General Tang Tie. As the top general in the world, he rarely charged into battle. The world only knew that this martial artist from a wealthy family liked to use sabers, but no one knew the depth of his saber skills and cultivation level. Other than using troops like a god, Tang Tie was also mentioned for an interesting incident in the boudoir. It was rumored that this person was addicted to eyebrows and liked to have his wives draw all kinds of long eyebrows. Once it was revealed, the noble ladies in the capital of Northern Jin Kingdom all imitated him. Qing Yuanshan said softly, "Old Lu, don't let your guard down. Tang Tie uses sabers and is extremely domineering. He is good at using one saber to decide victory and defeat, and two sabers to decide life and death." Lu Zong said absent-mindedly, "Saber user? I'm not interested in him." He pointed at Qin Pingan in the distance. "That kid is mine." Lu Zong ignored Qing Yuanshan and walked straight ahead. He did not even care about Feng Qingbai and continued forward. He gently combed his white hair with one hand and hid the other in his sleeve. Thus, it became the holy arm Qing Yuanshan against two masters. Qing Yuanshan made an unexpected move. He walked to the side of the street with his spear and made way for Tang Tie. He gestured for him to go ahead and meet up with Feng Qingbai. He would not stop him. When Tang Tie walked past Qing Yuanshan, he did not forget to turn around and ask with a smile, "You're really not going to take two sabers from me? It's just two sabers, it'll be fast." Qing Yuanshan simply closed his eyes and rested. Feng Qingbai was somewhat impressed by the holy arm's ability to cultivate his mind. Tang Tie walked towards Feng Qingbai and complained, "The last time we met, you said that you would only come here to fish in troubled waters. How did you become the vanguard?" Feng Qingbai laughed and said, "Wealth comes from danger." The two met 2 years ago in a border county of the Northern Jin Kingdom. At that time, Tang Tie had just led the army to defeat the grassland barbarians. By chance they hit it off at first sight. Feng Qingbai even served under Tang Tie for more than half a year and participated in a great battle as a scout. If Feng Qingbai had not insisted on continuing to travel, Tang Tie would have asked the emperor of the Northern Jin Kingdom for him to be a general. Feng Qingbai looked at the familiar face and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Tang Tie looked back at the holy arm Qing Yuanshan and then glared at Feng Qingbai. "Zhenren, you said that he wants your life. Even I heard about it. Don't you know? How many people want your life now? Do you really think there's only one Qing Yuanshan?" Feng Qingbai pursed his lips and held back his laughter. Of course there was a mystery here. This story was enough for the two brothers who had reunited in a foreign land to drink a few pots of good wine. Although Tang Tie was a native of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, but even in the Tongyi continent, Feng Qingbai had never met such a fellow that was to his liking. Tang Tie had a heroic temperament, extraordinary talent, and shocking talent. Any kind of praise could be used on this martial artist who was full of military strategies. Writing was a small matter. Jianghu was just like that. It had to be known that writing was a strategy while martial arts was the art of war. This was Tang Tie's view. Perhaps in the entire Lotus Flower Blessed Land, only Tang Tie could do such a thing. Feng Qingbai wanted to keep him in suspense. He smiled and said, "As long as Brother Tang doesn't covet my head," before Feng Qingbai could finish his words. His line of sight was blocked by the snow-white saber aura. At the last moment of his life, Feng Qingbai was only at a loss. The banished immortal Feng Qingbai was split in half on the spot. Half of his corpse hit the walls on both sides of the street. Tang Tie slowly sheathed his saber. It was the demonic saber refiner that had disappeared for many years. It was one of the 4 great blessings, along with the silver lotus crown on Ding Ying's head, the blue dress in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, and the Arhat golden body of the Baihe Temple. Tang Tie's expression was neither sad nor happy. He muttered to himself, "On the way here, I just heard that you were ranked among the latest 10 people in the world. You are at the bottom, ranked 10th. Also, I am on the list, ranked 9th. Feng Qingbai, you probably thought that you could live to the end because you had an open and honest conversation with Eugenie in private. It was true. I came here this time to save you. But you should not have been ranked 10th and I am 9th. Both of us are on the list at the same time. Tang Tie sighed slightly. Even a banished immortal will die. He picked up the saber on the ground and hung it at his waist. Intentionally or unintentionally, Tang Tie showed a flaw. Almost no top master in the world had seen his saber technique. Those who had all died under Tang Tie's saber. 20 years ago, after His Majesty was almost assassinated by martial artists in Jianghu, the imperial court of the Northern Jin began to go crazy. They secretly captured dozens of first-rate and second-rate masters and used them to practice the saber for General Long Wu. This caused the Jianghu of the Northern Jin kingdom to be bleak. Lu Fang was at the bird's-eye peak and did not care about worldly affairs. He was deeply rooted in the Mirror Heart sect and had infiltrated the imperial courts of other countries. His ambition was clearly the world, not the Jianghu. He never interfered with the Jianghu fights and Jianghu feuds in the Northern Jin kingdom. Tang Tie was in the Northern Jin kingdom and had hundreds of thousands of the most elite border troops. In his spare time he would draw the eyebrows of beauties. His life was very carefree. Just as Qing Yuanshan said, he only had 2 sabers in his life. One saber was invincible and the other was to attack only after the enemy had attacked. Therefore, first-rate masters whose cultivation was lower than Tang Tie's would definitely die. As long as their cultivation was not much higher than Tang Tie's, they would also be in danger. It was a pity that the armed Saint Qing Yuanshan did not act rashly towards Tang Tie's flaw. The old man only silently retreated. Facing the Northern Jin kingdom's General Longwu, it was not that he did not have the ability to fight. On the contrary, he believed that his chances of winning were higher. However, after receiving 2 sabers from Tang Tie, he would definitely be injured badly. By then it would probably be someone else's turn to cut off his head. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The slingshot is below. Tang Tie suddenly lowered his head and looked. He saw that the carvings on the scabbard of the refiner, in his hand, were like flowing mercury, emitting a faint 5-colored glow. Then it followed the hilt and palm of the scabbard and spread up to Tang Tie's shoulder and neck. Tang Tie did not let go of the scabbard. When the glow had completely sunk into his skin and bones, Tang Tie felt that this refiner that he had obtained recently by chance had finally become one with him. In the distance, Zhou Fei clicked his tongue and said, "You're really lucky. You killed a banished immortal and obtained a magic weapon that recognized you as its master. You're like a tiger that has grown wings. Your ranking will definitely move up a little." Zhou Fei turned his head and lectured his son Zhou Shi and Yer with a smile. "See that? That's how a person should be. You should only act at the last moment and earn a lot. That's why it's said that the more active you are in the early stages, the more miserable your death will be. Look at those 2 old bastards Ding Ying and Eugenie. Have they shown themselves? No. Yes, there's also that old witch Tong Qingqing from the Mirror Heart Chamber. She's hidden the deepest. No one can find her. I'm puzzled. Why would a banished immortal come here to fool around? It's as if he was born to run for his life. Even Ding Ying couldn't find him all these years. She's the best in the world when it comes to seeking fortune and avoiding calamity." Zhou Shi smiled bitterly. It was already not easy for Zhou Shi to not become a lunatic with such an eccentric father. In order to help that Uncle Lu overcome his inner demons, he had done so many dirty things. In fact, Zhou Shi could tell that his father had never been interested in beauty or even power. When he was still a child, he saw Uncle Lu barge into the Springtide Palace with his own eyes. His father stood still and let the other party pierce his heart with a sword. At that time, there was also a woman between the 2 of them who was determined to die to protect his father. She was Uncle Lu's most respected master's wife. His father, Zhou Fei, did not seem to be injured at all. He casually pushed the infatuated woman away and then walked forward step by step, allowing the sword to drill out of his back inch by inch. His father only had eyes for Lu Fangzhou. He stopped when he was almost face to face with Lu Fangzhou and asked with a smile, "Lu Fangzhou, are you awake?" Zhou Shi sighed. This was the immortal cultivation in his father's hometown. It was too strange. Yer, who had put on the blue robe, was even more silent. Her master, the only disciple of Ding Ying, the cult master of the devil sect, was seriously injured last year. When he returned to the sect, he could not heal his wounds and could only watch as his body decayed and his vitality rapidly faded. However, the last words of this ambitious man in Yer's eyes were very strange. When immortals travel the world, they don't feel hot in fire, and they don't drown in water. What about immortals? I've seen them too. As a disciple of the devil sect, did not have much prejudice and hatred for those immortals of unknown origin. She did not even yearn for the legendary ascension. She was reluctant to leave the human world in this hometown. She only wanted to compete with Fan Wan, who was not inferior to her in appearance, talent, and ambition. She wanted to support the second prince to ascend the throne and then fight for the unification of the four countries. Then she could be the empress of the Nanyuan kingdom, the mother of the world, or the new master of Jianghu after her master-grandfathers Ding Ying and Yu Zhini. It was just that this time, the Reverence Tower and that God just had to choose the Yunyo mountain of the Nanyuan country as the place of ascension. She was also found by that master-grandpa and became his lackey. She was so sad that she could not help but look up at the alley where the house was located. My master-grandpa, alas, why don't you come out? Tang Jie had already left because he had no confidence in Zhou Fei. Even if he had a complete refined master saber, his intuition told him that he would definitely die if he met Zhou Fei. It was just like those pitiful gurus who had been reduced to whetstones when they met Tang Jie. So he went to find trouble with the armed saint Qing Yuanshan. But what annoyed Tang Jie was that the guy actually slipped away and hid his breath. He was like a fish in the water in the capital. Tang Jie's heart was full of hatred. If they were in the capital of the northern Jin kingdom, Qing Yuanshan could only wait for death. He could mobilize the imperial guards of the city and wantonly hunt down any guru who was alone. Of course, Tang Jie did not have the thought of killing Ding Ying and Yu Zhini, nor did he dare to. He quietly left the northern Jin kingdom and came to the Nanyuan kingdom. Almost every step he took was within the calculations of Jinrenyu. Perhaps it was even earlier, from the moment he got the demonic saber refined master saber. Tang Jie did not yearn for ascension or the home of the immortals. This world was enough for him to show what he was good at. Ding Ying and the child named Chao Qinglang, one sat on a bench and basked in the sun while the other stood at the door of the kitchen, trembling as he held the chopper. Ding Ying had just learned that Tong Qingqing was not among the 10. He sighed and turned to the child with a smile. There's nothing for you to do. That woman is really... At this point, even a great demon like Ding Ying did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know how to accurately evaluate Tong Qingqing. Ding Ying knew Tong Qingqing from the Mirror Heart Temple better than anyone else in the world. For one thing, they were of the same age and were of the same generation. They had known each other for a long time. Ding Ying was the second martial arts genius of the devil cult after Liu Baixiang. He was among the top 10 in the world at a young age, so he wandered alone in Jianghu. Tong Qingqing's identity at that time was similar to Fan Wan of the Mirror Heart Temple. However, compared to Fan Wan, who was advancing step by step and playing countless heroes in the palm of her hand, her master, Tong Qingqing, was an out-and-out coward. She was forced to be the next master of the Mirror Heart Temple, but she shamelessly stayed in the temple and was unwilling to go out to help the sect seek the world. Ding Ying was extremely bold. Once, he sneaked into the Mirror Heart Temple and went to the pavilion in the middle of the lake to enjoy the cool breeze and the moon. As a result, he met Tong Qingqing, who was sobbing in the pavilion and curled up against the pillar of the pavilion. The girl was talking about her worries and did not notice Ding Ying. She was busy complaining that her master was too cruel and wanted to drive her out of the sect. She complained that her senior and junior sisters were too stupid. They were so diligent in practicing martial arts that they could not beat her, who was lazy every day. Then she counted her fingers and talked about the masters in Jianghu, how powerful and how cruel they were. In the end, she did not even let the second-rate masters go. Ding Ying felt that she had really seen a ghost. There was actually such a woman who was so afraid of death in this world. Tong Qingqing was, after all, one of the top 20 experts in the world. When she finally discovered Ding Ying, she also looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her first sentence was to tell Ding Ying that as long as she didn't kill her, she would pretend that she hadn't seen anything. Tong Qingqing was, of course, a beauty. Compared to her disciple Fan Wan and the Empress of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhou Shuzhen, she was indeed more moving. But even after so many years, what Ding Ying remembered most clearly was Tong Qingqing's expression at that time. She had tears in her eyes, pouted her lips, and begged for help. She was timid and weak, like a young deer that had met a woodcutter in the depths of the forest. Ding Ying had been infatuated with martial arts all her life. She had never had any romantic feelings for Tong Qingqing. But Tong Qingqing's temperament and her expression at the Mirror Heart Pavilion that year were truly unforgettable to Ding Ying. That time there had been no disturbance. Ding Ying had gone to the Mirror Heart Pavilion to steal a secret manual and quietly left. After Ding Ying had left, Tong Qingqing was so scared that she hurriedly ran back to her courtyard without even informing her. Later, Ding Ying became more and more famous, especially during the chaos of the Nanyuan Kingdom 60 years ago. Ding Ying had won the Silver Lotus Crown and became the most powerful person in the world. After that, she had killed dozens of banished immortals and learned many secrets. During this period, Ding Ying had met Tong Qingqing by chance. At that time she was probably too ashamed to hide in the Mirror Heart Pavilion and finally began to roam the Jianghu. But everything went wrong and she was shockingly beautiful. She was caught by the master of the Soldier Seal sect, one of the 3 sects of the devil cult. If Ding Ying had not happened to pass by the Soldier Seal sect and saved Tong Qingqing, this fairy would probably have become that fat pig's sex toy. Ding Ying had not saved her in vain. He did not use torture to interrogate her and learned many secrets of the Mirror Heart Pavilion, as well as the dozens of superior secret skills that she had firmly memorized. Most of them were skills used to save her life and escape. Otherwise, they were skills that could turn something rotten into something magical. They had great killing power. She had a photographic memory and easily memorized them, but she did not learn any of them. If Ding Ying had not been unwilling to ask for more, she would have wanted to go back to the Mirror Heart Pavilion and steal a few more immortal skills for him. She even patted her chest with tears in her eyes and promised that she would make Ding Ying invincible, unparalleled, and unify the Jianghu. She probably forgot that Ding Ying was already the most powerful person in the world at that time. Many years later, after Tong Qingqing returned to the Mirror Heart sect to inherit the position of sect leader, Ding Ying went to look for her again. In the end, she did not find her. She knew that this coward had most likely practiced the secret of the Mirror Heart sect, which could make a woman regain her youth. Moreover, her cultivation would rise with the tide. The younger she became, the more profound her cultivation would be. The premise was, of course, that she would lose her devastatingly beautiful appearance. But to Tong Qingqing this price was probably nothing. Sure enough, as Ding Ying expected, Tong Qingqing finally entered the ranks of the top 10 in the world. So this time, when Ding Ying entered the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, he had been paying attention to all the children with inner spiritual aura. He found 6 or 7 children, but they were not Tong Qingqing. Interestingly, these children might not be able to become first-class masters in martial arts, but if they practiced the immortal skills of the banished immortals, they would definitely make rapid progress. Of course, Ding Ying had no interest in cultivating them to become the next Yu Zhini or Zhou Fei. Finally, Ding Ying found Chao Qinglang right under his nose because he suddenly had a strange idea. Even if he was a boy, Ding Ying felt that with Tong Qingqing's character of being unscrupulous in order to save her life, and with so many strange secret manuals in the Mirror Heart Pavilion, especially several immortal skills that involved the transfer of souls, it might really be possible that Chao Qinglang was hidden in his body. The real body could be hidden casually. The world was so big that a living person would inevitably leave some traces, but a dead person would be difficult to find. But everything was subverted by the list. Tong Qingqing was not among the top 10 people. This showed that Tong Qingqing was definitely not a child at that time. Obviously, the extremely timid Tong Qingqing believed that he, who was familiar with her background, would come to find her. It was very likely that she had immediately reverse-deduced the immortal skill after getting into the top 10 last time, which increased her age and caused her cultivation to decline. Ding Ying could be sure that the top 10 people on the list before today had been tampered with by Zhou Shuzhen, the head of the Tower of Reverence, because the Empress of the Nanyuan Kingdom was originally a disciple of the Mirror Heart Pavilion. But Zhou Shuzhen had no way to decide the final ranking of the list, because the top 10 people were decided by a certain god, which caused Tong Qingqing to give herself away. At this moment, sitting in the courtyard, Ding Ying laughed loudly. He was very curious about what kind of cultivator such an unheard-of banished immortal would be in his hometown. As for which identity Tong Qingqing was using and where she was hiding sneakily, Ding Ying was no longer curious. Anyway, it was interesting enough. Even if he guessed the truth wrong and Tong Qingqing could defeat him this time, Ding Ying didn't care. What Ding Ying wanted was to occupy at least 80% of the martial arts fate in the world. He wanted to ascend in broad daylight with his pure physical body and complete an unprecedented feat. He wanted to go further and higher than Zhu Lian and Sui Yuyu. He wanted to win against the god of this world. At the very least, he wanted to force the god to break his own rules and kill him personally. Then Ding Ying would have no regrets even if he died. Ding Ying looked back at the window and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will let you out. But then your master will die. I hope you can find his reincarnation in the future and fight for the opportunity 60 years later with him. That's all." Ding Ying stood up. Qin Pingan stood at the edge of the gully, his sleeves waving in the wind. Lu Zong, the sharpener, walked towards Qin Pingan. He didn't care about what happened to Qing Yuanshan, Tang Tie, and Feng Qingbai. Lu Zong was recognized as one of the top 3 in the world for his single-mindedness. Yu Zhini had already made a conclusion about this. Because of this, Yu Zhini had even left the Lake Mountain faction to find Lu Zong and persuade him to give up the knife in his hand. His martial arts path would only be wider. But Lu Zong didn't agree. He said that the knife was his wife and he couldn't lose it. This was called a wife who had gone through hardships. Yu Zhini, who was always serious, laughed heartily. He drank with Lu Zong for the first time and left. This wasn't some rumor in the Jianghu. It was said by one of Yu Zhini's direct disciples. Lu Zong, the grinder, was both good and evil. His reputation was not bad, but it was not bad either. He never killed the innocent, but all those who died in his hands were often incomparably miserable. The more powerful the master, the more tragic the death. It was enough to make people vomit bile. Zhong Qiu had already walked back to the street. He, Qin Pingan, and Lu Zong formed a triangle. Zhong Qiu smiled. My fight with him isn't over yet. Lu Zong, you can wait until we've determined a winner before you attack. As for whether you'll fight with me or with him, it's still hard to say. Lu Zong's eyes were burning. Before he attacked to kill, he began to habitually grind his teeth like a sharpening knife. It was very terrifying. The old man thought for a moment. Okay. As long as you don't dislike me for taking advantage of others and have the confidence to live to the end, it's fine. If not. He pointed at Qin Pingan. Imperial Tutor Zhong, you can leave now. Leave him to me. I, Lu Zong, have never cut open the stomach of a banished immortal in my life. Lu Zong sincerely admired the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, who lived in the same city as him. He had also spoken frankly to the armed Saint Qing Yuanshan in his shop. Zhong Qiu pointed at the tattered green robe on his body and smiled. Do I look like I'm willing to stop? Lu Zong sighed. All right, then I'll wait for you to decide the result. Zhong Qiu asked. Zhou Fei is also a banished immortal. Why don't you kill him? Lu Zong shook his head. I'm not stupid. This young man in front of me has the same style as you. It'll feel good to cut him up with every cut. That Zhou Fei knows sorcery. Maybe he won't even have a corpse after he dies. I've risked my life and spent so much effort. In the end, it'll all be for naught. I won't do it. Zhong Qiu shook his head helplessly. Qin Pingan ignored the sharpener Lu Zong. He spread out his palm in front of him, indicating that Zhong Qiu could continue the fight. Lu Zong was stunned. He stomped his foot. This appearance and posture is so handsome. Luckily I'm not a young woman. Otherwise I'd be tempted. No, if I let you wander the Jianghu, you'll bring disaster to hundreds of beautiful girls. You deserve to be killed. Choosing you over Zhou Fei was the right choice. Zhong Qiu and Qin Pingan seemed to have already entered the Dao. They turned a deaf ear to his words and remained unperturbed. Lu Zong suddenly stopped talking. Because he was the closest to the two. Strangely, he seemed to have heard the sound of water dripping. The next moment, a majestic gust of wind hit him in the face. Although Lu Zong did not move, his sleeves and hair were blown into a mess. It turned out that Zhong Qiu and the young man had punched each other. The gust of wind from their fists scattered in all directions. Dust flew around the two. The blue stones on the street were shattered. Lu Zong raised his hand and slapped away a flying stone that was as fast as a crossbow arrow. He widened his eyes and watched, not wanting to miss any details. Good heavens! When the two of them attacked, it was as if they were going to collapse the mountains and crack the earth. Zhong Qiu, who was dressed in a green robe, and Qin Pingan, who was dressed in a white robe, were so fast that their figures were like white mist and green smoke respectively. Wherever the two of them went, the world was turned upside down. It was an extremely dangerous close combat. The two figures were not more than 10 feet away from each other. At most, they were less than 3 arms apart. Apart from the fact that each of them had one arm, it meant that even if they were hit by a punch, they would only be pushed back by an arm's distance. Others were doing Dao in a snail's shell, but these two crazy fellows were destroying cities and shaking mountains within inches. Were they really made of flesh and blood? The two ethereal figures almost destroyed the entire street. However, as if they had agreed, the buildings and high walls on both sides were undamaged. Their control of their fists had truly reached the pinnacle of perfection. About half an hour later, Zhou Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. Zhong Qiu, you're just messing around. Let's go. I can't watch this anymore. Anyway, Ding Ying and Yu Zhini are here to clean up the mess. Zhou Fei grabbed Zhou Shi and Yu's shoulders with both hands and swept away as if he was carrying a chicken. Although the beauties of the spring-tide palace were confused, they still followed Zhou Fei into the air and floated away. At the end of the street, dust covered the sky. At the corner, Zhong Qiu walked away with a smile and left along another street. Although this imperial tutor was covered in dust, he did not look dispirited at all. Instead, he looked as if he had done something delightful. Qin Pingan, on the other hand, remained on the original street. He walked out alone, surrounded by dust. His fists and aura were nowhere to be seen. Like the most ordinary young man, he took a step and arrived in front of the sharpener, Lu Zong. Lu Zong blinked and asked, "Can we not fight?" Qin Pingan asked back, "What do you think?" Lu Zong said seriously, "I think it's fine. We have no grudges and the road is so wide. There's nothing wrong with us going our own way." Qin Pingan shifted his gaze and looked toward the residence. He nodded and said, "Then it's fine." Lu Zong chuckled and said, "Before we leave, can I ask you something? What's your relationship with Imperial Tutor?" Qin Pingan thought for a moment and answered, "We're kindred spirits." Lu Zong was about to say something. Qin Pingan said in a low voice, "Leave quickly and follow Zhong Qiu. If possible, help him deal with someone. If you trust me, don't think about running away. Only by working with Zhong Qiu will you have a chance to survive to the end." Lu Zong nodded and brushed past Qin Pingan without saying anything. Moreover, Qin Pingan also took a step forward and moved sideways, standing right behind Lu Zong. On the other side, Zhong Qiu stood still. A childlike guy stood on a sword hovering in the air, blocking Zhong Qiu's path. On Qin Pingan's side, Ding Ying slowly walked out of the alley with a silver lotus crown on her head. Between the old man's fingers was a trembling flying sword. (317) On the quiet street, the old friends reunited. Hovering above a flying sword was Yu Jini, who looked like a child. The sword light under his feet was like colored glass, shining brightly. The leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the leader of the righteous path, had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He had given up everything to practice the techniques of the immortals, and finally he was a god. Finally, he appeared in the capital after the first drum beat of the Black Ox Mountain. After leaving the Black Ox Mountain outside the capital, the first person he saw was his life and death brother, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu. Zhong Qiu seemed to have expected Yu Jini to stop him, and was not surprised. Not only did he not stop, he continued to move forward, and only stopped when he was less than 20 steps away. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, "Is the jade bamboo fan done? Don't you think it's too soft to use it as the token of the future leader of the Lake Mountain sect?" It was like the polite greetings between ordinary friends. Like those who returned on a snowy night, could they drink a cup of wine? Yu Jini asked, "It's already the third time, why?" He was denouncing Zhong Qiu. Zhong Qiu asked back, "Are you asking me why I saved Lu Fang and why I helped that Qin Pingan?" Yu Jini, who had broken out of seclusion as a child, had ripples in his deep, dark eyes. He was obviously angry for the first time. Yu Jini did not speak, but the flying sword under his feet, which was connected to his master's mind, was overflowing with brilliance, becoming more and more magnificent and enchanting, like a piece of colored glass dropped from the heavenly court to the mortal world. Zhong Qiu glanced at the flying sword under Yu Jini's feet, and retracted his gaze. He said with a calm expression, "Didn't you already know the answer?" Yu Jini sighed slightly and some nostalgia arose in his heart. It was not that Yu Jini was soft-hearted, but that things had already come to this. Since Zhong Qiu was still stubborn after so many years, he had to harden his heart. The Jianghu people said that Jinren Yu and Imperial Tutor broke off their relationship because of a beautiful woman, but they underestimated them too much. Back then, when the two of them had just risen to fame in the pugilistic world, it was precisely because they had met a banished immortal that the two of them parted ways. At that time, Yu Jini was determined to kill the banished immortal, but Zhong Qiu thought that the crime was not worthy of death. Moreover, the risk was too great, so there was no need to risk everything. However, Yu Jini still went alone to assassinate the banished immortal. At the moment of life and death, Zhong Qiu suddenly appeared and blocked the fatal sword for Yu Jini. Then, just as Ding Ying had said to them in the Nanyuan kingdom, after the banished immortal was killed, two opportunities fell from his body. One was an immortal's secret manual that could cultivate the great way of immortality, and the other was an invincible glazed sword. Amidst the heavy rain, Eugenie held the golden jade heavenly book made of an unknown material in one hand and a sword in the other as he roared toward the sky. Zhong Qiu left dejectedly. Eugenie gently threw away the immortal sword and said that the two of them could live and die together, but they also wanted to be rich and famous together. In the future, the rules of this world, whether it was the high temple or the distant pugilistic world, would be set by you because you liked to read. I, Eugenie, yearn for the immortality of the great way of immortality. After cultivating the immortals' method, I will protect you. I will make all the banished immortals in the world bow their heads and obey my orders, and no longer dare to run amok. However, Zhong Qiu did not wait for Eugenie to finish his words. He just left directly, leaving the priceless divine weapon to fall into the mud and Eugenie's heartfelt words to dissipate in the heavy rain between heaven and earth. Lu Zong, the sharpener, left the ruined street and turned the corner. Seeing this scene from afar, he was speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he still moved forward slowly. He neither flinched nor waited for an opportunity to escape. Lu Zong believed the young man's words. He believed that the child in front of him, who was supposed to fight old Demon Ding for 800 rounds, would be determined to kill Zhong Qiu, who was once his close friend. The reason why he believed it was because the young banished immortal could make Zhong Qiu take the initiative to give him a punch and help him consolidate a certain realm, so that he could better deal with the upcoming battle. Zhong Qiu never did as he pleased. Every word and action had its own rules. Was Zhong Qiu a sanctimonious hypocrite, or was he a traitor? He was neither. Lu Zong had stayed in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom for so many years, so he knew very well what kind of person Zhong Qiu was. He was a real scholar and martial arts guru. He had both and mastered them through a comprehensive study. He had reached the peak of the external martial arts realm in this world, and he had raised it to a higher level with his own strength. Moreover, Zhong Qiu had a very clear understanding of the difference between good and evil. There had been several incidents in the capital where the public opinion in the imperial court and the Jianghu were one-sided. He should have killed all of them, which would have been satisfying and saved him effort. However, Zhong Qiu had quietly closed the case and dealt with it fairly and peacefully. Even Lu Zong, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, wanted to give him a thumbs up and praise him as a true hero. Therefore, when the young man said that he and Zhong Qiu were kindred spirits, Lu Zong had no choice but to accept it. Without hesitation, Lu Zong decided to take out the sharpening knife in his sleeve. Other than being congenial, he was also fighting for a chance to survive. To be honest, there was no one in the world who was not curious about the strange relationship between Eugenie and Zhong Qiu. Lu Zong, the sharpener, was no exception. When he was at the silk shop, he chatted with the old ladies and young ladies about the trivialities in the neighborhood. He heard that an old man had been stripped of his ashes, which family's daughter had taken a fancy to whom. He heard that the widow Lu's house often meowed at night, which family's man had secretly gone to the brothel and spent all his savings, and his wife had made a fuss about hanging herself. Lu Zong was more interested in these trivial matters than women. Lu Zong's hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, clenched the sharpener. He still hadn't asked Widow Lu who that night owl was. He couldn't die here today. Besides, he had observed the few candidates who had the potential to become his last disciple. After so many years of observation, he had a rough idea of who they were. Zhong Qiu looked at the child who stood on the sword and stopped in the wind. He sighed softly. Eugenie, have you ever thought that although you are still different from those banished immortals, if you continue on this path, you will become one of them sooner or later? Another day there will be another Zhao Zheni or Ma Zheni who will come to kill you. They will think that killing you is justified. Eugenie shook his head. Zhong Qiu, you don't know yet, right? The place of ascension this time is still Roaring Bull Mountain, but the number of people has changed. There are no longer 10 people but only 3. However, these 3 people are qualified to choose 5, 3, and 1 from the real history of Lotus Flower Blessed Land to ascend together. However, these 9 people may become subordinate puppets. I have calculated that Ding Ying, Zhou Fei, and I will be the 3 people with the highest chances of ascension. Eugenie then told Zhong Qiu about the final 10 people on the list. Without Lu Fang and Tong Qingqing, Zhong Qiu directly asked the most important question. He frowned and said, "You want to leave?" Eugenie shook his head and said, "Of course I won't. Before the 3rd drum, I won't ascend the monstrous Ox Mountain. I'll give up the chance to ascend just like the madman Julien back then. The only difference is that he wanted to ascend with his physical body for the 2nd time. As for me, I want to prove to you that I was right to kill that banished immortal back then. You were wrong to do that. I want this world to be peaceful as long as I'm alive. Eugenie said it casually. This was a big statement, but Eugenie said it lightly. Zhongqiu smiled. We have different aspirations and paths. Eugenie said slowly, you have one last chance. Join hands with me to kill that banished immortal, Zhou Fei. Dinging will not stop you. Then you will live to the end. As for whether you choose to ascend to Roaring Bull Mountain, it is up to you. Zhongqiu asked, then the other people on the list, Lu Zong, Arms St. Qing Yuanshan, North Jin's Longwu General Tang Tie, and Diamond Temple's Monk Yin and I. Who will kill them? Will it be you, Eugenie, or Dinging? These people are not banished immortals. It was as if the two of them were talking to each other. Eugenie was furious. If others say such stupid things, I will just take it as a village woman's opinion. I am too lazy to care. As the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, don't you know that there is no change in the world that is not in vain? Zhongqiu nodded with a smile. Of course I know. I have done many things for the sake of Nanyuan Kingdom. However, I am only asking you, Eugenie. I am not asking about the change that has not happened in 1,000 years. I am not asking about this world or the banished immortals' lotus flower-blessed land. I am asking you, Eugenie of Tolan County in Rong County of Songsui Kingdom. Eugenie sneered. Stubborn. You have been like this since you were young. No matter how many books you read and how many martial arts you practice, you are still that stinky stone in the latrine pit. Zhongqiu smiled. You have changed a lot, Eugenie. Lu Zong was scared out of his wits. He was afraid that Zhongqiu would agree and join forces with Eugenie to kill the 4 people on the list. It would be as easy as killing chickens. Besides Eugenie, who had reached the transcendent state, Zhongqiu was the local tyrant of Nanyuan Kingdom. Even if Lu Zong, Qing Yuanshan, Tang Tie, and Monk of Cloud and Mud joined forces, they would still have no chance of winning. Fortunately, Zhongqiu was indeed the imperial tutor that Lu Zong admired. Zhongqiu raised his head and looked in the direction of his hometown. He was a little sad. After saying so much, you, Eugenie, just want to kill me with a clear conscience. This has never changed. Eugenie stood on his flying sword. Zhongqiu didn't turn his head. He laughed loudly. Lu Zong. We have been neighbors in the capital for so many years and have never visited each other. It is not that I look down on you, the sharpener. The friendship between gentlemen is as indifferent as water. I, Zhongqiu, will strike first and you will hold the line. If there is a big difference in the outcome, you should run and find Monk of Cloud and Mud. Don't feel ashamed. Lu Zong, the sharpener, was stunned for a moment before he muttered, Oh my God, as expected of the state preceptor of Zhong. His flattery makes me, old Lu, feel so good. Being friends with such a person was like being a drunkard drinking wine. How could one be sober? Lu Zong, who wasn't afraid of death but didn't seek it, took a step forward. If he died, so be it. Eugenie leaned forward slightly and gently landed on the street. He waved his sleeves and said softly, Let's go. The flying sword behind him, whose sword light was as clear as colored glaze, drew a huge arc and broke through the wall. Then it broke through the wall and reappeared on this street as fast as lightning. It just happened to bypass the state preceptor Zhongqiu and went straight for Lu Zong, the grinder behind him. Eugenie walked forward leisurely. He waved his hands and then put them behind his back. He smiled and said, Zhongqiu, aren't you known as the world's #1 fighter? Come, I won't fight back. Zhongqiu nodded and suddenly asked, Can we fight outside the city? Eugenie smiled. Imperial tutor, you don't have to worry about hurting the innocent. You don't have that ability. Zhongqiu couldn't help but laugh. This guy had become an arrogant kid at the end of his cultivation. Zhongqiu really wanted to experience the supernatural powers of the so-called immortals. Eugenie put his hands behind his back and signaled Zhongqiu to strike with all his strength. Not only that, he even tiptoed and hovered in the air. He was at the same height as Zhongqiu, making it easier for Zhongqiu to strike. Zhongqiu wasn't angry at all. He felt mocked and his expression became more serious. He threw a punch. Zhongqiu's fist stopped 3 feet away from Eugenie's childish face. That punch could only move forward inch by inch and it was extremely slow. It was like an old man climbing a mountain with difficulty. The distance between the two was only 3 feet, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Eugenie shook his head slightly with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of pity. I didn't expect Zhongqiu to be so weak. Until Ding Ying appeared to settle this mess, the pink diamond Ma Xian still didn't move. Even when Tang Tie, Qing Yuanshan, Zhou Fei and the other grandmasters left, Ma Xian was still lying on the ground. Jiang Hu was like this. The water was deep and the water was shallow. It could drown someone. Moreover, there was an old saying that the good swimmer would drown. Ma Xian's life was actually worth more than 500 taels of gold. In the martial arts world of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, this amount of gold could only buy the life of a second-rate master or a county governor. It seemed that he had escaped the danger of being surrounded and was only facing off against the lotus-crowned elder. However, Qin Pingan's palms were sweating. It had nothing to do with courage or state of mind. It was purely because Ding Ying's killing intent was too strong. It was a person's instinct to avoid danger. However, if one could face it head-on, that would be the true test of martial arts. One only needed to look at the 15 flying sword between his fingers to understand how difficult it was to deal with Ding Ying. Ding Ying smiled. Is this the so-called life-flying sword of the banished deity? It's a very new thing. It should be the first time it appeared on the map of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It's also very rare for a complete body and soul to enter here. No wonder you caused so many accidents. However, it doesn't matter because I, Ding Ying, am here in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Qin Pingan didn't say anything. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and assumed the steaming cloud swamp-style fist stance. Ding Ying looked around and continued to imprison the beautiful green flying sword with 2 fingers on his right hand. He then stretched out his left hand. After chatting, it's time to make a move. Let me see if I can kill you with one hand. Ding Ying glanced at Qin Pingan's fist stance and shook his head. I advise you to change to an offensive fist stance. I still hope to see some eye-catching martial arts. Otherwise, if I get the upper hand, it will be like the fist stance you used to defeat Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu. You won't be able to fight back. Ding Ying smiled and waved at Qin Pingan. You only managed to hit 10 fists at most. You can definitely hit more. I'm very curious. How many fists can you hit at most? You can rest assured and use them all. I'll take them all. Qin Pingan really changed to the god-beating drum-style fist stance. His aura suddenly changed from that of a mountain city to that of a tide of cavalry. Ding Ying smiled and nodded. He still held the pocket flying sword with one hand and only used one hand to face the enemy. Come. In an instant, the street where Qin Pingan was originally standing on, instantly collapsed into a huge pit with a radius of a few meters, and the white robe had already disappeared. Ding Ying nodded. That was fast enough. No wonder Lu Fang, who was half a step into the sword-controlling realm, was still in such a sorry state. Ding Ying blocked the young banished immortal's fist with his palm. Just as he was about to clench his fist, the force of the fist loosened and the second fist was already heading for his ribs. Ding Ying understood. If it was as he guessed, this fist stance, the speed, the force, and the will of the fist were all the same. The most ingenious part was that the fists were connected and could not be avoided. One could only face it head-on. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain. However, if an immortal used his magical power to lift up the earth for thousands of miles, he would find that the inconspicuous mountain was actually the whole sequence of events. It was like the ancestral mountain of the world. Before the 8th fist, Ding Ying's feet did not move at all. Every time he blocked the fist with his palm. It was as if there was a snow-white flood dragon hovering around him. There was no human figure. After the 9th fist, Ding Ying took a step back and blocked the fist smashing between his eyebrows with his palm. Ding Ying's seemingly simple moves contained the essence of 9 kinds of martial arts that he had collected from various sects and factions in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Needless to say, the Mirror Heart Room that was like his own garden, Eugeni's Lake Mountain sect, Zhong Qiu's fist technique that was passed down to his direct disciples, Bird's Eye Peak and Springtide Palace, Qing Yuanshan's spear technique's avalanche style, the 8-armed divine spirit Shui Yuan, and other great grandmasters' secret techniques that were not passed down to others. Ding Ying used various methods to obtain them for his own use. Some of them had reached the peak of martial arts and were left untouched. Some of them still had room for improvement. The 10th fist. Ding Ying took a few steps to the side but still had the mood to leisurely laugh. The only flaw in your fist technique is that it takes the path of injuring the enemy by 1,000 but also injuring yourself by 800. I want to see how many punches you can take and how powerful the last one is. Qin Pingan only focused on punching. His heart sank to the bottom of an ancient well. There were no spectators for this fight. Because they didn't dare. Old Demon Ding was famous for his love of torturing and killing bystanders. You are not afraid of death. You like to watch from the sidelines, you like to point and clap, you like to be shocked as if you have seen a ghost in broad daylight, right? Every time old Demon Ding fought with someone, he would slap those bystanders into meat paste, just like how a person would slap mosquitoes on the curtain and flies on the wall with the face of a fan. Therefore, the thin monkey-like master of Crown Prince Wei Yan had not been hiding in the distance for long. When he saw old demon Ding personally fighting, he immediately withdrew. However, there was only one Ding Ying. Other top figures like Zhong Qiu and Yu Zhini didn't like to be bystanders, but most of them didn't care. However, watching a life-and-death battle between second-rate experts was a big taboo for the people of the martial arts world, because no one wanted their trump card to be seen by outsiders. The more people there were, the more mouths there would be. One person would spread it to 10 and 10 would spread it to 100. How could it be called a trump card if everyone knew about it? Jiang Hu was not big, especially after one became a first-rate grandmaster. Jiang Hu was even smaller. The distance between the two sides was always within 2 arms. However, on the 11th punch, Ding Ying seemed to have tasted the power of the god's drumming style. He intentionally or unintentionally widened the distance and was knocked back more than 10 feet by the punch. At that time, Lu Fang was seriously injured by the 10 punches. Firstly, he was in a hurry and had no time to respond. But Ding Ying had been waiting from the beginning. Secondly, Lu Fang was wholeheartedly practicing swordsmanship. His kung fu was only on the sword, so his physique was far inferior to Ding Ying's. Lu Fang took 10 punches from Qin Pingan. It was like an infantry army meeting an elite cavalry army in the wild. They were defeated at the first touch. Naturally, they were defeated like a landslide. Ding Ying also took 10 punches. He occupied a huge city with high walls and strong troops. Therefore, it was not the real gap between Lu Fang and Ding Ying that was as wide as heaven and earth. In the end, Ding Ying could deal with it so easily because of Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu's lessons. After the 11th punch, Ding Ying stood more than 10 feet away. Taking advantage of the fact that the next punch had not come close, he suddenly shook his sleeve and scattered the fist aura that lingered in his palm. Ding Ying joked, 3 or 4 more punches and I'm afraid I'll be injured a little. The 12th punch was already in front of his face. Ding Ying punched for the first time and collided with Qin Pingan's drumming style. Qin Pingan took a few steps back, but the profoundness of the deity's drum-beating style was fully displayed. Qin Pingan used a trajectory and speed that exceeded common sense to throw out this punch even faster. Ding Ying, who did not have time to punch, could only raise his elbows slightly sluggishly to block in front of his body. The tip of his elbow hit his chest. Ding Ying flew out with a bang, but the vital qi in his long robe surged and helped to dissipate most of the fist aura. In a flash, he sensed that his opponent seemed to be slightly slower. Ding Ying narrowed his eyes and slid out. At the same time he received the 14th punch, he said with a smile, "Previously at your residence, there was a mischievous little thing that didn't know life from death and tried to sneak into the ground with a flying sword to find you. I found it. I don't know if it was shaken to death or suffocated underground." As expected, while the young man had sensed it, he did not stop. The 15th punch came quickly. After the punch, Ding Ying retreated again, and the 2 fingers that clamped down on the 15th flying sword trembled slightly. Ding Ying was not shocked but happy, but he hit it well. Old Demon Ding, who had held the throne of first for 60 years, seemed to be conceited and arrogant, but in reality, in the deepest part of Ding Ying's heart, he wanted to obtain the essence of this punch more than anyone. It was very likely that comprehending this punch would allow him to have more confidence in accomplishing what he wanted. Facing the heavenly Tao head-on, Ding Ying did not care that speaking would cause his true qi to pour out violently. He smiled and said, "I asked Ye and Zhou Shi to bring out the 4 heads previously for you to see. If I remember correctly, that child's name is Chao Qinglang. It's really unfortunate for him to meet a banished immortal like you." Even Ding Ying could not see Qin Pingan's face clearly, but the old man could clearly sense that person's little killing intent. It was not anger, nor was it the kind of killing intent that was spreading wildly. Instead, it was deliberately suppressed into a thin line and then twisted into a grain. Now that was interesting. This person's mental state was unique among the banished immortals that Ding Ying had seen and killed. Ding Ying had learned many things in his life and had flipped through all the books. He had once flipped through a Taoist classic and read this passage: "Traveling in the water without avoiding flood dragons is the courage of a boat. Traveling in the forest without fear of jackals and wolves is the courage of a woodcutter and hunter. Crossing a white blade in front of one's body and viewing death as life is the courage of a hero. Knowing that there was a limit to one's strength, being calm in the face of a great disaster is the courage of a saint. If you want to be calm, you must first calm your heart." What was the meaning of, "there was a limit to one's strength"? Even Qin Pingan, who was standing in front of him, believed that the family in the small courtyard was all dead, and that the little thing might also be dead. Based on this premise, not only did he have to know that guilt and regret were meaningless, and would only lead to his own destruction, he had to focus on it, and after knowing it he had to do it. It was not easy to know it, but it was even harder to do it. However, Qin Pingan did not disappoint Ding Ying. He did not hesitate in the slightest when he punched, nor did he bind his hands and feet. On the contrary, even though he knew that every punch would only let Ding Ying understand the deity's drumming style more, he punched without hesitation, hurting the enemy by 1,000 but also hurting himself by 800. Either Ding Ying would die under his own fist, or his meridians would be broken inch by inch, his spirit would be destroyed, his flesh and blood would be shattered, and he would die in the process of delivering the last punch of the deity's drumming style. The 16th punch. Ding Ying nodded lightly and laughed heartily. From the lotus flower of the silver laurel, a radiance poured down like a waterfall and covered his entire body. This time Ding Ying only retreated 3 steps and was unscathed. Qin Pingan retracted his fist and used the rebound force to retreat several feet. After standing still, he raised his arm and wiped the blood with the back of his hand. Ding Ying had no intention of switching between offense and defense and asked with a smile, "Why aren't you punching? Looking at your condition, you can at least take 2 more punches at least." Ding Ying looked at the silent young man and raised his right hand. "Have you never thought that if you take 1 or 2 more punches, you will be able to make me loosen 2 fingers? Ding Ying sighed and felt a little regretful. If he did not bring out the lotus crown, his intuition told him that he would be in danger and that it was very likely that both of them would suffer. However, there was no need to be perfect. These dozen punches were enough for him to study and study. It was obvious that this punch was the most powerful move that young banished immortal had. Ding Ying felt that it was enough. Next, it was time to get down to business. Qin Pingan looked around. Everything was so inexplicable. However, it was precisely because of this that Qin Pingan felt that the injustice in his heart was about to explode. It was just like when he was young when he saw Lu Xianyang lying on the sickbed. After he left, he silently walked towards the covered bridge. That feeling of despair was still fresh in Qin Pingan's memory, even after all these years, after walking such a long path and practicing so many punches. The world was vast and he was alone. Then he encountered a huge obstacle that he could not cross no matter what. Either he died of grievance or he sought death. What else could he do? At this moment, the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist was still sealed. Chui could not leave. The golden robe on his body was still lifeless. 15, who was both a flying sword and a square-inch item, was still firmly bound between Ding Ying's 2 fingers. Fortunately, Qin Pingan was no longer the porcelain kiln apprentice from back then. Qin Pingan spat out a mouthful of blood. "Did you leave something behind?" Ding Ying laughed and said, "You mean the sword you left on the table? You want to take it and then fight with me? But under my watch, do you think you can get there?" Ding Ying answered his own question and shook his head. "As long as I don't want you to leave, you, Qin Pingan, won't be able to walk more than 10 feet. I can already confirm that you are just a banished immortal, a so-called pure martial artist. You are not a sword cultivator at all. Otherwise, I would not be able to trap this little flying sword." Qin Pingan grinned and glanced at the Dao crown on Ding Ying's head. "You've taken advantage of the right time, place and people. Don't you feel good?" Ding Ying narrowed his eyes, murderous. "Oh, kid, you are not convinced. But what can you do? Earlier, what was the word you said? Come." Qin Pingan stretched out his arm. "Right?" Ding Ying remained silent and responded with a cold smile. He thought that this very different banished immortal was definitely going to make a last-ditch struggle. He would just wait and see. Qin Pingan silently said in his heart, "Sword, come." From the side room of the courtyard, the long chi sword that weighed dozens of kilograms was instantly unsheathed. It seemed to be following the rough footsteps of Qin Pingan when he went out for the last time, as if it was demonstrating to this world. The long chi sword broke through the window like a white rainbow, left the courtyard and came to the alley. It swept through the alley and entered the main street, brushing past Ding Ying. Qin Pingan held this white rainbow. The snow-white river of sword chi was still lingering in the mortal world. There were bends and curves, but there were also straight lines. However, there were no signs of it dissipating. Qin Pingan reached out and held the long chi sword. The blade of the sword was like frost and snow. The sword chi was also a white rainbow. His robe was even whiter than snow. In this mortal world, Qin Wudi was within an arm's reach. There was also a sword beyond an arm's reach. (318) Ding Ying raised her arm, and the silver lotus crown on her head bloomed like a living creature. The petals that were originally closed together extended outwards, swaying in the wind. Ding Ying placed the pocket-sized flying sword at her fingertips into it. The Dao crown returned to its original state, and the silver petals closed together. Ding Ying put her hands behind her back and looked down at the stream of sword chi that was close at hand. Even Ding Ying felt that this was the most beautiful scene she had ever seen in her life. Ding Ying looked down at the snow-white stream suspended in the mortal world and asked with a smile, "Qin Pingan, is this the Swordmaster's sword controlling technique? You and Feng Qingbai both used it before." "I was careless. I didn't expect you to be able to control a sword from such a long distance. But it doesn't matter. The outcome has been decided. Also, as the owner of such an immortal sword, you didn't really hold the sword hilt. Instead, you used a camouflage technique to hold it. Isn't this too much of a pity?" Ding Ying retracted her gaze and turned to look at Qin Pingan. "Or is it that you actually can't completely control this sword? What a pity. What a pity. These things that look like fog but are not fog and water, but are they all sword chi? The sword chi should dissipate very quickly." Qin Pingan didn't expect Ding Ying's eyes to be so sharp. She could see that he and the sword were outwardly united but inwardly divided. Back then, outside the Eagle Castle, Qin Pingan had pulled out this long chi once. The flesh and blood of Qin Pingan's entire arm had been eaten away by the sword chi, leaving behind only bones. Lu Tai had used the elixirs of the Yinyang school's Lu family to regrow the flesh and blood. This time she rode the long chi to his side. Of course, it wasn't because Qin Pingan was a sword master that he could control a sword from such a long distance. Instead, it was because Qin Pingan and the long chi had been together day and night. The sword chi had seeped into their bodies and their souls had guided the sword chi. Even if the two were separated, they were still connected. Ding Ying pointed at her lotus Dao crown. "Now that you have the sword, I have temporarily lost the divine ability of this immortal Dao crown. After this exchange, is this considered a fair fight?" Qin Pingan tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The river of sword chi that originated from the courtyard in the alley and ended in Qin Pingan's palm instantly gathered together. The sword chi once again converged on the sword body. The sword chi in his hand no longer had any abnormalities. Qin Pingan weighed the sword of long chi and felt that it was just right. It was heavier than the sword of infatuation in the 15th sword of flying. Ever since Qin Pingan obtained the Swordsmanship Sutra in the old Dragon City and started practicing swordsmanship on the Peach Blossom Island, he always felt that it was too light. Now, even if he just held the sword of long chi, he felt that it was suitable. It was fine as long as the portion was suitable. It was only at this moment that Ding Ying elevated Qin Pingan from the likes of Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu to Yu Jini, who practiced immortal arts. The difference between the two was that even if Lu Fang's swordsmanship was mysterious and Zhong Qiu's fist was invincible, in front of Ding Ying, they were still children playing with willow twigs and old men waving their fists. In this world, only Yu Jini, who was at the peak of both offense and defense, had a chance to hurt Ding Ying. Qin Pingan exhaled heavily. The only advantage of being here was that the fight between martial artists would not target Qin Pingan's chi breathing. It was as if the martial artist here lacked the first step to become a pure martial artist. In Qin Pingan's world, the martial artists and chi cultivators walked on the opposite path. They had to disperse all the anima energy in their body and extract a pure breath of vital chi. The vital chi was like a flood dragon, swimming around the internal organs and bones of the body. It was like an elite troop of frontier soldiers opening up new territory, opening up a path suitable for the circulation of vital chi. Only then could they be considered to have reached a higher level and truly embarked on the path of martial arts. However, in this world, probably because the anima energy was thin, the martial artists did not pay attention to this at all. Therefore they lacked the tempering. Therefore their foundation was poor from the beginning. Many martial arts grandmasters in the pugilistic world pursued returning to one's original simplicity. In fact, it was only when one reached a certain height in the path of martial arts that they suddenly realized and began to reverse the trend. But even so, in the past 100 years, there were still geniuses like Ding Ying, Yu Jini, and Zhong Qiu who emerged in the pugilistic world. In history there were also amazing talents like Wei Xian, Liu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu. Ding Ying smiled and said, "Other than the lotus crown on my head, the sword in Qin Pingan's hand is the second thing that I, Ding Ying, want to get my hands on." He held the long breath in his hand with an empty gesture. Qin Pingan moved forward with the six-step stance of the mountain-quaking fist, which contained the peak of Zhong Qiu's fist stance. There was a difference in the magnitude of each step. However, after practicing the fist for millions of times, everything was natural. The fist intent had long been deeply ingrained in Qin Pingan's bones. In addition, Zhong Qiu pretended to fight previously, but secretly taught him the peak of the fist stance. It was natural and smooth. The two were connected seamlessly. In Ding Ying's eyes, Qin Pingan's six-step stance did not have a single flaw. It was the true unity of man and nature, and it was compatible with the great Tao. Within 60 years, Ding Ying had wantonly collected and gathered all the martial arts in the world. Ding Ying himself was also a martial arts genius that was hard to come by even in 100 years. He had mastered everything through a comprehensive study, attempting to compile a treasure book that would teach all the martial arts in the world to become absolute arts. Ding Ying's eyes sparkled when he saw the 6 ordinary steps forward. It seemed that there was still room for improvement in his secret manual. Since there was no chance to kill Qin Pingan in one strike, and he wanted to get more extraterrestrial martial arts from him, Ding Ying decided to avoid the attack. However, Ding Ying soon realized that he had made a mistake by retreating. After the 6th step, Qin Pingan's momentum had reached its peak. The fist intent was so dense that it condensed like water droplets rolling on the lotus leaf. Day after day, he carried the sword of long breath on his back and tempered his spirit. The sword intent that had slowly seeped into Qin Pingan's body was the meridian of the lotus leaf. He leaped high and slashed down with his sword. Qin Pingan held the sword with both hands. The sword tip changed from vertical to horizontal and flashed away. The street was divided into two by the sword chi. If someone was on both sides of the street, they would find that the scene on the opposite side of the street was blurred and distorted. Ding Ying had already retreated 30 feet away. He twisted his heel and turned his body sideways. The snow-white sword intent whistled past him. It was like a tourist watching a tidal wave. Ding Ying, who was facing the second sword from the side, struck out with his palm. His feet left the ground and his body floated in the air, dodging the fierce sword chi that was coming at his waist. His palm landed on the body of the long chi sword. His palm collided with the sword god, and it was as if two stones were grinding against each other. Ding Ying frowned. His palm was bloody and he suddenly exerted force. He bent his finger and pointed at the sword of long breath. His body rolled and floated backward. However, it was not easy for Ding Ying to get rid of Qin Pingan as he had lost the initiative. Qin Pingan's next 6-step stance walk. The first step was in the air more than an inch above the ground. The second step was a foot above the ground. He climbed up the sky step by step. At the same time, he let go of the sword of long breath and turned into a white rainbow to chase after Ding Ying. Of course, this was not because Qin Pingan had reached the 7th level of the wind-controlling realm of martial arts. It was because of a trick. He borrowed the power of the sword of long breath and relied on the chi movement of one person and one sword to be able to ride the wind in the air. However, in the battle with Zhongqiu, the Dragon Queen had broken through to the 5th level for the first time. At that time, she successfully crossed the gully on the street that was cut by the boat. Her chi movement was not really stable yet and leaked out like a flood. Therefore, Zhongqiu saw the clue and helped Qin Pingan to practice martial arts. Ding Ying stomped on the ground and the ground beneath his feet exploded. His body tilted to a higher place in the air. He stomped on the ground again and it was the same scene. The gang chi he released was condensed into stepping stones, which were placed in the air before his feet touched the ground. This allowed Ding Ying to go anywhere he wanted in the air. This was almost the embryonic form of the wind-controlling realm of the vast world. If Ding Ying could ascend and leave the lotus flower-blessed land, his achievements would be unimaginable. Other than Ding Ying, the 19 people in the world, whether it was the local martial artists or the banished immortals, in the cage of the lotus flower-blessed land, they all had the oneness of heaven and men as the highest point of the mountain. It was very difficult for them to reach this point and they had spent a lot of effort. However, Ding Ying was different. He stayed at the same place year after year because the highest point of the lotus flower-blessed land could only be the oneness of heaven and men realm. He had been at the highest point for many years and looked down on the world. He had no interest in life. Therefore, Ding Ying treated the rules and great Tao of this world as his opponent. This was a shocking battle in the sky. Qin Pingan used the sword master's sword-controlling technique. His moves were supplemented by the avalanche style in the sword arts scripture. He did not let Ding Ying pull away from him. At the same time, he did not let Ding Ying get close to him and enter his arms. The two of them were entangled in the sky above the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and kept moving toward the south of the city. The sword chi and the fist force collided with each other, creating a rumbling sound like thunder. All the people in the capital could not help but look up. A young man in a snow-white robe was riding a long sword that looked like a white rainbow. That spectacular and moving scene was like a heavy snowfall that would not fall to the ground. Among the spectators, there was the Emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, who was heavily protected by the imperial guards. There was the old chef from the Crown Prince's mansion, Crown Prince Wei Yen, and the fairy of the Mirror Heart Chamber, Fan Weiner, who ran out of the house in an apron. Outside the wine shop at the corner of the street, Zhou Fei and Lu Fang stood side by side. The woman, who was doomed to not be able to reach the residence of the scholar surnamed Jiang, sat at the foot of a wall. Glancing at the strange scene above her head, the woman was full of regret. She slowly closed her eyes. She was really tired. Even if she saw her beloved scholar and knocked on the door of the small courtyard, what could she do? Let him see her covered in blood? Forget it. If he did not see her for the last time, even if he heard other people's words and thought she was a bad person, she was still a good-looking woman. So the woman tilted her head and fell asleep with a smile. Empress Zhou Shuzhen did not return to the palace. Instead, she sneaked into the Crown Prince's mansion with a bronze mirror. In the courtyard, Chao Qinglang was lonely and helpless. She threw away the hatchet and squatted on the ground, crying bitterly. There was no one around. The skinny little girl carried a small stool and swayed into an alley. She looked around curiously. In the sky above the south of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Qin Pingan was getting more and more skilled at riding the sword. The blade was too sharp, the sword chi was too strong, and the sword moves were too strange. For the first time in 60 years, Ding Ying was so embarrassed that he could only focus on defense. Ding Ying was somewhat annoyed, but there was nothing he could do in a short time. He might as well calm down. He wanted to see how long this young banished immortal could last in the unblemished realm. As long as there was a flaw, Ding Ying would severely injure Qin Pingan. Ding Ying did not idle around. He threw out a punch with a variety of skills. He did not aim at Qin Pingan at all, but the fist aura would explode beside Qin Pingan's body. It could be the mid-brows, the shoulder, or the chest. The angle was tricky and unimaginable. Ding Ying had used the Qimen Duanjia and the Plum Blossom Divination. The strange figure of the smiling Chen Tang was simply a joke to Ding Ying. Ding Ying put two fingers together and flicked them lightly. Strands of Gang Qi were like long swords. His other hand formed a Dao incantation. He had the supernatural power of moving mountains and seas. He often tore out large patches of roofs and trees from the ground to resist the rolling snow-white sword chi. Finally, the two of them landed on the high walls of the outer city of the capital. On this horse path, arrow towers and walls shattered with a bang. Dust flew everywhere and drifted inside and outside the capital. Qin Pingan seemed to have lost the last bit of restraint after coming here. He was completely free. The art of sword riding was close to the art of sword riding. The long horse path was completely destroyed by the rainbow-like sword chi. Occasionally there would be a gap. Ding Ying, who was about to break free, would be punched back into the cage of sword chi by Qin Pingan. For the first time in 60 years since Ding Ying, the most powerful person in the world, had the upper hand firmly in Jianghu. He was forced to be on the defensive. Although Ding Ying was not injured, several tears had appeared on his sleeves. Qin Pingan's figure was light and agile. He strolled leisurely on the broken horse path at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Ding Ying had obviously been infuriated as well. The tip of his finger touched the blade or hilt of his sword a few times, causing the sword energy to shatter and surge endlessly. However, the sword energy was abundant and sufficient to form a stream, so this little bit of loss was like a huge rock smashing into water, causing the water to splash onto the shore, and it was utterly negligible. Qin Ping, and immediately moved. He stood on top of a broken arrow stump and held his two fingers together to form the mountain-quaking fist stance. The sword furnace. The long chi that had been crazily hovering around Ding Ying suddenly rose dozens of feet into the air. The flying sword, which was already extremely fast, became even faster than usual. It really broke through the air and disappeared. Then a white rainbow wrapped in wind and thunder fell from the sky. The long sword split the top of the city wall of the Nanyuan Kingdom. It broke through the wall at the foot of the wall and came out. In the blink of an eye, it hovered beside Qin Pingan on the top of the wall and buzzed. When the dust dissipated, Ding Ying raised his hand. His right sleeve was completely torn. Qin Pingan reached out and held the hilt of the long chi. His palm touched the hilt for a moment and then released it again. Ding Ying laughed and said, "I haven't stretched my muscles and bones like this for 60 years. Qin Pingan asked the same question, "Does it feel good?" Last time, Ding Ying could remain indifferent, but this time, Ding Ying's expression was a little unsightly. Ding Ying stamped his foot and his body became illusory. His hands were vaguely seen in an unknown fighting posture. Behind Qin Pingan, there was a vague figure of an old man with a lotus crown. His 10 fingers were forming an ancient heavenly official formula. His right hand was in the air outside the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. Ding Ying twisted his arms and a dazzling light appeared between his palms. In the air on the left side of the capital, Ding Ying stretched out his arms. His 5 fingers were like hooks. 2 dozens of feet-long cracks appeared on the city wall. Qin Pingan held the long chi in the air. His sword chi broke the formation with the avalanche style. The long sword in his hand met the enemy with the god-suppressing head style of swordsmanship. He was doing 2 things at once. In an instant, a huge gap of 5 feet long and 6 feet high appeared on a large section of the city wall. For a moment, dust covered the sky. Ding Ying stood at the edge of the gap with the demeanor of a grandmaster. Clouds and mist rolled behind him. This was the result of Ding Ying no longer deliberately restraining his majestic gang chi. The clouds and mist gathered and scattered. Finally, they condensed into the outline of a cloud statue, as if a god was about to descend to the world. Qin Pingan stood on the other side with a calm expression. He did not even look at the strange phenomenon created by Ding Ying. He only held the long chi sword hilt with one hand and put 2 fingers together with the other hand. He gently stroked the sword from left to right. This was the sword that Qin Pingan learned from the old scholar Wen Sheng's long scroll of mountains and rivers. Even if it was only a little similar. That unruly long chi sword actually trembled slightly, as if it was resonating with Qin Pingan. It seemed to have finally acknowledged Qin Pingan and said to Qin Pingan, "What do you want to say to this world? Just say it." Before this, Qin Pingan could not even hold the long chi sword. Therefore it could only be said that the sword chi was close but not a real sword in hand. At this moment there was a real sword in the world. Qin Pingan suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword. At that moment, brilliant light bloomed from the gaps between the fingers of his left hand. As if a bright moon had risen, it surged in all directions like a tide, illuminating the world. It was already daytime with the sun hanging in the sky. But at this moment the whole capital of Nanyuan Kingdom was still brighter. After grasping the sword, the sun and the moon were together. This long chi sword did not have a scabbard at the moment, but Qin Pingan still made a gesture of unsheathing the sword. Ding Ying was surprised to find that she could not cross the gap. Although she was shocked, she was not frightened. The gang chi behind her condensed into a 30-foot-tall statue of a god, looking down at the tiny person and sword. Ding Ying was well aware that he could not retreat. He was as still as a mountain, but his hands in front of him changed into dozens of arms, dazzling the eyes. There were Buddhist mudra, Dharma mudra, Dhyana mudra, demon-subduing mudra, wish mudra, and fearless mudra. Every mudra was shining with golden light. There were Taoist techniques, Sanqing finger, 5 thunder finger, sky-throwing mudra, and heavenly master mudra. Every seal was accompanied by strong winds and the sound of thunder. There were also Yuzhini's sleeve gang, Zhongqiu's bursting fist, Jing Xinzhai's finger sword, Lu Zong's sharpening knife, Qing Yuanshan's curved spear. The godly spirit was the same. Whatever seals and postures Ding Ying had, it had them as well, and they were even more imposing than Ding Ying. Ding Ying's martial arts cultivation had gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools in the world. Yuzhini stood at the peak of Taoist techniques, Lu Fang stood at the peak of swordsmanship, Zhongqiu stood at the peak of fist techniques, and Lu Zong stood at the peak of saber techniques. But at a higher place on the peak of the mountains, there was actually a Ding Ying who had long been suspended in the air, making Ding Ying in this blessed land of lotus flowers, like the sun at noon. This was really too unreasonable. Qin Pingan only had one sword move. Just one sword move. After one sword move, the god was shattered. All techniques were broken. Ding Ying was not seen. (319) On the street in the city, the battle was soul-stirring from the moment the two sides started fighting. The battle was still in full swing. A glazed flying sword was like a divine object that had gained sentience. It was only a sword, but it could entangle Lu Zong the sharpener. Lu Zong's famous boning knife had never been damaged in his lifetime. In today's battle, he hadn't even touched a corner of Yuzhini's robe before the flying sword had cut several holes in it. Lu Zong did not have time to feel sorry for it. He would die if he was distracted. The flying sword was swift and fierce. Its gang chi filled a radius of more than 100 feet. Lu Zong could not help but feel restrained. The leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Yuzhini, was indeed a true immortal. There were at least 2 sharpeners, Lu Zong. And Lu Zong was the 5th in the world. From the corner of Lu Zong's eyes, it was very likely that there were two imperial tutors Zhong Qiu. Yu Zhini had already landed on the ground. He put his hands behind his back and let Zhong Qiu punch him. However, none of the punches could break through his invisible gang qi. The few punches were only inches away from Yu Zhini's face. His eyebrows were slightly raised and his sideburns fluttered. However, that was all. Zhong Qiu kept punching but failed time and time again. His expression was normal and his eyes were bright. He did not look dispirited at all. The imperial tutor was still the same. However, the more he was like this, the sadder it made people feel. It was as if the world should not be like this. It made people feel aggrieved and resentful. Zhong Qiu only punched. Yu Zhini walked forward casually as if he was taking a stroll. At most, he bypassed the battlefield where Lu Zong and the Flying Sword were fighting and walked past the many shops on the street. He looked up at the signboards of the shops and the couplets that had survived the spring rain this year. Yu Zhini smiled and asked, "Do you regret not accepting that immortal sword back then? The path you chose is only suitable for people in the mortal world. You can't reach the top of the mountain. Even if you were given another 30 years, you would still have nowhere to go after reaching the top. You'll only regret it then. Zhong Qiu, you've only cared about things that people don't care about since you were young. In my opinion, that's not called standing out, that's called being stupid." Zhong Qiu did not say a word. The scene was strange. While being beaten, Yu Zhini had already turned onto the wide imperial road. As he walked forward, he saw the imperial city of the Nanyuan Kingdom, the palace city, and the hall that was even more magnificent than the imperial palace of the Songlai Kingdom. On each of the 8 ridges stood 10 strange-looking immortals and beasts. Behind the riding wind immortal was a dragon, a phoenix, a lion, a pegasus, a seahorse, a lion, a dragon, a fish, a xieji, a fighting bull, and Xingshan. Some powerful emperors and generals could see the real thing, but there were some that they couldn't. Yu Zhini pointed forward. "I remember when we were young, you read about the 10 vertical spine objects in a book. You were very curious and said that you must see them with your own eyes in the future. In the end, you lived outside the palace for decades. Haven't you seen enough?" Zhong Qiu finally opened his mouth to speak. "Yu Zhini, don't always think that you're so great. After becoming an immortal, you no longer see yourself as a human. Everything you see is condescending. Whatever you think of, you're just reminiscing. You need to see more of the joys and sorrows of the human world. Of course, you're no longer listening to these." Yu Zhini nodded. "That's a layman's view. It's the same with cultivation. Zhong Qiu, it's not that you're wrong. It's just that you're not high enough. You're standing too low." Sadness flashed across Zhong Qiu's eyes. He stopped punching and looked in the direction of the palace. Yu Zhini also stopped and laughed. "Such a light punch. Zhong Qiu, could it be that you haven't eaten for a few days? Why don't I wait for you here for an hour? You can come back after you've eaten your fill." Zhong Qiu cursed for the first time. "I'm afraid I'll beat the shit out of you." Zhong Qiu was indeed that kind of Qiu. No matter how much he studied, if he was really pushed to the brink, wasn't he still that bumpkin from Tolan County of Songlai County? Yu Zhini patted his stomach and laughed. "I flipped through the heavenly book, learned the immortal technique, walked the longevity bridge, cultivated the supreme technique, and practiced seclusion for many years. I really haven't eaten shit or fart like this." Zhong Qiu sighed. "You're actually waiting for the outcome of that fight to be decided?" Yu Zhini nodded. "So what if you've seen through the truth? You can't break my gang qi." Then he shook his head. "I'm not waiting for the outcome. I'm waiting for that young man called Qin Pingan to die." Zhong Qiu suddenly turned his head and looked down at his childhood friend with a strange smile. Yu Zhini looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhong Qiu said, "Do you still remember that time outside the walls of the Ma County Magistrate's office?" Yu Zhini thought for a while and suddenly understood. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered." Back in his hometown of Tolan County, Yu Zhini was the son of an insignificant official who wasn't part of the imperial court. Zhong Qiu's family background was even worse. However, they became best friends at a young age. Yu Zhini yearned for Jianghu while Zhong Qiu admired scholars. They were both restless and hot-blooded. Zhong Qiu loved the daughter of his parents, the Ma County magistrate, and Yu Zhini helped him come up with a lot of bad ideas. The girl didn't like Zhong Qiu at first, and later she became more and more estranged from him. One night when they were drunk, the two of them peed against the wall of the backyard of the county magistrate's office. Unexpectedly, the girl and her maidservant had just sneaked out to have a rendezvous with a foreign scholar. The daughter of the county magistrate was shy and the maidservant was fierce. She even glanced at Yu Zhini and Zhong Qiu's crotch and said with disgust, Two little earthworms, what are you doing in the middle of the night? After that, Zhong Qiu and Eugenie never went near the county magistrate's office again. After Zhong Qiu's reminder, Eugenie didn't find it interesting. He just didn't know why Zhong Qiu mentioned it. Was there a deeper meaning? Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Old immortal you're not even as good as a little earthworm now." Eugenie's expression didn't change, but his eyes turned cold. "Imperial tutor Zhong, we're done catching up. Why don't we have a fight?" Zhong Qiu laughed it off. Eugenie sneered and said, "Why don't we have a bet? If Lu Zong can survive, will he seek death like you?" Zhong Qiu nodded and said, "Okay, then I bet he won't leave alone." Eugenie was about to raise his hand to control the glazed celestial sword, but he quickly lowered his arm and said with a smile, "I won't give Lu Zong this chance to live." Zhong Qiu said no more. The two of them stood side by side. It was just Imperial tutor Zhong of Nanyuan Kingdom and Eugenie of Songsui Kingdom. Eugenie suddenly said, "You're wrong. My killing power doesn't lie in that sword. I just thought that you, Zhong Qiu, could still be saved, so I deliberately let you have your way. Just like back then, since we were young, I was willing to let you have your way and take care of your feelings." Zhong Qiu said something strange that was 1,000 miles away from the topic. He turned to look at the southern city wall and said softly, "Eugenie, your position is the most awkward. You're neither the sun nor the moon. Without you, this world is still complete." The skinny little girl carried the small stool and walked to the only house that didn't close the door. She saw Chao Qingling hugging her head and crying. She knocked on the door and stepped over the threshold, deliberately asking, Hey, is anyone here? If there's no one, I'm coming in." When Chao Qingling raised her head, her face full of vigilance, she threw the small stool on the ground and looked left and right. She said casually, "Is this your house? I'm here to return something." Chao Qingling grabbed the hatchet on the ground and held it in front of her. "Who are you?" She was still looking around and said angrily, "I'm with the rich man in the white robe. I'm not with the guy with the flowery hat." She saw the side house, so she turned to Chao Qingling and said, "Earlier, I saw a couple carrying 4 heads out of the house and throwing them on the street. They rolled on the ground with blood all over. I kindly helped put the heads together. Are they related to you? Aren't you going to take a look?" Tears welled up in Chao Qingling's eyes as she ran towards the courtyard gate. She suddenly stopped him and glared at him. "Stop." Chao Qingling was a little confused. She asked, "Aren't you going to thank me?" Chao Qingling was stunned. She wanted to say something but stopped. She ran out with tears on her face. She didn't dare to stop a guy with a hatchet. She curled her lips and made way, muttering, "You heartless dog. You deserve to be an orphan." She pushed the door open. It was Qin Pingan's house. The bedding on the bed was neat and tidy. The books on the table were also neat and tidy. It was very clean. There was also an empty scabbard on the table. She didn't find anything to eat, copper coins or broken silver. She was so angry that she walked to the table and pushed the pile of books off the table and onto the ground. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She could get some money if she sold the books. Then she stared at the scabbard and sighed. Forget it. If she sold the books secretly, the white-robed guy probably wouldn't do anything to her. But if she sold the scabbard, he would probably punish her severely. At that time, she was still young and wouldn't be of any use. She picked up the books and ran out. She had already made up her mind. After exchanging them for a lot of copper coins, she would quickly spend them. Only when they were turned into food would he not want them back. Zhou Fei held Zhou Shi and Ye'er's shoulders and found Lu Fang again. They were still drinking at the wine shop. Not only was the wine shop at the corner empty, but the whole street was empty. Most likely, the Nanyuan Kingdom's imperial court had already issued a strict order. Once there was a battle between grandmasters, the market would be under martial law. The specific rules were based on the historical night ban. This must be the work of the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu. The beautiful woman who used to be the same master as Lu Fang was lying on the table. Smiling-faced Qiantang's head and his sword Dachuan were placed on the table next door. Zhou Fei let go of the two people and strode in. After sitting down, he laughed angrily. "You just got him drunk?" Lu Fang poured him a bowl of wine. "Or else." Zhou Fei looked at Lu Fang. "At least I didn't waste my efforts. There is still some effect." Compared to the previous time when he was in a daze, Lu Fang had recovered. Moreover, there was a trace of condensed spiritual qi. He was only short of twisting the rope. It was enough for Lu Fang to live in the lotus flower-blessed land for another 60 years. Perhaps there was a chance for his physical body to ascend. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. As for the lotus flower-blessed land and the vast world, the speed of the river of time was very interesting. It still depended on the guy's mood. If that person found it interesting, the 60 years in the lotus flower-blessed land was only 5 or 6 years in the vast world. However, if he found it boring, he would be in trouble. It was the most deceptive time in history. When someone finally ascended after going through untold hardships in the blessed land, he found that he had returned to the vast world 300 years later. He almost lost his mind on the spot. After all, even for a cultivator on the mountain, 300 years was enough time for things to change. Perhaps the person you wanted to see was no longer in this world, and the person you wanted to kill was already dead after enjoying all the glory and wealth. Zhou Shi and Ye picked a table and sat down. They each had their own thoughts. Hairpin went to find a jar of Nanyuan Kingdom's special bamboo wine. After surviving a disaster, he should have a drink with the girl he liked. As for the promise of 60 years, Zhou Shi was determined to be one of the top 10 or even top 3 in the world. Zhou Shi was Zhou Fei's son after all. Plus, the Spring Tide Palace was at the peak of the lotus flower-blessed land. Zhou Shi was not lacking in wisdom. He was confident that he could meet her again after 60 years and go back to his father's hometown. Zhou Shi could not guess what Yura was thinking. However, he did not need to think too much about it because Zhou Shi had absolute confidence in his father's methods and foundation. Especially after his ascension, it was like a dragon entering the water and a tiger returning to the mountain. The lotus flower-blessed land was only a mid-level blessed land. However, the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang family of Jade Medallion sect, which was his father, Zhou Fei, was the world's #1 blessed land. Zhou Shi had never been able to learn Zhou Fei's skill of training, and taming women. Zhou Fei once joked that it was called fake body and true heart. It was a supernatural skill of the immortals. It was not strange that Zhou Shi could only learn a little, but it was enough to let him run amok in this world. Lu Fang asked, "How's it going over there?" Zhou Fei raised his wine bowl and clinked it with his good friend. He took a sip of the wine and quickly put it down. He explained, "The fight was very messy. Feng Qingbai was slaughtered by his good friend Tang Tie. Qing Yuanshan ran away without saying a word. Zhong Qiu played a trick and did not fight to the death with Chen Pingan. After determining the strength of their fist techniques, it was like they were exchanging pointers and helping Chen Pingan stabilize his realm. Because that guy's martial arts were a little strange, he almost broke through the bottleneck of the 6th level in one go. Zhong Qiu saw some clues and slowly pushed Chen Pingan's martial arts realm back to the 5th level. During the fight, Zhong Qiu relied on Chen Pingan's fist techniques to verify some martial arts ideas. If this person could walk out of the lotus flower blessed land, he would definitely become a 9th level martial artist in the future. Zhou Fei subconsciously picked up the wine bowl, but when he thought of the taste, he sighed and could only pinch his nose and drink a mouthful of wine. Then Ding Ying and Yu Zhini showed up. One blocked Chen Pingan and the other intercepted Zhong Qiu. I think these two fights were the most dangerous. It was a matter of life and death. Lu Fang casually pointed at the flower hairpin man and Ye at the table behind him. Pink Vajramashian and Pipa concubine and smiling face. Chen Pingan actually did not want to kill them. But these two children, I believe that guy will definitely kill them if he has the chance. With such a temperament he is more like a warm-hearted wanderer than Feng Qingbai. Let's not talk about you and Tong Qingqing. In this world only Ding Ying and Yu Zhini are worthy of my attention. The rest are just SOSO. Even if it is Zhong Qiu, I can just give him a 9th level martial artist in 40 or 50 years. What can he do? Zhou Fei waved his hand. I don't care about that. This time I will sit here and wait for the second beat of the drum. I will only take away the girl behind you, so for the next 60 years, you still have to take care of this good-for-nothing Zhou Shi. Lu Fang nodded and agreed. He asked curiously, you don't plan to recruit Yu Zhini? 60 years of being in a favorable position will give you more opportunities than the Tong Yi sect. And according to what you said, your ranking is at the bottom, so you can only take one person, and that is Ye. But Yu Zhini can take away at least 3 people. Wei Xian, Lu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu and Zhu Lian. Which one of them is not a genius? The Pearl Grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent has many talents suitable for cultivation. This lotus flower blessed land is full of martial arts geniuses. If you rope in Yu Zhini, the Jiang family will have 3 more Zhong Qiu. Zhou Fei stretched out his finger and pointed at Lu Fang. You Lu Fang, your conscience has not been eaten clean by dogs. You still have some consideration for me. Ye took the initiative to speak for the first time. She asked timidly, Palatial Lord Zhou, Sword Immortal Lu, who is Tong Qingqing? Zhou Fei and Lu Fang turned a deaf ear. This was because Ye did not know the importance of the head of the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect, the master of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, and a sword cultivator who could possibly reach the 11th level. If Ye could enter the top 10 of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, perhaps she would have some qualifications to speak with them. Of course, it was also related to Zhou Fei and Lu Fang's cold temperament. If it was a banished immortal like Wanderer Feng Qingbai, they would not be so unapproachable. After Qin Pingan's sword on the city wall. At the westernmost end of the straight horse path, there was an old man's chest. His long robe was torn open, revealing a bloody wound. The old man made an unexpected move. He raised his arm, took off the lotus crown and casually threw it on the ground. As for whether the flying sword would break free from its shackles and return to its master's side, making the enemy stronger. As for whether without the protection of the immortal's Dharma treasure, the Tao crown, he would have one less means of victory in an evenly matched battle. Ding Ying did not care. Ding Ying rolled up his sleeves slowly and carefully. He thought for a moment and lowered his head to glance at the lotus crown that was used as a bargaining chip. He casually waved his sleeve and threw it far away in the direction of the Imperial Road in the capital of Nanyuan Nation. Ding Ying slowly walked forward. His footsteps were no different from an ordinary person's. There was no longer a divine person with a mountainous aura. Ding Ying even abandoned the silver Tao crown. He walked towards Qin Pingan barehanded. Ding Ying felt relaxed. He had never been in such a peak state. This was how it should be when fighting with others. If one defeated the second person in the world, one would naturally be the first person in the world. It was a very simple principle. However, no matter how important or unattainable this principle was to outsiders, Ding Ying still felt that it was too insignificant and insignificant. Ding Ying did not think highly of it at all. The strength of one person was superior to the strength of the remaining 9 of the 10 people in the world. This was the invincibility that Ding Ying truly wanted. Therefore, in the long years, only the lonely old demon Ding would study the strengths of various schools and improve the martial arts of various great grandmasters. It was not that Ding Ying needed this as a protective talisman, but that Ding Ying had long been prepared. He wanted to use his casual move to easily break the strongest moves of great grandmasters like Yu Jini, Zhong Qiu, and Lu Zong. However, there was now a huge accident. Ding Ying felt that this was the right thing to do. It just so happened that there was no need for those fancy moves. It was still too slow. There were no strong enough opponents on the road ahead. Even if Ding Ying stood and waited, even if Ding Ying looked back, he could not see the figure of a second person. There was also no one who could catch up with Ding Ying and stand side by side with him. Therefore, there was only Ding Ying in the world to compete for victory with the heavens. That banished immortal called Qin Pingan came at the right time. With this stepping stone, Ding Ying, will only be closer to the heavens. Ding Ying walked forward quickly and laughed heartily. Qin Pingan held the long sword in his hand. His palm was hot, but he was not burned by the sword chi at all. He felt that the second sword could be even faster. On the top of the southern city wall of the Nanyuan Kingdom. From a huge gap in the city wall to the westernmost side, the entire horse path was filled with a flood of snow-white sword chi rolling forward. On the west side of the city wall, Ding Ying punched out repeatedly like a god of the heavenly court hammering a mountain. His punches caused the sword chi that surged towards him to scatter in all directions. Ding Ying just moved against the flow of sword chi like a hot knife through butter. (320) Before sneaking into the Crown Prince's mansion, Empress Zhou Shuzhen, or rather the head of the Tower of Reverence, or the Death Warrior of the Mirror Heart Chamber, hid in a cool shadow and looked at the battle between the two people on the south side of the city. The two sides fought until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Even if she opened the most dusty secret files in the Tower of Reverence, there had not been such an earth-shattering battle in the Lotus Flower-blessed land for many decades. There were only two people fighting, but it was like two armies facing each other, showing the momentum of thousands of miles of yellow sand and shining spears and armored horses. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian, was invincible. There was no opponent in that era. Later Liu Baixiang was the same. With his strength he suppressed the whole Jianghu for 60 years. The female sword immortal, Sui Xiong, was so lonely that she could only fly on her sword. The martial madman Zhu Lian chose to be the enemy of the world. He fought against 9 people alone and killed more than half of the top 10 grandmasters in the world. This time Ding Ying met a young banished immortal named Qin Pingan. It was like the sun and the moon were competing with each other. Everyone could only stretch their necks and watch, waiting for the result. Zhou Shuzhen sighed and glanced at the young man and woman on a roof. She did not rush to find them directly. Instead, she quietly landed in a corridor and walked slowly. When she met maids and stewards, she bypassed the pillars and stuck to the back of the ordinary people's line of sight. Or she floated on the beam, like a ribbon swaying forward. It was not suitable for her to appear in this mansion with her current identity. Although she was the current empress of the Nanyuan kingdom, she was not the biological mother of the crown prince and the second prince. Even some vague secret news about the death of the former empress was related to Empress Zhou. Zhou Shuzhen's figure in the mansion caught a glimpse, just enough for Wei Yan and Fan Wan'er to see. They rushed down the roof and saw the famous empress in the garden. Fan Wan'er was curious and worried because she did not know why Zhou Shuzhen appeared in front of Crown Prince Wei Yan in front of her. This Zhou Shuzhen was the senior sister who found Fan Wan'er and took her to the Mirror Heart Chamber. Later, Zhou Shuzhen quickly replaced the identity of a beauty carefully arranged by the Mirror Heart Chamber and successfully entered the imperial palace of the Nanyuan kingdom and became the empress step by step. Zhou Shuzhen said helplessly, "The situation is urgent, it's too late. It's my senior sister's fault and old Demon Ding's fault." Wei Yan looked at his mother, and then looked at Fan Wan'er. His heart was haze. He did not mind that he and Fan Wan'er were in the same boat, defeated the younger brother supported by the devil Sexier, and then walked step by step to the dragon throne, successfully ascended the throne, and finally joined forces with the beauty to seek the unification of the four countries. But if the entire Nanyuan kingdom's Wei family had long been played in the hands of the women of the Mirror Heart Chamber, then what was the point of him sitting on the dragon throne and wearing the dragon robe? Zhou Shuzhen did not care about Wei Yan's embryonic imperial thoughts and said to Fan Wan'er straightforwardly, "The reason why I was arranged to come to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom by Master was that in addition to the identity of the Empress, Master also needed me to do something, which was to get that cyan dress. It had to be neither too early nor too late, just at the end of the 60-year cycle. But I didn't dare to get too close to old Demon Ding and didn't dare to show up. I was afraid of angering old Demon Ding." Speaking of this, she smiled apologetically to Fan Wan'er and said bitterly, "So senior sister had to take a step back. Before Zhou Fei went down the mountain, he threatened to take you as a trophy and coveted your beauty for a long time. So I deliberately let people leak the secret to the Chunqiao Palace, saying that you were determined to get that dress. Sure enough, Zhou Fei directly went to Monk Yundi of the Jinggang Temple. Because with Zhou Fei's character, once you fell into his hands as long as junior sister asked, no matter what Zhou Fei's original intention was to snatch the cyan dress, he was willing to take it out and give it to junior sister." Fan Wan'er was still confused. "So what if I got that dress? Got one of the 4 great blessings and was lucky enough to ascend? But didn't senior sister say that Master had left instructions that I was not allowed to deliberately pursue the opportunity to ascend? It's a pity that Zhou Fei gave that dress to Yer of the Devil Sect. Things have come to this. Fortunately, Master had expected this situation." Zhou Shuzhen solemnly took out the small bronze mirror. "Master wanted me to give it to you when the time comes." Fan Wan'er took the bronze mirror and turned it over and over, turning it left and right, but she could not see anything strange. Zhou Shuzhen shook her head. "I've studied it for so many years, but I still can't find any clues. It seems to be just an ordinary mirror." Zhou Shuzhen turned to Wei Yan and smiled. "Your Highness, don't worry about becoming a puppet of our Mirror Heart sect. We don't have such intentions and we don't have the strength to support this ambition. Master once said that Ding Ying Yuzhini and Zhongqiu are 3 mountains that can't be crossed. Especially when the first 2 are still alive in the human world, all the plans of the Mirror Heart sect are just small fights and have no real meaning to this world." There were some words that Zhou Shuzhen did not say. For the Venerable One's taboo, she did not want to talk about Master Tong Qingqing in front of an outsider like Wei Yan. In fact, when Tong Qingqing met her disciple Zhou Shuzhen for the last time, she said some words from the bottom of her heart. "I've done so much because I'm afraid of death, so I want to know every corner of this world who has done what. I want to know everything so I can avoid all dangers." Moreover, Zhou Shuzhen did not believe that this was her master's true words. Her master's cultivation was so high, and she had long been one of the 4 great masters. Her master's talent in martial arts was so high that outsiders did not know, but Zhou Shuzhen knew that it was second only to the great demon Ding Ying. As long as her master was willing to work hard, the top 3 in the world would definitely be hers. Moreover, her master had the entire Mirror Heart sect behind her, and there were so many death warriors and spies in the court of the four countries. What was there to be afraid of? It should be the world that was afraid of her, Tong Qingqing, right? Crown Prince Wei Yan thought carefully and did not believe it, or rather he did not believe it completely. Fan Wan'er held the bronze mirror and fell into deep thought. The old monk of the Jingang temple took off his kasaya and wore secular clothes. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he went to the imperial palace to ask His Majesty for the golden body of Arhat from Baihe temple. Before entering the palace, he waited at the palace gate for the news of the monarch's summons. He put his palms together and chanted Amitabha. After entering the palace, His Majesty personally waited for the old monk in the imperial study. Previously, even the Nanyuan Kingdom Emperor did not know about this preaching monk of the Jingang temple. Only when the last 10 people on the list surfaced did he know that this unknown monk Su Dang, in addition to his seniority in the Jingang temple, also had a bottomless Buddhist supernatural power. Regarding the golden body of Arhat, the Wei Emperor did not hesitate and agreed to let the former monk Yun Tu take it away. The old monk who had just returned to the secular world was a little confused. He originally thought of many excuses such as promising to serve the Nanyuan Kingdom Wei clan for 30 years and so on. The armed Saint Qing Yuanshan did not join the disciples. That way he would be too conspicuous and would be easily found. The old man could not just walk around with a long spear, so he could only choose a stone arch bridge and enjoy the shade under it. He made up his mind that after the second drum beat in Jinyo Mountain outside the capital, he would only show himself if at least half of the 10 people on the list in the capital were dead. Otherwise he would rather miss this opportunity to ascend. Qing Yuanshan hoped very much that the grandmasters on the list would all die. As for whether this went against his martial arts principles, Qing Yuanshan did not care. He only cared about the result. There were thousands of words in the history books, but what else was there besides the bloody words winner takes all? Tang Jie, who had always wanted to use Qing Yuanshan to practice his blade, could not find the armed saint and could only give up. After thinking about it, the biggest variable at the moment was actually his identity. Once it was exposed, it would be very troublesome for the great general of the Northern Jin Kingdom to wander around the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Although the relationship between the Northern Jin Kingdom and the Nanyuan Kingdom was not bad, the Nanyuan Kingdom was full of ambition and had long shown signs of wanting to unify the world. Tang Che did not think that he would be politely sent out of the country. He would either submit to the Wei family or die in the capital of another country. Submitting to the Nanyuan Kingdom was not a good thing for his future, but it was not necessarily terrible. After all, the Nanyuan Kingdom was the strongest country in the country. However, Tang Che's foundation in the Northern Jin Kingdom, his family, his wives, his military power, and his reputation would all be gone. How could the civil and military officials of the Nanyuan Kingdom be polite to an outsider like him? In the end, Tang Che was bold because of his skill. Compared to the armed sage who was past his prime, the general of the Northern Jin Kingdom who was in his 40s was obviously bolder. He did not hide in a secluded place like Qing Yuanshan. Instead, he chose a noisy restaurant, ordered a pot of good wine, and listened to the storyteller tell a story. The storyteller who was past his prime told an old story. Tang Che listened with great interest and felt that it was not a bad thing to become a minister of the southern courtyard in the future. One day, everyone in the four kingdoms would talk about Tang Che's military career. Tang Che drank a mouthful of wine and narrowed his eyes. He was somewhat fascinated. Zhou Fei and Lu Fang were still drinking cheap wine in the restaurant at the corner of the street, waiting for the battle on the city wall to end. After old Demon Ding and Yu Jini made their moves, a character who was originally close to the beginning became interesting again. The great grandmaster of the Mirror Heart sect, Tong Qingqing. Previously Ye, who was wearing a green dress, asked curiously. Zhou Fei and Lu Fang did not bother to answer. However, when Ye fell silent, Zhou Fei laughed again and took the initiative to talk about this very interesting fairy. Zhou Fei seemed to have figured something out. He glanced at Ye and explained to Zhou Shi about Tong Qingqing's deeds elsewhere. After Hairpin heard about it, he only felt that it was absurd. One was a female sword cultivator who pressed forward courageously, the other was the leader of the Mirror Heart sect who hid in the shadows. The difference in temperament between the two was like heaven and earth. In the hometown of his father, Zhou Fei, there was a sect called Taiping Mountain. There was a female Taoist nun on the mountain who was extremely talented and lucky. She was envied by others. In the Aquarius continent, there was a place called the Divine Grandeur sect. There was a woman who was younger than her. The two of them had different approaches to achieve the same result, so she was called the second person. This nun was born warm-hearted and had a strong temperament. When she encountered injustice, she would pursue it to the end. She regarded life and death as a small matter, which went against the original intention of a cultivator. Her teacher had tried his best to persuade her several times, but he could not point it out. Several times she only restrained herself for a period of time. In the end she relapsed. If there was any injustice in the world, as long as it was seen by her, she would take care of it. And every time she would only stop after finding out who was behind it. As for meddling in other people's business, would it affect her cultivation? She did not care whether she would be in danger because of it. She even wanted to roll her eyes. Because of this, the relationship between Taiping Mountain, the Tongya sect, and the Yugui sect was very stiff. They were like fire and water with the Fuyang sect. But because of the academy's face, both sides tried to restrain themselves from attacking. Along the way they fought and killed. Unexpectedly they were surrounded by danger, but they came out safe and sound, allowing her to enter the nascent soul realm. Even the only remaining ancestral master of Taiping Mountain, the current sect master's uncle master, was alarmed. Taiping Mountain had as many as 9 earth immortals in the eyes of the Jindan and nascent soul realm cultivators. They looked down on the continent, but there was not a single cultivator in the 11th realm. There was only one ancestral master in the 12th realm who was in the immortal realm to support the situation. On the other hand, the Tongya sect and the Yugui sect both had cultivators in the immortal realm and the pure jade realm, plus the Fuyang sect where the couple were both in the pure jade realm. At least the inheritance was orderly and there was no gap in the realm. So whether this nun of Taiping Mountain could enter the upper 5 realms was very important. Once she succeeded in entering the pure jade realm, with her natural fortune, then the final achievements of the Wei and Jin temples of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent would be suppressed by her. Such a person, even in the central divine continent, was a rare existence. Because the great Tao was within reach, others could see it clearly. Simply put, there was a chance to stand near those 10 people one day, or even squeeze out one of them to occupy a place. And among those 10 people, there was the Grand Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu, the City Lord of White Emperor City, and the newest one was the Great Duan Dynasty's Valkyrie, Pei Wan. Apart from these 10 people, the other 8 continents in the vast world naturally had people with the highest cultivation. For example, Qin Chunan of the South Swirl continent and the God of Fortune of the White Mountain continent. But compared to the central divine continent, the overall atmosphere was far too lacking. The skinny little girl hugged a stack of books and quickly ran out of the courtyard in the alley, running as fast as she could. She was young, but she had already seen many bad people doing bad things. Some were done to others and some were done to her. She had also seen the occasional good person, but they were not rewarded. Some good people also became bad people. She had once met an old lunatic who wandered around with a lantern for most of the day. He said that the world was too dark, and he could not see the road or people without a lantern. She ran until she was drenched in sweat. She looked up at the sun and it was like a huge lantern hanging in the sky. It was bright and the world moved as though no one could do without it. But she only liked it in winter and spring. But if it could not be cold all year round, she would not like it at all. She would rather it not be in the sky. With it, the sky would be too bright and she would be easily discovered if she did many things such as stealing food. When she passed by a well, she stopped and sat on the mouth of the well to rest for a while, panting heavily. She glanced at the well, deep and dark. She was just about to spit when she looked up and saw a tall old man standing beside her. He was wearing what was probably called a Taoist robe. He raised his head and looked at her. The skinny little girl didn't dare to move at all, as if she would die if she moved a single finger or even had a single thought in her mind. She had never been so afraid of someone since she was young. The Taoist was tall, and the style of his Taoist hat and Taoist robe were extremely rare. Under the light, the old Taoist's skin emitted a golden jade luster, and his Taoist robe was spotless. It was as though he was not even standing in this world. The old Taoist glanced at the skinny little girl, then reached out his arm and grabbed at the sky. The skinny little girl, who had been sneaking glances at him, wailed and threw the book in her arms. She covered her eyes with both hands and her face was full of tears. Her skinny body rolled on the ground. Because at that moment she clearly saw that old man grab the sun from the sky with one hand and clamp it between his fingers. The skinny little girl banged her head against the wall of the well in pain. The old Taoist was indifferent. He did not feel pitiful or annoyed. He was just indifferent. Seeing the joys and sorrows of the human world once and a few times was a completely different experience than seeing it a million times. The old Taoist only lowered his head and stared at the sun between his fingers. It was not an illusion but a real one. Instead, the sun in the sky was an illusion. The old Taoist temporarily put the pearl into his sleeve and looked at the southern city wall. This dinging disappointed him a little. Eugenie and Zhongqiu were passable, but it wasn't because Eugenie and Zhongqiu performed well, but it was because the old Taoist didn't have high expectations for them. Dinging was different. This Dinging, whether it was her foundation or her temperament, was the closest to the second Taoist. She could be said to be a fake that was the closest to the real thing in the world. Even if this kind of Dinging, no matter where she went in the vast world, would undoubtedly reach the 12th realm, she would still stop here. The bottleneck was too obvious. A good fake would usually not be too bad, but how good could it be? The old Taoist was still not satisfied. Wei Xian, Lu Baixiang and Zhu Lian, the three of them combined into one, each with their own strengths. Ding was still so weak. Just as he was about to smash Ding Ying's head with his sleeve, the old Taoist hesitated and looked up at the sky. The old Taoist stood in the lotus flower blessed land and looked at the lotus cave. There were only two places in the four worlds where the blessed land and the blessed land were connected. The old Taoist standing beside the well exchanged a glance with the Taoist who was overlooking the blessed land. After that, the border between the paradise of lotus flowers and the blessed land was pulled apart, and in just a blink of an eye, a 10 million feet wide trench was formed. The old Taoist snorted. The pearl in his sleeve burned a hole in the sleeve of his Taoist robe. However, there were many withered lotus leaves within He Tiantian's paradise as well. The old Taoist by the well retracted his gaze and his sleeve returned to normal. He believed that the lotus pond was no exception. The skinny little girl by the old Taoist's feet was still crying on the ground. The feeling of staring at the sun at such a close distance had gone far into the depths of her spirit. If she had not been lucky enough to hide in the old Taoist's shade, her previous and future lives would have decayed and turned into nothingness in an instant. The old Taoist was a little resentful. Old Shucai, aren't you annoying? (321). For the first time, the old Taoist took a good look at the skinny little girl. A tall Taoist and a skinny little girl. They were worlds apart. Under the Taoist's gaze, the little girl, who had been banging her head against the wall of the well, suddenly felt as if she had just drunk a bowl of herbal tea in the middle of summer. Moreover, it was the white porcelain plum soup from a rich family. Suddenly the pain disappeared. She gasped for breath and leaned against the edge of the well. She looked at the old Taoist timidly. Instinctively, her eyes wandered quickly, trying to find where the bead was hidden by the old Taoist. This was called not remembering what was eaten or beaten. Fortunately, the Taoist's attitude towards the human world, especially good and evil, was different from ordinary people. The old Taoist did not care about the little girl's reckless search. However, the old Taoist already had an idea of the little girl's identity. Therefore, he was even more annoyed with the old scholar who kept saying, "Scholars only borrow things." In the early years, the two of them made a bet. The old Shuyuan, who was full of jealousy, relied on his shameless and unreasonable behavior to win a token from him. He asked the old Taoist to protect the person who had the token if he ever met him. The old Taoist was willing to accept his loss and agreed. However, the resentment he had for the old Shuyuan was not small. Later they met again and exchanged views on Taoism. The two of them sat down and discussed Taoism, the kind that was reasonable. It was at the border of the lotus flower paradise and the lotus cave. Otherwise, a small piece of lotus flower paradise, even if the spiritual energy was thin and it was difficult for the Taoism to manifest, would not be able to withstand the competition between the two of them. In the end, it was the old Shuyuan who wanted to take advantage of the old Taoist. However, he did not know when, but in addition to this, the old Shuyuan, this shameless thing, had secretly set up such a chess piece in the lotus flower paradise. It was really dark under the light. The old Taoist stared at the little girl under his eyes. His eyes were clear and cold, like the sun hanging high in the sky. He never cared about the warmth and coldness of the world, let alone the praise of the world. In a few blinks of an eye, the old Taoist had seen through the little girl's life experience. As expected, the old Taoist glanced at the mansion and gave a cold hum. His anger subsided a little. He thought for a while and understood what the old elementary scholar was trying to do. He then made a mental calculation and felt that it was feasible. The old Taoist looked hesitant for the first time. He then turned his head to look at the south side of the city and exclaimed in surprise. The old Taoist flicked his finger lightly and hit the little girl's forehead. She froze and did not move. He waved his sleeve again and ripples appeared around the mouth of the well. The old Taoist took a step forward and disappeared. The river of time began to flow in reverse in the abbot's land. Everything else, including the little girl that was invisible to the naked eye, and the rules of the world began to reverse. The little girl picked up the books and in the end the scene was fixed on her action of wanting to spit into the well. She was somewhat at a loss and for no reason she felt a little fearful. Shaking her head, she did not dare to behave atrociously in the end. Holding the stack of books that she had stolen, she ran away quickly. Black Ox Mountain was more than 20 miles south of the capital city. On the desolated city wall, there were grandmasters who came from the city to admire the ruins of the battlefield. Eugenie and Zhongqiu stopped fighting for their lives. At this moment, Eugenie was silently feeling the flow of aura on the city wall, as well as the pure sword will that remained between heaven and earth. Zhongqiu, on the other hand, did not have such thoughts. His hands were on a broken arrow stand and he looked into the distance. The azure glass flying sword came to Eugenie's side. The closer it was to the city wall, the slower the flying sword broke through the air. When it reached the city wall, it trembled slightly as if it was afraid. The sharpener, Lu Zong, followed the azure glass flying sword to the horse path. He jumped onto a broken wall and sat cross-legged. The boning knife in his hand was badly damaged. The old man stretched out his thumb and carefully stroked the blade that was as bright as a mirror. He had been arrogant his whole life, but in the end he was beaten so badly by a sword. It was karma. The great general of the northern Jin kingdom, Tang Tie, wore the refiner on his waist. He slowly climbed onto the city wall, picked an empty space and stood still. He held the hilt of his sword and had a majestic aura. In contrast, the armed sage Qing Yuanshan, who had been hiding under the bridge to enjoy the cool air, was a disgrace to his status as a grandmaster. Zhou Fei and Lu Fang also came to the southern city wall, followed by Zhou Shi and Ye who was wearing wooden clogs. Fan Wan from the Mirror Heart House also carefully climbed onto the city wall. She did not dare to openly switch from the two city paths to the horse path. Instead, she used lightness skill to step on the inner wall to reach the top. She chose a position between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom and the great general of the northern Jin kingdom, Longwu. The battle between the two on the city wall had evolved into a battle outside the city. From the city wall where everyone stood to the line of Black Ox Mountain, dust flew up as if a turtle fish flipped its back and lifted the earth. The merchants on the official road outside the southern city had already dispersed. Not only did Ding Ying go against the flow, he moved forward step by step and punched out, forcefully dispersing Qin Pingan's long river of sword aura. He also ignored the injuries on his body and closed in on Qin Pingan, forcing Qin Pingan to use his sword to meet the enemy. Ding Ying turned something rotten into something magical. He was no longer restricted to the martial arts sects and branches of the world. Everything was used by him, Ding Ying. All of his moves were similar to the moves of great grandmasters like Eugenie. They were all different. He slapped his palm directly towards Qin Pingan. The man and the sword, the squall would start from Qin Pingan's back and explode with a bang. In the blink of an eye, strands of sword aura spun like a whirlpool with unpredictable trajectories. After knocking Qin Pingan to the ground, Ding Ying's clothes were ragged and her hair was disheveled. Without any hesitation she rushed down the city wall almost at the same time. She kept the distance between the two of them within 2 arms and did not give Qin Pingan a chance to unleash his swordsmanship and sword will to the pinnacle. Ding Ying could be sure that every strike of the white-robed deity before her was comparable to the all-out strike of the female sword immortal, Sui Yuyu. Of course, this did not include Sui Yuyu's 3 swords of soaring. At that time, the female sword immortal's luck had changed. It was very likely that she had occupied almost half of the martial arts fate in the world and could not be simply regarded as Sui Yuyu. Therefore, Ding Ying knew very well that the heavenly axiom did not exclude martial artists from ascending with pure physical strength. It even allowed Sui Yuyu to absorb the martial arts fate. Therefore, when Sui Yuyu failed to ascend back then, she was as thin as a skeleton. On the way back to the human world, her bones had turned into dust and her soul had disappeared. It was because she was not strong enough that she could not blame anyone else. Ding Ying's fist landed on the center of Qin Pingan's sword, causing the sword to bend in a large arc. The tip of the long sword almost pierced Qin Pingan's shoulder. Qin Pingan had no choice but to stretch out 2 fingers and press them against the tip of the sword, reversing the arc caused by Ding Ying's fist. Taking advantage of the momentum, Qin Pingan retreated, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Seeing that Ding Ying did not pursue him, Qin Pingan did not feel lucky at all. He immediately used the God-suppressing head style from the sword art classics to emit sword aura to protect the surroundings. The fist aura was like a rainbow. 7 or 8 rainbows condensed to the point of materialization surged and collided with the sword aura. Qin Pingan moved again and again with small steps and thunderous roars. The sword aura and fist aura were destroyed almost at the same time, emitting balls of dazzling light. It was like 2 elite cavalry units on the border of 2 countries had perished together. Ding Ying punched continuously from afar. There was no fist stance at all. It was the simplest of punches and he did as he pleased. At the same time he punched, he took a light step and closed the distance between them by 20 meters. By the time Qin Pingan had neutralized all the fist aura with great difficulty, Ding Ying was already in close combat. He beat Qin Pingan so hard that he could not catch his breath. Qin Pingan had been fighting and retreating while Ding Ying's momentum was overbearing. Both sides' momentum was at its peak. Qin Pingan's first sword on the city wall. In the face of that sword, even Ding Ying, who was so arrogant that he only saw the heavens, could only retreat in dejection. Even his temperament began to change. Ding Ying's momentum peaked when he was at a disadvantage, going against the flow of the sword aura. After that, Qin Pingan began to go downhill. But strangely, Ding Ying was also unable to maintain his momentum and mentality. No matter how aggressive the scattered sword aura looked, Ding Ying was confident that he could block it. At most, he could buy Qin Pingan some time to catch his breath after the sword attack, causing Ding Ying to lose the initiative. But Ding Ying could only avoid the sword aura that had condensed into a tide. 3 li outside the city, there was a small hill near the official road. Ding Ying flicked away the sword tip with 2 fingers and suddenly exerted force with his palm, pushing Qin Pingan's chest. Qin Pingan crashed into the hill like a kite with its string cut. Ding Ying had actually punched Qin Pingan through the hill like an arrow piercing the enemy's chest. Dust rose to the sky. The power of Ding Ying's palm strike could be seen from Qin Pingan's release of the sword aura. After the sword aura reached its peak in the air, it began to fall. If nothing unexpected happened, it would land near the hill near Ding Ying. Ding Ying narrowed his eyes. He could not see Qin Pingan's miserable state. While not delaying his advance, Ding Ying was actually hesitant about what to do with the sword in front of him. Should he take his life while he was down? Should he drive the sword back to the city wall and throw it as far away from the battle as possible so that this young banished immortal would not have a sword to hold? Or should he use it as bait to ambush Qin Pingan? But the opponent made Ding Ying give up all his thoughts. Ding Ying's heart suddenly became alert, and his hair stood on end. He immediately stopped and stomped heavily on the ground, drawing out a large fist stance with a magnificent aura. The fist force was like a storm, hurriedly smashing the area between the sword and the top of the hill. However, even though Ding Ying reacted so quickly, there was still a touch of snow white that allowed the fist force to smash on his body. From the top of the hill, he leaped up high and reached out his hand to grab the long breath that had fallen under his feet by a few feet. It was just right in the palm of his hand. In order to rush through Ding Ying's fist aura storm as quickly as possible, Qin Pingan was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. But with a sword in hand he still wanted to use the sword. As for whether the power of the sword would be greatly reduced, it might only be able to scratch an itch for Ding Ying, who was full of vigor, or cause a negligible injury. Qin Pingan did not even think about it. In this incredible world, on that street, everyone inexplicably wanted to fight and kill. It seemed that no one cared about who Qin Pingan really was, whether he was good or bad, or why he appeared in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. This was an extremely terrible feeling. At that time, Qin Pingan saw Lu Xianyang on the sickbed and walked alone to the covered bridge. He swore that he would never be like this again in his life. He could only be like a dog, wagging his tail to God and begging for mercy, hoping to seek justice. Qin Pingan had learned the sword art for a long time, but it was not this sword art that Qin Pingan really grasped the divine will, but the other 3 swords. In the dilapidated ancient temple, Mr. Qi easily split the pink-robed Lu Qiqing's tactical array with 1 sword. When he fought side by side with the old sword sage Song Yuzan of the Brushed Water Kingdom, Qin Pingan once killed Jin Jiao with this sword. In the landscape painting of the old scholar Wen Sheng, there were 2 swords. Qin Pingan had learned a little about the sword spirit's sword on the city wall of the Nanyuan kingdom. Then he directly attacked Ding Ying, who almost thought he was the second in the world. Qin Pingan attacked the big mountain of the central region, Sui Mountain, with another sword. It was these 3 swords. Other than that, there were 2 other swords, but Qin Pingan was still in a daze. Because he was not familiar enough with the person who had unleashed the swords, and because he was too far away, Qin Pingan had not comprehended enough divine intent for him to unleash the swords. The first sword was the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, who broke the sky curtain. Before the person arrived, the sword arrived. The second sword was the Mo family's hero Su Ruo, who pushed the sword out of the scabbard. When the sword was just an inch out of the scabbard, there was a mountain in front of him. Qin Pingan held the long qi in his hand. The next sword was Qi Jingquan's random locust wood sword, which easily broke Lu Qiqing's Hunyuan tactical array of White Emperor City. A trace of hesitation appeared in Ding Ying's heart again. It was such a familiar sword, wrapped in the mighty power of heaven. The world just had to bear it. On the city wall he retreated. Should he retreat this time? In the sky in front of Ding Ying, 1 person and 1 sword. Qin Pingan chopped down with his sword. A golden line appeared between heaven and earth. After learning the fist, he had to use the fist. After learning the sword, he had to use the sword. Anyway, he had to let others hear what he said. In an instant, Ding Ying's mind was clear and his heart was calm. He retreated with 1 sword, 2 swords, and each sword had to retreat. Where should he retreat to? How could he arm wrestle with God? He thought that this banished immortal named Qin Pingan in front of him was God. If he killed the person in front of him and then killed the bigger one, heaven and earth would be clear, and there would be a new pattern of heaven and earth. Why don't I, Ding Ying, be God? Ding Ying laughed heartily. His hands made gestures and his spirit traveled. It turned out that the Yin spirit traveled the world in broad daylight. The Yin spirit put 1 hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out, covering the top of his head with his palm. His voice was not loud, but in Ding Ying's heart he said, "If I disappear from the world, can Ding Ying become stronger?" Of course he was talking to himself. Ding Ying did not say anything, but there was a thought in his heart. He sneered, "I can't decide the cultivation level. I still have to follow the rules. But the mind is more important. There is no need to talk nonsense. Even if my soul is gone, I, Ding Ying, only have my body. So what? I will still do what I should do." After a while, Qin Pingan held the long qi and floated to the ground, looking a little embarrassed. As it turned out, Qin Pingan's pure Jinqi was already at the end of its tether. He tried his best, but the meaning of this sword was too great. Qin Pingan's current strength was too weak, so he wasn't able to lift it up. He only ended up with a result that was all bark and no bite. Even Qin Pingan, who did not care about heaven or earth when he fought, felt a little embarrassed. As for the Yin spirit who had made up his mind to be destroyed by the sword, only his palm and arm disappeared. He looked at Ding Ying in confusion and silently took a few steps back, returning to Ding Ying's body. Both sides had a tacit understanding to stop fighting for a moment. Qin Pingan took a breath of fresh air. Ding Ying needed to calm his spirit. It was at this moment that Qin Pingan and Ding Ying's temperament calmed down, like a boat dropping anchor into the water. The old Taoist beside the well came to the top of the city wall. He smiled and made a decision. The grandmasters on the city wall, even the banished immortals like Zhou Fei, did not notice the old Taoist's existence. Only Fan Wan'er glanced in that direction, but she didn't find anything, so she quickly withdrew her gaze. Eugenie looked around and said helplessly, "Cultivating immortal spells is always cautious. I thought I could at least fight with Ding Ying, but I didn't expect that I was still far behind. In this world, Ding Ying is the favored one." Is it true that cultivators can't make a name for themselves? Zhou Fei clicked his tongue in wonder. Old Demon Ding, this means that you want to monopolize the martial arts fate. Did Ding Ying suddenly think of something and gain the recognition of the rules of this world? It can't be, right? We are all still alive and kicking. How could Ding Ying be so lucky? It's not like the Lu dynasty in the Aquarius continent. The emperor lost his mind and saw that the country was doomed, so he secretly gave half of the country's martial arts fate to his son. Zhou Fei talked endlessly, secretly laughing. After all, he was just a bystander. Lu Fang asked, "How do you know about the small Aquarius continent in the north?" Zhou Fei smiled. "I'm the head of the Jiang family after all. How can I not care about the world's affairs? People often come to me in my dreams." Lu Fang was confused. "That works too? Spend money." Zhou Fei was a bit pained. He said angrily, "A moment is worth 1,000 gold. My dreams for a year are the ones that make people spend mountains of gold and silver." In the distance, Eugenie frowned. The silver lotus crown in his hand trembled. The petals suddenly opened and a dark green light broke free. It flashed and flew towards the south of the city. Heaven and earth worked together. Illusory light surged towards Ding Ying from all directions. Ding Ying closed his eyes and focused, accepting the vast martial arts fate of heaven and earth. Qin Pingan's magic treasure, golden wine, suddenly floated. It was no longer a snow-white robe but a golden one. Not only that, Flying Sword Chu rushed out from the sword-strengthening gourd at his waist. And in the distance, Flying Sword 15 flew over. Qin Pingan stood at the top of the hill, holding a long chi in his hand. Sword chi flowed through his arm. Chui and Shiwu hovered around him. These two little ancestors who had never been on good terms with each other, had never been so happy to reunite with their old friends. His golden wine fluttered. Qin Pingan suddenly clenched his golden wine, causing his sleeves to flutter. It was just a small hill. But there were people who were fluttering their robes. Qin Pingan and Ding Ying, up and down the hill. Both of them had reached a new peak. Regardless of cultivation or mental state, both of them were at the same level. Ding Ying opened his eyes and glanced at the wine bottle at Qin Pingan's waist. He laughed, "After the battle, I'll drink this wine for you." Qin Pingan patted the sword-strengthening gourd at his waist, indicating that if he had the ability, he could drink it himself. The battle started again. This time it was no longer about the distance between two arms. Within a 1-mile radius, there was abundant sword chi and thick gang chi. Both of them fought all the way to Yunyu Mountain. Sand and stones flew from the foot of the mountain to the top. Ding Ying was slashed from the top to the foot of the mountain by Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan's second attack was lifted from the ground by Ding Ying, who punched him back to the top of the mountain. Ding Ying slowly climbed higher. His fist aura was like the arm of a god, which was hundreds of feet tall. He smashed his arm on Yunyu Mountain again and again. Qin Pingan destroyed it with one strike. Ding Ying, who had obtained the martial arts fate of heaven and earth, even went out of his body with his Yin spirit again. He turned into a golden body Dharma form that was as tall as Yunyu Mountain. He clenched his fists and punched Yunyu Mountain again and again. Qin Pingan should have switched to the tit-for-tat steaming cloud swamp style, but after grasping the long chi in his hand, he no longer had the thought of switching to a fist technique. Even if he and his sword were both smashed down by the golden body Yin spirit, he still insisted on using his sword to fight the enemy. The dust on the Wild Ox Mountain had already covered the sky and the sun. Huge rocks kept rolling down, and Ding Ying's forceful strikes created landslides that looked like avalanches, as well as mudslides that swept away countless plants and trees. The towering Yunyu Mountain was gradually lowered by the punches. The golden robe on the top of the mountain was still standing. Ding Ying's real body walked to the newest so-called mountain peak. Dust flew everywhere and it was dark. Taking advantage of Qin Pingan's sword to block the Dharma form's palm, he smashed the Dharma form's entire palm. The golden light shattered and scattered everywhere. Yunyu Mountain looked like it was raining gold. Ding Ying ran forward in a straight line and punched Qin Pingan's forehead. A speck of golden light was thrown out of Yunyu Mountain in an arc and landed heavily on the ground a few hundred feet away from Yunyu Mountain. The slender golden trajectory looked like a golden arch bridge. Ding Ying's perfect divine will punched out quickly. It was also a scene of thousands of white rainbows hanging in the sky. The scenery was magnificent. Coincidentally, the spot where the white rainbows landed was the speck of golden light. Qin Pingan was knocked back another few hundred feet. Ding Ying was also furious. Qin Pingan's tough body had even flattened the Yunyu Mountain under his feet by a few hundred feet. Yet that guy was still able to attack without stopping. Ding Ying shouted angrily, "You won't die from this punch?" The giant Dharma form behind him leaped over Yunyu Mountain. After one of its feet touched the ground, its body leaned forward and the other foot stepped on Qin Pingan's head. Compared to being able to hold a long breath, as the two fought crazily, they became more and more satisfied. Sword chi kept exploding around their palms and arms. The Dharma robe's golden goblet that withstood Ding Ying's Dharma form's attacks almost shattered the top of Qin Pingan's head. Qin Pingan's mind was completely immersed in the fight with Ding Ying. He did not even have time to adapt to the changes in the spiritual chi. It was natural, as if their existence was justified. Qin Pingan did not care about the pain of the spiritual chi being hammered into his body. He treated it as the same pain as when he practiced martial arts. As for the chaotic spiritual chi that seeped into his skin, blood, flesh and bones, then into his acupoints, chi palace and soul, Qin Pingan did not have time to care about it. The mountains were high and the rivers were dangerous. The road was long and obstructive. Qin Pingan looked into the distance wholeheartedly. Some of the obstacles on the road under his feet seemed to have naturally bypassed them. The road was still the same and there was no other way. Therefore those obstacles became a part of Chin Pingan's life. The Dharma form of the golden body stomped down, and a large pit appeared on the ground. Ding Ying made a take-it-for-granted fist stance. The true meaning of Tao was close to what one's mind can become the truth. One hand was facing the sky, and the other hand was clenched into a fist, and heavily hammered on the palm of his hand. The fist came down. The wind rose and the clouds surged. The sky was gloomy. A bolt of lightning that was as thick as a tree struck down from the sky. The Dharma form had already retreated. It crossed its arms and looked on coldly. Bolts of lightning smashed into the large pit. An endless stream of lightning poured down on Chin Pingan, who was standing at the bottom of the pit with his back bent. It was as if a flood had overflowed the robe and rapidly flowed down. Ding Ying's eyes glowed with a golden radiance as he slammed his fist against his palm for the last time. The sea of clouds in the sky resembled a pool of lightning. A thick bolt of snow-white lightning struck down from the sky, but it did not strike towards the pit. Instead, it descended slowly and was held in the hands of the Ein Soul Dharma form as if it was wielding a long sword. Then he began to run forward, gently tossing the sword in his hand forward. Finally, he held the long sword with both hands and stood at the edge of the large pit. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, and he slashed down heavily towards the head of the person at the bottom of the pit. One had to know that apart from the power of lightning contained within the sword, it also contained Ding Ying's comprehension of the sword Tao. Ding Ying pursed her lips and clasped her hands behind her back. I know you're here. Will you only show up after Chin Pingan dies? You are indeed generous. This banished deity called Chin Pingan is really the best whetstone. What? Are you afraid that I am too weak and not worthy of your help? On top of the city wall. Yu Zhenyi's face darkened. Zhongqiu chuckled and said, How about it? Do you still think that you are an accomplished deity? Zhou Fei held his forehead and sighed bitterly, Damn it. We are in the lotus flower-blessed land, not the vast world where you can squander the spiritual qi. You two are too. Alright, after I go back I must find this Chin Pingan. No matter what his current state is, I must get to know him. It would be best if he could become a consecrator of the Jiang family. So what if his state is low? Lu Fang interrupted his good friend's nagging and sneered, That is, if that guy is not dead. Zhou Fei sighed and removed the palm on his forehead. He looked towards the direction of the Wild Ox Mountain. It's difficult. Apart from the flashes of lightning, Ding Ying's roaming Ein Soul Dharma form held a sword and stabbed towards Chin Pingan's head. There was no suspense. Even though Chin Pingan was wearing a golden Taoist robe, and even though Chu Yi and 15 tried their best to block it, the sword still penetrated deep into the ground. After Chin Pingan disappeared, the sword in the Ein Soul's hand shattered. The sword intent and lightning scattered in the crater. The crater resonated with the sea of clouds in the sky, and it also looked like a lightning pool. The outcome was set. Ding Ying's heart tightened as he prepared to face his true opponent. Indeed. On the peak of the Wild Ox Mountain not far from Ding Ying, there was an unusually tall old Taoist. He said calmly, You are just each other's whetstones. Ding Ying was about to speak. The old Taoist sneered. You are courting death. However, it doesn't matter. You, Ding Ying, are quite interesting in this life. In the vast world he was a pure martial artist. He was at the 4th realm of soul tempering and the 5th realm of soul tempering. Chin Pingan, who had been struck into the ground by his physical body, did not get up to fight again. However, in the lightning pool in the crater, a young sword immortal in a fluttering golden robe appeared. He was in high spirits as he held 2 fingers together and swiped them in front of him. Then a sword hovered in front of him. It was the same as Chin Pingan on the city wall. However, the difference was that after the golden-robed exiled immortal, a youth wearing straw sandals and linen clothes appeared. He looked younger than the exiled immortal. A sword appeared. In front of him, the exiled immortal Chin Pingan smiled and said, I have a sword? Chin Pingan, who was wearing straw sandals behind him, charged forward and grabbed the sword. He leaped high into the air just like how he slashed the great Yusui mountain back then. He said loudly, It can move mountains. The sword was gone. There was no longer the number 1 person in the world, Ding Ying. There was no old fiend Ding in the world. This was because the entire Wild Ox Mountain was gone. It had been flattened by the sword. In the crater, Chin Pingan used the golden wine that was no longer suppressed by the lightning to shake his robe and break through the restraints of the earth. He pulled himself out of the mud. The 2 Chin Pingan's soul and spirit returned to their bodies. They walked along the slope and slowly walked out of the crater. An aged voice sounded with a hint of laughter. It was unknown if it was sarcastic or mischievous. "This sword is not bad." Qin Pingan took off the wine flask by his waist and drank a mouthful of wine happily. He asked, "Are you the Taoist Donghai that old sword immortal Qin mentioned? Is this the Taoist temple?" The old Taoist who appeared beside Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "There's no Taoist temple? Wherever I am, the Taoist temple will be there." Qin Pingan raised his sleeve and wiped the blood on his face. However, just as he wiped it clean, his face turned red again. He asked, "Can I curse a little?" The old Taoist smiled and said, "Do as you see fit." Qin Pingan's expression did not change as he continued wiping the blood. "Senior, your Taoist techniques are impressive." "Impressive." The old Taoist nodded and said, "You are teachable." You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.